Chapter 1306. Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the evil god altar. At the center of the evil god altar, the evil god statue was already halfway done. It would be finished in a few more hours. "Bastard, it's you again?" The middle-aged scorpion man shouted angrily. "Long-tailed monster, do you dare to fight me?" Yi Xian shouted in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Long-tailed monster?" When the middle-aged scorpion man heard this, he immediately charged toward Yi Xian furiously. "Come with me if you want to fight. If anyone else comes with you, I'll leave." Yi Xian said in a threatening tone. "What is this kid up to?" The middle-aged scorpion man immediately reacted. Previously, Yi Xian did not dare to fight him because he controlled the time very well. Every time he approached, Yi Xian would be able to leave first. But now, Yi Xian was actually inviting him to fight. Something was fishy. However, he was still in the fragmentation realm. Why would he be afraid of Yi Xian, who was in the 8th stage of the fulfillment realm? Since Yi Xian wanted to fight, he would naturally fulfill his wish. As long as he could get close to Yi Xian, he was confident that he could kill Yi Xian before he could leave. It was because of this confidence that he dared to follow. In the distance, another scorpion man protector noticed and was about to follow, but he was stopped by the middle-aged scorpion man. "Don't follow. I'll take care of him," the middle-aged scorpion man shouted. The protector stopped and watched from afar as the middle-aged scorpion man left with Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian was determined to kill the middle-aged scorpion man. In order to prevent others from interfering, he had to keep a distance. They traveled for a few minutes before stopping. "Kid, did you set a trap here?" the middle-aged scorpion man could not help but ask. "Why don't you choose the location?" "I don't care," Yi Xian said. There was indeed a trap, but Yi Xian always carried it with him, which meant that there were only 3 of them. Hence, this trap could move. So what if it's a trap? I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to lure me here." The middle-aged scorpion man was full of confidence. After all, he was 2 realms higher than Yi Xian. "If that's the case, then come at me." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden dragon whizzed out and attacked the middle-aged scorpion man. Ever since he completed that random quest, Yi Xian had unlocked Eyes of Glory. His hair and eyes had turned golden, and he was incomparably domineering. In the past, every time he activated the Eye of Glory, he would need a large amount of eye energy. But now, he no longer needed it. Scorpion Shadow Whip. The middle-aged man also took out a move that he was relatively good at and ruthlessly whipped out. Bang! The 2 forces collided. This time, Yi Xian actually had the upper hand. How was this possible? The middle-aged scorpion man was shocked. Previously, they were clearly evenly matched. But now, why did Yi Xian have the upper hand? Only Yi Xian understood this. This was because he did not use Killing Intent Explosion in the previous Eye of Destruction. He only had the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. The reason why he did not use it was because he was waiting for this moment. Whoosh whoosh. This golden dragon whizzed out and was shattered by the middle-aged scorpionman's punch. However, behind this golden flame dragon, there was another invisible attack. Killing Intent Explosion. Light of Destruction. Yi Xian quickly followed up with another attack. However, this time, the Eye of Destruction was an invisible attack like the Eye of Disintegration. Sizzle sizzle. 2 Light of Destruction shot onto the middle-aged scorpionman's fist. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scorpionman's fist was completely disintegrated and blood spurted out. The middle-aged scorpion man trembled when he felt the pain in his head. The battle had not even started for a second and he had already suffered a great loss. This was an outcome that he did not expect. His entire right fist was disintegrated by the Eye of Destruction until only his wrist was left. This meant that his right hand was crippled. "Brat, I'm going to tear you apart." The middle-aged scorpion man was so angry that his face turned red. He immediately rushed towards Yi Xian. Before his opponent could attack him, Yi Xian quickly retreated while attacking. Eye of Destruction. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. This combo attack was launched again. However, this time, the middle-aged scorpion man did not intend to fight head-on. Instead, he cleverly dodged. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian could not split himself. This was because once he split himself, his strength would decrease by 50%. He would definitely be defeated one by one. However, even if he did not split himself, he could still deal with this middle-aged scorpion man. Old Tree, Megatron, Luo Luo. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he summoned Luo Luo and the other two. These three had all reached the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Luo Luo was the strongest among them. Megatron and Old Tree were the second strongest. However, they had one advantage over Luo Luo: they could not die. After Megatron appeared, he turned into a chain of arrow towers and began to shoot wildly. Old Tree did not dare to fight head-on with the middle-aged scorpion man. He could only attack with his sharp vines. As for Luo Luo, she naturally used the human wave tactic. 100-layer fox demon clone. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Hundreds of Luoyuos began to throw demon fire at the middle-aged scorpion man. Is this your trap? You underestimate me too much. The middle-aged scorpion man did not care. He moved like a bolt of lightning and shuttled through the attacks. On land, a fragmentation realm expert could unleash 100% of their strength. That was why Yi Xian could not fight on land. Go to the sky. Yi Xian quickly rose into the sky and struck out with his palm. Ghostly frost hand. A giant golden palm appeared and slammed down like a meteor. The attack happened to be at the spot where the middle-aged scorpion man was hiding. He had no choice but to attack. Mountain-splitting foot. The middle-aged scorpion man paused and used his true chi and manifestation strength to increase his strength. Suddenly, he kicked a giant foot into the sky and collided with the ghostly frost hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and dust flew everywhere. This time, both sides were evenly matched. However, it would not be so simple next time. Again! Ghostly frost hand. Yi Xian attacked again, and another giant golden hand slammed down. Mountain-splitting foot. The middle-aged scorpion man counterattacked again. However, he could only block 2 attacks. After all, he was surrounded by 4 people. Megatron and Old Tree had already launched their attacks. Get lost! An enormous amount of true chi gushed out of the middle-aged scorpion man's body and sent Megatron and Old Tree flying. At the same time, Yi Xian struck out a 3rd palm in the sky. In addition, the middle-aged scorpion man used a very familiar move. Ghostly frost hand. Chapter 1307. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was completely shocked. Not only did Yi Xian learn Xie Yangming's frosty ghost hand, but he also learned mountain-splitting foot. He couldn't take these 2 attacks, or rather, he couldn't take all of them. He could only take 1 attack and then dodge. Mountain-splitting foot. The middle-aged man's right foot kicked into the sky again, colliding with the frosty ghost hand. However, he had to dodge Yi Xian's mountain-splitting foot. Yi Xian's foot landed, creating a huge canyon on the ground. Before that, the middle-aged man had already dodged. However, just as he let down his guard, he suddenly felt an aura rapidly approaching him. A golden flash swept past his body. With a crisp sound, one of his thighs was suddenly separated from his body. Fortunately, he was in the fragmentation realm and had a strong physique. If he was a little slower, it would be his head that was separated from his body. What the hell is that? The middle-aged man was shocked. Even with his physique, he couldn't see what the golden flash was. Its speed was already faster than his perception. He was able to dodge this attack purely out of reflex. At this time, the golden flash suddenly paused and then turned back. Swish! This time, the middle-aged man couldn't dodge and was directly beheaded. This golden flash was the demon fox flash that the transformed Luo Luo used. Luo Luo, why did you transform again? It's such a waste. Yi Xian, who was in the air, couldn't help but shake his head when he heard the system notification that the killing intent value increased. Luo's hair turned golden. Didn't she use that tuft of golden tail hair? Hee, I didn't use golden tail hair. This is a skill that I just learned. It's called 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luo Luo giggled. It's useless? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Yes, this 9 reincarnation flash is more useful than Demon Fox Flash. I can use the third flash now. However, this move consumes too much true qi. I need to recover for a while. Luo Luo replied. Yi Xian thought that Luo Luo used Golden Tail Hair and then used Demon Fox Flash. He didn't expect Luo Luo to have learned a new skill. 9 reincarnation flash. It sounded very powerful. The second flash of this 9 reincarnation flash seems to be faster than the first flash. If I use the 9th flash, even the leader of the Cthulhuism Society might not be able to defend against it. Yi Xian suddenly recalled the scene just now. But all in all, this time was not bad. After all, he was able to successfully kill a protector of the Cthulhuism cult who was in the fragmentation realm. If there was one, then there would be 2. If he could successfully lure them out, then he might be able to successfully break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Immediately, Yi Xian went over and put away the spoils of war. There were a lot of faith crystals in this universe ring, more than 100,000 of them. After Yi Xian obtained them, he threw all of them to Luo Luo. Because Yi Xian's cultivation hadn't broken through, Luo Luo was stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. However, she could continue to cultivate to the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm and then purify the faith crystal. Once Yi Xian breaks through, she can also directly break through to the fragmentation realm. It was the same for Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Yi Xian's cultivation speed had always been the slowest. Let's go back and see if we can lure another one over. Yi Xian sent Luo Luo and the others back to the planting space. Then he headed toward the Cthulhuism altar. But on the way, he met another Cthulhuism Society enforcer. It was the one who wanted to follow him but was stopped by the middle-aged man. Seeing that Yi Xian was safe and sound, the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's eyes flashed. He shouted, "You killed him? Do you think I have the ability to kill a fragmentation realm elite?" Yi Xian didn't admit it. He didn't want to scare the other party away. Since he couldn't kill him, Yi Xian must have set a trap and trapped him. That was what the Cthulhuism Society enforcer thought. How dare you destroy the Cthulhuism altar? You deserve to die. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer snorted and attacked. Go to hell. If you can, ask your Cthulhuism to strangle me. Yi Xian cursed and immediately counterattacked. Scorpion Shadow Whip. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. Rumble. This time, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. This was because he felt that this wasn't the place to fight. He should retreat first. You want to leave? Stay here. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer immediately saw through Yi Xian's intention. He shot forward and wanted to capture Yi Xian. Yi Xian had been causing trouble for so long. The black-clothed elder hated him to the core. Therefore, he wanted to capture Yi Xian and bring him back to earn some merit. However, at this moment, boom! A loud explosion suddenly came from afar. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned to look. *CK, the entire altar was destroyed? With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could see that the altar in the distance had been reduced to ruins. Then the sacrificial offerings suppressed under the altar escaped one after another. As for the enforcers and the black-clothed elder, they were directly killed. What? The Cthulhuism Society enforcer in front of Yi Xian was also shocked. Who was it that killed the black-clothed elder and 4 Cthulhuism Society enforcers? Yi Xian, who had the Eye of Revelation, saw the person who destroyed the Cthulhuism god altar. It was a middle-aged man in golden armor. However, even with the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian couldn't see through the man's cultivation base. He estimated that the other party was at least at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. He might even be at the 5th or 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian and the Cthulhuism Society enforcer both guessed at the same time. However, at this moment, the man in golden armor suddenly pulled the two of them and left. Yi Xian was very familiar with these two people because these two people were Nailin Bing and Nailin Jie, the Shenming duo demons, whom he was chasing. So it's the enforcers. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He instantly understood. When Lu Tiangong escorted the Shenming duo demons to Flying Sand City, he handed them to Lu Tiangong's wife, the white-haired old woman who was killed by Yi Xian that day. Then, the white-haired old woman handed them to a Scorpion Man expert. Unexpectedly, this Scorpion Man expert became an apostle of the Cthulhuism Society, so he wanted to use the Xianming duo demons as sacrificial offerings to the Cthulhuism god. Because too much time had passed, the next enforcer came back to check and this happened. They're gone. Yi Xian watched helplessly as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Previously, in order to kill the Cthulhuism Society enforcer, Xie Yongming, he changed the death pursuit order. However, the death pursuit order's duration was not over yet. There was still half an hour left, so he could only watch as the man in golden armor took the Xianming duo demons away. Chapter 1308. 9th Level Fulfillment Realm. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie were already at the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm. They were even faster than Yi Xian. This pair of dual cultivating siblings sure recover their strength quickly. If I lose track of them today, I don't know when I'll be able to find them, Yi Xian thought to himself. He couldn't use the Death Hunt command. Once Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie left, he wouldn't be able to find them. However, Yi Xian still had some clues. The golden armored man who took away the Xianming duo had a fox tail behind him. This meant that he was from the Fox Charm clan. Fox tail. As long as I leave the Desert of Despair, I can easily find it. Forget it for now. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely find the Xianming duo and avenge Mo Shui. Yi Xian decided to forget about it. This wasn't a random mission anyway. As long as his cultivation speed surpassed the Xianming duo's dual cultivation speed, he could avenge Mo Shui. Right now, he should deal with this Cthulhuism Society enforcer first. While the other was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly attacked. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. This attack was a sneak attack. It was fast and powerful. Kid, you're courting death. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer heard the wind and suddenly turned around and punched. Boom. The Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was defeated. However, as the golden flame dragon dissipated, a golden slash came at him. Eye of Destruction. Rip. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer leaned to the side, but his right hand was still easily cut off by the annihilation slash. While he was fuming with rage, two figures suddenly approached him from the side. Megatron and Old Tree. Piercing Strike. Pfft. A thick vine pierced through the Cthulhuism Society enforcer's body. Although it didn't crush his heart, this thick vine was madly absorbing the enforcer's blood. Kid, don't worry, there's more. Old Tree's voice suddenly rang out. Then, this vine suddenly exploded. The Cthulhuism Society protector's chest was directly pierced through, and he died instantly. In this battle, Luo Luo didn't even need to do anything. Just relying on Yi Xian and the Old Tree was enough to kill the Cthulhuism Society's enforcer. Firstly, it was because the Cthulhuism Society protector was distracted by the golden armored man. Secondly, it was because he had been too careless. He had not expected Yi Xian to have such strength. In short, he died with his eyes wide open. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected the corpse and the interspatial ring. There were a lot of ores and faith crystals inside, but for Yi Xian, it was just a drop in the bucket. Not enough. If I get all those corpses, Yi Xian suddenly looked around and saw the bodies of the black-clothed elder and the other four people. However, their interspatial rings were gone. They had been taken away by the golden armored man. Damn it. Yi Xian cursed angrily and broke through the void to return to the ruined Cthulhuism god altar. Although the Fragmentation Realm experts' interspatial rings were taken away, there were still hundreds of Cthulhuism god apostles' interspatial rings. Some of the sacrifices ran for their lives, but some of them were greedy and stayed to collect the interspatial rings. Many battles had already broken out above the ruins of the Cthulhuism god altar. Yi Xian ignored them and began to collect the interspatial rings. Kid, put down those interspatial rings. A discordant voice rang out. Yi Xian turned around and saw a 9th stage fulfillment realm expert of the Tiger tribe. You dare to target me? You've got guts. Yi Xian did not say anything. He slashed out a golden annihilation and killed the opponent instantly. Luluo, it's up to you. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly released Luo Luo. Understood. Lu Luo understood immediately and formed an eye of enchantment above her head. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were controlled by it. At the same time, Yi Xian did not stay idle. He killed the people who targeted him and controlled the 9th-level fulfillment realm sacrifices. In the blink of an eye, they had 50 servants. These servants were quickly divided into groups and started to fight for the interspatial rings. However, because there were too many sacrifices, more than 5,000 of them, it was difficult to kill them all in a short time. The servants were strong, but there were thousands of people fighting. It was easy to die. After one died, Yi Xian took control of another. Yi Xian's killing intent soared. You dare to stay here because you want to make a profit. If that's the case, then all of you will die. Yi Xian rushed to the center and created an avatar. Killing intent eruption. Twin dragon sword bell. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Twin dragon roars of ice and fire. Dragon roars spread like waves. The lower realm sacrifices were instantly knocked out of the sky. Some who were close to Yi Xian even had their heads blown apart. Thousands of people died in an instant. The transformer Wei Zhentian turned into a giant green bell and let out dragon roars. Old Tree and Luo Luo did not stay idle either. System notifications rang, and Yi Xian's killing intent soared like a rocket. These people were at least at the 7th level of the fulfillment realm, and some were even at the peak of the fulfillment realm. If he killed them all, his killing intent might reach the peak again and he would be rewarded with 1 devour point. In the end, Yi Xian thought it was too slow, so he jumped into the sky and used a shattering divine ability. Ghost Hand of Frost. Giant golden hands slammed down, killing more than 10 people in one hit. Yi Xian's true energy was almost limitless anyway. Even if he used shattering divine abilities continuously, he could still recover. This battle lasted for several minutes. 3 minutes later, corpses were everywhere in the ruins. There were at least 3,000 corpses. As for the other 2,000 people, all of them had run away. There was no helping it. With the 4 gods of slaughter, Yi Xian here, who could beat them? At the same time, after Yi Xian killed the servants under his control, he finally heard a system notification. Ding, killing intent has reached the upper limit. Will the host exchange the killing intent points for 1 devour point? The system notification said, yes. Hearing this, Yi Xian naturally could not say no. Ding, the host's killing intent points have reached 0. Ding, the host has obtained 1 devour point. 2 more system notifications rang. Yi Xian had exchanged his killing intent points for devour points. Fortunately, he had stored some weapons before. After the killing intent points reached 0, he directly devoured them. At least he could use killing intent explosion. How do I use this devour point? Yi Xian suddenly hesitated. He thought for a while and finally decided to use it to activate a skill of the God of Slaughter bloodline, Shadow Step. This Shadow Step was similar to Emo Shui's Blood Escape. It could be used to escape quickly. However, he could not attack while using it. He could only use his true energy to protect himself. Chapter 1309. Ding, host has learned Shadow Step. The system notified. Good, if I rush to the Cthulhuism Society or another Cthulhuism altar now, it won't take much time. Yi Xian thought for a moment before expending some of his killing intent to use the Shadow Steps. His entire body turned into a black ray of light as he flew out, heading in a certain direction. Shadow Step required killing intent to activate, and continuously used it would consume true energy. However, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so his true energy could be recovered instantly, so it was nothing. This time, he was heading towards the Cthulhuism Society. The Xianming duo demons had been taken away by the Golden Armored Man. If Yi Xian chased after them and was discovered, he would be skinned alive. The Death Hunt command still had half an hour to cool down, so he decided to give up for now. If he encountered the Xianming duo demons again in the future, then he would think about revenge for Emo Shui. Right now, Luo Luo, the Old Tree, and Wei Zhentian are all stuck at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If I don't break through, they will always be stuck. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Who asked his experience to increase exponentially? Fortunately, after killing so many greedy sacrifices, although he could not break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, he was not far away. He estimated that if he encountered 1 or 2 more fragmentation realm Cthulhuism Society protectors, then he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. There were gains and losses. Although the Xianming duo demons were taken away, Yi Xian obtained a devouring point. Moreover, this was not the end. Yi Xian's footsteps suddenly paused because his eye of revelation saw 2 figures. Cthulhuism Society protectors? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He saw that the 2 figures each had 8 natal palaces, but this did not mean that they were martial practitioners at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm. It was possible that they were martial practitioners at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm who had shattered 1 natal palace to strengthen their whole body. Based on this speed, Yi Xian could guess that these 2 were 1st level fragmentation realm protectors. Good, I'll start with you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he sneaked over. These 2 1st-level fragmentation realm protectors had received orders to go take a look at the Cthulhuism god altar. They did not know that danger had already struck. Killing intent explosion. Eye of destruction. Flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon suddenly appeared under the night sky and attacked the 2 protectors. Someone's ambush. The 2 Cthulhuism Society enforcers, who were running wildly on the ground, shivered and immediately turned around to attack. Bang! The Eye of Annihilation and the peerless Flame Dragon Slash were shattered. However, what was even more powerful was yet to come. Within the waves of energy, a large golden hand and a large golden foot appeared. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot. These 2 moves were very familiar to the 2 of them. They couldn't understand why they would appear here. However, now was not the time to think. 2 more shockwaves swept out, and the golden hand and foot were also blown away. Bzzz. The 2 beams of annihilation light shone on the 2 men's shoulders, instantly disintegrating their shoulder bones into dust. One of them lost his left arm, and the other lost his right arm. "You're courting death," one of them yelled. Although they did not know who was ambushing them, they would make sure the other party died a horrible death. Yi Xian saw the 2 of them coming and quickly summoned the old tree and Megatron to hold one of them back. As for the other, he would deal with it himself. Scatter! Old Shu and Wei Zhentian's opponent threw out a punch and directly smashed Wei Zhentian into pieces. But in the next moment, Wei Zhentian appeared again and attacked him. What? That person was shocked and punched again. Megatron and the old tree were Dharma treasures. They were immortal and were very convenient to use to fight. At this time, Yi Xian was also fighting with the other person. "Kid, who are you?" The Cthulhuism Society protector questioned. "I'm your ancestor." Yi Xian cursed casually and used his hands, feet, and eyes. Eye of Destruction. Frost Ghost Hand. Split Mountain Foot. Chapter 1310. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang out. Although he didn't kill them personally, Luoluo was his possession. The killing intent of the people she killed would be credited to him. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The killing intent of these 2 first-tier fragmentation realm martial artists was enough for him to use for a while. Before this, he estimated that his strength was about the same as Luoluo's, but now it seemed that Luoluo was much stronger than him. Although he could only use the 3rd flash of the 9 flash of Samsara, it was enough to kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. This time, it was all thanks to Luoluo. Immediately, Yi Xian pulled the 2 corpses over and devoured their universe rings. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Finally, he broke through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian felt his aura increase by several times. Right now, he could probably kill a first-tier fragmentation realm martial artist with ease. As long as I break through again and reach the fragmentation realm, then Luoluo and the others can instantly break through to the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to use shadow steps to hasten his journey. Although they were both at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, Yi Xian's speed on land had already surpassed Wei Zhentian's. If he used shadow steps, his speed would be at least 3 times faster than Wei Zhentian's. Half a day later, he arrived at the Cthulhuism Society at the center of the 2 Cthulhuism altars. The Cthulhuism Society's headquarters was actually a scorpion palace. This shocked Yi Xian a little. At this time, the sun had already risen, so Yi Xian didn't dare to get too close. He observed from afar with the eye of revelation. A small altar had already been built in front of the Cthulhuism Society's headquarters. At the center of this small altar was a statue of the Cthulhuism god. There are quite a few 8th and 9th level fulfillment realm martial artists, and a 1st-tier fragmentation realm martial artist. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he swept a glance, secretly planning in his mind. His mission this time was to annihilate the Cthulhuism Society, but his strength could only kill a 1st-tier shattering realm protector at most. If he were to face an elder, it would be very difficult to determine the victor in a short time. And this was the Cthulhuism Society's base camp. Once exposed, they would be besieged. Therefore, they had to take the long view into consideration. I once controlled the scorpion men, but I was unable to create a scorpion tail with my disguise mask, so I was unable to infiltrate the Cthulhuism Society. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. Since he couldn't change his appearance, he could only find another way. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't come up with an idea. Oh well, I've already broken through to the 9th level of the fulfillment realm anyway. I'll just charge straight in. Other than those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, no one can stop me. Yi Xian immediately made his decision. This time he still had to face them head-on. Even if he was surrounded, he still had shadow steps and eyes of the void. However, what he was wary of was not those elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, but the leader of the Cthulhuism Society. Just now, he used the eye of revelation to roughly scan. In the front half of the Cthulhuism Society, there was only 1 elder and 3 protectors. As for the leader of the Cthulhuism Society, he didn't know where he was. Therefore, he had to be careful. Kill! Right away, he directly turned into a ray of light and charged toward the Cthulhuism Society. Along the way, there were many fulfillment realm apostles, but with his current realm, he didn't even care about those at the fragmentation realm, so why should he be afraid of them? Rip! 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 Crisp sounds rang out. Everywhere Yi Xian passed, there were corpses everywhere. No one could block his sword, and they couldn't even react in time. 1, 2, 5, 10, 50. Along the way, Yi Xian directly killed dozens of Cthulhuism Society apostles. Moreover, he killed selectively. His targets were almost all at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm apostles. This was more profitable. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the Cthulhuism Society, in other words, in front of that huge palace. Who dares to be impudent in my Cthulhuism Society? The nearest Cthulhuism Society protector noticed Yi Xian. After shouting loudly, he pounced toward Yi Xian. How dare a speck of light compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian showed a very disdainful expression. This was a sentence he learned from a Cthulhuism Society elite. Now, he returned it to the Cthulhuism Society. So what if he was at the fragmentation realm? He would still kill him even if he was at the fragmentation realm. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Annihilation beam. A golden flame dragon rushed out. The Cthulhuism Society protector shouted angrily and threw a punch with all his strength. Boom! The golden flame dragon was scattered, but after that, there were 2 more annihilation beams. Sizzle! The annihilation beam shot into the Cthulhuism Society protector's throat. In the blink of an eye, this Cthulhuism Society protector's throat was completely disintegrated, along with his chin. A head fell to the ground just like that. A Cthulhuism Society protector in the fragmentation realm was directly killed by Yi Xian. This scene shocked the surrounding people. In all their lives, this was probably the first time they saw a fulfillment realm cultivator kill a fragmentation realm cultivator. Join hands and kill him. 2 more protectors rushed out from the Cthulhuism Society. Bullying with numbers? I have my own people too. Yi Xian's eyes turned cold, and he summoned Wei Zhentian and Old Tree. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree could fight against 1 Cthulhuism Society protector, and Yi Xian could also fight against one of them alone. As long as that Cthulhuism Society elder did not come out, these 2 protectors would be killed by them within 3 seconds. Die! The Cthulhuism Society protector facing Yi Xian roared angrily. His scorpion tail stabbed fiercely, and a scorpion tail needle shot out directly at Yi Xian. Against this kind of attack, Yi Xian did not even bother to use Annihilation Beam. Instead, he easily dodged it and then slashed with his sword. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Another golden flame dragon rushed out. Now that he had broken through to the 9th level of the Fulfillment Realm, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash, the Growth Divine ability, had also increased in power. Compared to the Fragmentation Realm Divine abilities Frost Ghost Hand and Mountain Shattering Foot, the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash was more useful. Bang! This golden flame dragon was blasted away again, but at this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side and then quickly turned into a golden stream of light and attacked. What? This 1st level Cthulhuism Society protector was shocked. His spiritual consciousness clearly did not detect this figure just now, so why did it suddenly appear now? But when he turned around, the golden flash had already attacked. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged the fatal blow. You may have dodged once, but can you dodge a second time? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Eye of Annihilation. Rip! The golden slash directly sank into the Cthulhuism Society protector's body. The wound turned into ash and scattered with the wind. Chapter 1311. Since the Cthulhuism Society enforcer had been killed by Yi Xian, Luo Luo focused her attention on the second person. Second flash of Samsara. There was some distance between them, but Luo Luo used the second flash to rush over. In an instant, she was behind the second Cthulhuism Society enforcer. Not good. The enforcer's expression changed, but the third flash of Samsara was too fast for him to react. Rip! Another head flew up. The Cthulhuism Society enforcer was shocked. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of a lower-level human. In just a few seconds, the Cthulhuism Society lost 3 Fragmentation Realm enforcers. The surrounding apostles were shocked. Who is this human? How dare he kill our Cthulhuism Society enforcers? 3 enforcers are dead. Our leader will be furious. Our leader went to the altar on the right and hasn't returned yet. He's dead. With such a big commotion, the 3 elders guarding the Cthulhuism Palace will skin him alive. The group of Cthulhuism apostles shouted. Yi Xian was amused. Our leader isn't here? Then I'm going to make a big fuss. His lips curled up. There were still a few enforcers and 3 elders in the Cthulhuism Palace. If they rushed out, Yi Xian would have to run. However, they couldn't be guarding all the time, right? Oh right, there's a small altar here. I'll destroy it first. Before the elders in the Cthulhuism Palace came out, Yi Xian turned around. But at this moment, the system notification sounded. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. First round, destroy the Cthulhuism statue in front of the Cthulhuism Palace. A chain random mission. Finally, another series of random quests appeared, causing Yi Xian to be extremely shocked. The reward of a chain random mission is probably no worse than the previous random mission. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. After accepting the mission, he directly attacked the Cthulhuism statue on the altar. Killing Intent Explosion. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Twin Dragon Roar. A golden dragon breath whizzed toward the evil god statue. Even if the statue was made of faith crystals, it couldn't withstand such a torment. However, this time, it was beyond Yi Xian's expectations. Rumble. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out from the evil god statue, but it had actually withstood the attack. One had to know that under the enhancement of the golden Jinchi and killing intent, the twin dragon roar was Yi Xian's strongest attack. However, This strongest attack was actually unable to destroy the heretical god statue. How was this possible? It's that strange energy. At this moment, Yi Xian's body trembled. With the eye of revelation, he had discovered some clues. Before the twin dragons roared outside the evil god statue, a strange layer of energy appeared. This strange layer of energy was what the evil god apostles used to save their lives. Could this energy be the so-called evil god's will? Yi Xian's body trembled. However, he didn't see it on anyone other than the evil god apostles. For example, he had killed so many of the guardians. It seemed that only Fulfillment Realm apostles could use the evil god's will in the faith crystals to save their lives. Fragmentation Realm ones couldn't. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Although the evil god statue was very hard, it was only a matter of time for Yi Xian to destroy it. Killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Another twin dragon's roar landed accurately on the fiend god statue. Immediately, cracks appeared on the fiend god statue. Huang Xiaolong estimated that after 2 or 3 more attacks, it would be destroyed. As long as this evil god statue was destroyed, the first part of the chain mission would be completed. This part of the mission was really simple. However, just as Yi Xian thought so, a few people who could threaten him finally rushed out of the evil god palace. These 3 people were all elders of the evil god society, second stage of the fragmentation realm. You bunch of useless trash. Someone is destroying the evil god statue, and you're not doing anything? A black-haired elder shouted angrily. When the surrounding people heard this, they looked at each other. It wasn't that they didn't want to go, but that they couldn't win. Just now, 3 first-stage fragmentation realm guardians died one after another. If they went, they would just die in vain. However, now that these 3 elders had come out, they were enough to take care of Yi Xian. They're finally here. Yi Xian felt the 3 powerful auras and his expression darkened. Although he had broken through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm, he estimated that he could only deal with 1 evil god society elder at most. If he faced 3 of them, he would probably only be able to escape. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, Luo Luo, attack together. Yi Xian immediately shouted. If the 3 of them attacked together, the power was almost equal to a twin dragon roar. Boom boom boom. Finally, before the 3 elders arrived, Yi Xian successfully destroyed the evil god statue. Ding. The first part of the chain random quest is complete. At the instant the evil god statue shattered into countless pieces, a system notification rang out. Usually, after the first part of the chain random quest was completed, it would take some time to trigger the second part. However, this time, the second part of the quest was given directly. Ding. Host has triggered the second part of the quest. Kill the evil god apostles of the evil god palace and reduce their number to less than 100. Current number is 763. The second part of the random quest appeared. 763 people reduced to less than 100 people. This means that I have to kill more than 600 people. Yi Xian focused his mind and directly put Luo Luo and the others into the planting space. Then he turned around and ran. With these 3 evil god society elders around, there was no way he could complete this quest no matter what. Thus, they had to lure him away. Brat, stay here. After the black-haired elder shouted angrily, he grabbed at Yi Xian with a large hand. However, Yi Xian easily dodged it. Bullsh *T evil god society, even the evil god statue was destroyed by me. When I return, I will destroy your evil god palace. You 3 evil god lackeys, if you have the guts, come and chase me. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. In the next moment he directly broke through the void. This position was not far from the evil god palace. Seeing Yi Xian enter the eye of the void, the 3 evil god society elders looked at each other and decided to charge in. This time, Yi Xian didn't immediately close the eye of the void. Instead, he let the 3 of them enter. What a good spatial jump technique. The leader will definitely be interested. Capture this brat with all your might. The black-haired elder exclaimed after charging into the eye of the void. Chapter 13:12. Not good. The black-haired old man and his companions paled. They finally realized that they had been lured away. Yi Xian had returned. Whoosh! The second void door closed and Yi Xian returned to the evil god palace. The slaughter had begun. Luo Luo, you three cripple some 9th stage fulfillment realm evil god apostles and gather them together. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to Luo Luo and the others. Young master, what are you doing? Luo Luo asked curiously. I want to save some people and then use the secret technique. Yi Xian replied. Just now, those 3 elders at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm had been lured away by him. If they wanted to return to the evil god palace, they would need some time. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Xian had to deal with these people. If he started the slaughter now, the duration would be over by the time the 3 elders returned. That was why he couldn't start it now. Luo Luo and the others immediately understood when they heard the secret technique and began to act. Little young master, this prison should be enough. The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian turned around and saw that the old tree had built a prison out of vines. However, this wasn't the divine wood prison. Cripple their limbs and throw them in. If they can't be trapped, then use the divine wood prison. Yi Xian said to the old tree and immediately acted. There were many evil god apostles in the evil god palace, and there were more than 100 of them at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. If they were all gathered together, Yi Xian might be able to instantly double his strength when the 3 elders returned. A double increase would give Yi Xian the ability to kill a 2nd stage fragmentation realm cultivator. At this time, the only 2 evil god cult enforcers in the evil god palace rushed out. The 3 elders have been lured away. We must delay this brat before they return. One of the enforcers rushed out after speaking. Luo Luo, you 3 continue. I will deal with these 2. Yi Xian hastily shouted. He did not intend to kill the 2 of them on the spot. Instead, he intended to keep them alive. In the blink of an eye, he was already fighting with the 2 Cthulhuism Society guardians. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises rang out. In the distance, the 3 Cthulhuism Society elders rushed back with gloomy expressions. Fortunately, the Void Eye was near the evil god palace, so they should be able to rush back. However, he did not know if he would be on time. Hurry up, the vice sect leader is currently cultivating. We must not let him disturb the vice sect leader. The black-haired elder roared furiously. At this time, in front of the evil god palace. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon directly engulfed a Cthulhuism Society protector and burned him to ashes. One of them had to die. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to capture the other alive. So strong. The other person was shocked and hastily retreated. However, at this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flickered, and a void door broke open in front of him. You've stepped into my trap. Yi Xian said in his heart and directly attacked the void door. Rip! Rip! With 2 crisp sounds, the Cthulhuism Society guardian, who was at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm, had his legs cut off by Yi Xian's eye of destruction. Then, Yi Xian directly rushed into the void door and arrived behind the Cthulhuism Society guardian. He waved the scarlet flame sword in his hand twice and cut off the other party's hands as well. This time, he was crippled by Yi Xian. However, in order to prevent him from escaping, Yi Xian directly exchanged for a bone emperor that could seal true chi and manifestation strength, and stabbed the Cthulhuism Society guardian's shoulder. Ah! The Cthulhuism Society guardian cried out in pain and was then thrown into the prison in the old tree. Then Yi Xian quickly rushed out and helped to kill the guardians. There were only slightly more than 400 people left out of the original 763. In a while, they would probably be able to complete the 2nd round of the random mission. However, the 3 Cthulhuism Society guardians were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yi Xian. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian saw them and couldn't help but stiffen. Hurry up, there are only 2 seconds left. Yi Xian reminded in his mind. He estimated that he would have to use Killing Feast in 2 seconds because the 3 guardians would come over. At that time, he would use it first, and then Luo Luo and the other 3 would continue to kill the Cthulhuism Society apostles to increase the enhancement. 2 seconds was very fast, but in these 2 seconds, Yi Xian's group of 4 had captured more than 300 people. Now, there were only about 100 Cthulhuism Society apostles left. There were more than 500 Cthulhuism God apostles in the Fulfillment Realm 8th stage and 9th stage Fulfillment Realm apostles in the prison. These people all had their arms and legs chopped off, and some were even knocked unconscious and thrown in. Although it was a little cruel, these people were Cthulhuism Society apostles, so it was a different story. At this time, Yi Xian's body trembled because he saw that the 3 Cthulhuism Society elders had stepped into the range of his senses. "Old tree, move." Yi Xian hurriedly said to Old Tree and immediately started killing Feast. "Okay." Old Tree nodded. Then, countless sharp vines extended from the prison and pierced through the enemies. This move wasn't the Mad Python sweep, and its power was probably not even 1/10 of the Mad Python sweep. However, it was enough to deal with these Cthulhuism Society apostles who couldn't fight back. Moreover, Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian were also helping. In less than a second, all the Cthulhuism Society apostles in the prison were killed. Most of them had their blood essence sucked dry by Old Tree. Old Tree sucked the blood essence on the spot and could temporarily increase his combat strength. With so much blood essence, his combat strength doubled. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the 9th stage of the Fulfillment Realm. Even if his combat strength doubled, he was still no match for a 2nd stage of the Fragmentation Realm. However, if he joined forces with Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian, he could try to gang up on one of them. "Young master, we'll help you take on one of them." Luo Luo said. "No need for now. Help me after you've dealt with the rest of them." Yi Xian reminded. At this time, even the 1st stage of the Fragmentation Realm Cthulhuism Society enforcer was dead. If he added the others, he would have more than double his original strength. More than double his original strength meant that Yi Xian's current strength was more than 3 times his previous strength. 3 times his strength was enough to fight against these 3 Cthulhuism Society enforcers. It wouldn't be a problem to hold them off for a while. When the time came, Luo Luo and the other 2 would deal with all the apostles. His strength would be even higher, and they would help him hold off one of them. He might be able to kill 2 of them at once. Fight. Chapter 1313. How dare you try to lure us away? You're asking for it. The black-haired elder cursed. Both sides started to fight in an instant. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian mustered up all his strength and started to attack. However, no matter how strong his attacks were, they were no match for the joint attack of 3 2nd stage Fragmentation Realm experts. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, he still had a divine skill. Shadow Step. Yi Xian immediately stopped attacking and started to flee. "Good boy, your speed is already faster than us. You're only in the 9th stage of the Fulfillment Realm, but you have such strength. Once we capture you, we'll interrogate you for your divine skills and then offer them to the demon god." The black-haired elder yelled and joined forces with the other 2 to fight him. As for the lives of the other demon god apostles, it was none of their business. As long as they had the faith crystal, they could just capture any scorpion man. It was much easier than capturing the other races. While the 3 2nd stage Fragmentation Realm Demon God Society elders were being held back by Yi Xian, Luo Luo and the other 2 quickly finished off the remaining people. Soon, the number of demon god apostles was reduced to less than 100. Ding. Host has completed the 2nd round of the chain random mission. A system notification sounded. Finally completed. Yi Xian, who was running, breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said in his mind, "Luo Luo, help me stall one of them." But after receiving Yi Xian's order, Luo Luo and the other 2 immediately turned around and rushed toward one of them. At the same time, the black-haired elder also noticed Luo Luo and the other 2. He said to an elder, "You go and finish off those 3. "No problem." An elder left the group and charged toward Luo Luo. Now, it was 1 against 2 and 3 against 1. With 1 less person, the pressure on Yi Xian lessened a lot. His attacks were already able to fight to a draw with his opponent. How is this possible? His attacks are stronger than ours? The black-haired elder was shocked. They had to work together to block Yi Xian's attack. This proved that Yi Xian's attacks were stronger than their individual attacks. If that's the case, then I'll have to plan how to kill all of you. Yi Xian began to plan in his mind. The skill he would use to kill was naturally Eye of the Void. Therefore, he needed to find a place to position himself and then use Eye of the Void to launch a sneak attack. Although the three elders already knew about the Eyes of the Void, they never thought that Yi Xian would use it to ambush them. Boom, boom, boom. Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian and Luo Luo fought fiercely. After some guidance, one of the elders stepped in front of Yi Xian's coordinates. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes immediately shot out two beams of light. Die! Yi Xian roared in his heart as his eyes flickered. Eyes of the Void. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon directly passed through the void door and rushed out from behind an elder. This happened so suddenly that the elder didn't even have time to react before he was engulfed by the unparalleled flame dragon slash. However, this elder was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. He wouldn't die just like that. However, Yi Xian's attack wasn't that simple. Eye of Destruction. A golden slash pierced through the air and directly penetrated the elder's back. Rip. This elder's heart was completely disintegrated. He was directly killed at the waist, and half of his scorpion tail was also cut off. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large amount. At the same time, it was also increased by the Feast of Slaughter. 30%. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This second stage of the fragmentation realm expert had increased Yi Xian's killing intent by 30%. 2 people against Yi Xian, and one of them was killed by Yi Xian. This was already beyond everyone's expectations. By the time the black-haired elder reacted, Yi Xian had already passed through the Eyes of the Void and arrived beside him. Oh no! The black-haired elder's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around, only to see a golden flame dragon attack him and engulf him. Fortunately, he had already reacted and immediately used all the true qi in his body to defend himself. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame dragon dissipated. The black-haired elder's clothes were almost completely burned. A large part of his skin was burned, and many parts were bleeding. He looked like he had just come out of a pool of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian attacked again. "Brat, I'm going to kill you!" the black-haired elder shouted. In the next moment, large amounts of blood suddenly gushed out from the wounds all over his body and gathered in his hand. Fragmentation Mystique, Scorpion King Stab. A scarlet scorpion tail appeared and directly struck Yi Xian's chest. "Let's see who dies, you or me." Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he faced the scorpion tail. Rip. Rip. 2 crisp sounds spread out. Yi Xian's chest was penetrated by the scorpion tail made of blood, but the Eye of Destruction also killed the black-haired elder. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian sensed that the Feast of Slaughter's enhancement had increased by 20%. He estimated that if he killed the third elder, the increase in strength could even reach 3 times. At that time, he would be able to display 4 times his combat strength. However, before he went to help, he had to do one more thing. The interspatial rings. 2 interspatial rings fell into his hands one after the other. Then, he devoured the contents of the rings, and his cultivation level increased greatly. "Ha, come and fight me." Yi Xian laughed loudly and rushed toward the third elder. Oh no! The third elder's face sank when he saw the other 2 die. He hurriedly turned around and fled toward the evil god palace. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't let him go and directly chased after him. "Vice sect leader, save me!" The elder suddenly shouted. Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment, he felt a powerful aura. 3rd level of the fragmentation realm? He gulped, but after carefully sensing it, he felt that it wasn't the case. The other party shouldn't be at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, but the peak of the 2nd level. The middle-aged man who flew out of the evil god palace had 7 yuan palaces in his body. Only 2 of them were shattered, so he was still at the second level of the fragmentation realm. However, the third Yuan Palace was about to shatter successfully. In other words, the other party was at the peak of the second level of the fragmentation realm and was about to break through to the third level. I didn't feel this aura before. It seems that he was in seclusion to break through. Now that I made such a big commotion, he had to come out of seclusion. Yi Xian immediately understood. Chapter 13-14. This middle-aged man was a vice leader of the Cthulhuism cult, and his wealth was probably not small. If he succeeded in killing him, Yi Xian might be able to reach the peak of 9th stage fulfillment realm. If everything went smoothly, he might be able to break through to the fragmentation realm. At that time, his team's battle power would increase by at least 10 times. Kill! Without another word, Yi Xian charged towards the third elder. Before he fought with the vice leader, he had to kill this third elder. Ding! The third round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Cthulhuism cult vice leader Shi Tianqing. If the mission is completed, the scorching hell will merge with the Eye of Control. The third round of the chain random mission had finally appeared. The scorching hell merging with the Eye of Control will definitely increase its power. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The scorching hell was a new skill after the Eye of Illusion merged with the burning eye. Now that it had merged with the Eye of Control, 3 soul attacks and 1 skill, it would be much more convenient in the future. No matter what, it was better to complete the mission first. Erupt with killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Another golden flame dragon swept out. Presumptuous. The vice leader of the Cthulhuism cult, Shi Tianqing, bellowed and attacked. However, he had underestimated Yi Xian. Bang! The golden flame dragon was struck by the scorpion shadow whip, but it was the scorpion shadow whip that dissipated, not the golden flame dragon. The golden flame dragon blocked the last elder's path. That was close. This elder breathed out in relief, but the danger was not over yet. 9 reincarnation flashes, third flash. Lil Luo suddenly leaped out from the side, directly passing by this elder. Swish! A head flew into the air, blood spurting into the air. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian also heard a system notification. Now that the 3 Cthulhuism cult elders were dead, the Feast of Slaughter's power had increased by 3 times. Hence, Yi Xian could exhibit 4 times the battle power. Young Master, the Universe Ring. As Luo's voice rang out, Yi Xian caught the universe ring that she had thrown at him. Without hesitation, Yi Xian devoured the items in the Ring of Cosmos, increasing his cultivation base once again. Just a little more and I'll be at the peak of the 9th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. As long as he killed this vice leader, he would definitely be able to break through to the fragmentation realm. Moreover, he had devoured that Cosmos ring, which was equivalent to increasing the number of things he had devoured by 4 times. Because of the effect of the Feast of Slaughter, although the benefits were only temporary, it was enough. Shi Tianqing, die! Yi Xian shouted and charged towards the vice leader of the Cthulhuism Society. The Cthulhuism cult's vice leader Shi Tianqing was shocked hearing Yi Xian's words. How did this human know his name? This brat's battle prowess is astonishing. If we capture him and offer him to the evil god will definitely be able to control him, Shi Tianqing thought to himself. Although Yi Xian was a human, as long as he passed through the evil god statue, he could instantly become the evil god's most loyal disciple. But in the next moment, Shi Tianqing realized how naive he was. Even if you're at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, I'm not afraid. That Yi Xian roared. Shameless boasting. Shi Tianqing harumphed and charged forward. Rumble! The 2 exchanged blows for the first time, causing a huge commotion. The 2 statues at the entrance of the Cthulhuism God Palace shattered. But right at this time, Yi Xian suddenly retreated a distance. Still want to run, take this? Shi Tianqing's eyes glimmered, and he shot forward like an arrow. Too naive, do you think I'm running? Seeing this, the corners of Yi Xian's lips curled up. Eye of Void. Eye of Destruction. It was the same type of trap again, but this time, it was very useful. A void gate opened behind Vice Leader Shi Tianqing, followed by a golden light slashing down from above. Shi Tianqing's reaction was fast, and he dodged to the side, dodging the attack. As expected of the Vice Hierarch. However, even if you can hide for a while, can you hide forever? Yi Xian tightened his grip on the scarlet flame sword. When the other side dodged, he attacked again. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Hoo. This golden flame dragon roared as it flew out. Want to hit me? Not so easy. Vice Leader Shi Tianqing harumphed coldly in his heart. He suddenly took out something from his spatial ring and blocked in front of him. It was a black scorpion statue. Seeing this, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The thing in the Vice Leader's hand was a small statue of the Cthulhuism god. Hoo. The golden flame dragon attacked, but the Cthulhuism god statue suddenly emitted a black light, splitting the golden flame dragon into two. It really has this effect. Yi Xian frowned. Although the other side had this life-saving divine artifact, Yi Xian did not believe that this thing could be used indefinitely. Let's see how many times you can block. Yi Xian attacked again. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Cold frost ghost hand. Eye of destruction. Splitting mountain foot. Yi Xian's attacks did not follow any pattern. Vice Leader Shi Tianqing was temporarily suppressed, and he kept using the Cthulhuism god statue to block. His expression was ugly. Gotcha. After Shi Tianqing used the Cthulhuism god statue to block 7 attacks, cracks finally appeared on the statue. Let's see how many times you can use it. The sharp-eyed Yi Xian saw this change and immediately laughed out loud. Not good, run. Shi Tianqing's face was ashen, and he retreated into the evil god palace. He could not block Yi Xian's attacks. If the Cthulhuism god statue in his hand cracked, it would be his death. Fortunately, there was still a Cthulhuism god statue in the evil god palace. He could use that statue to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's eye of perception covered a large area. The moment he stepped into the evil god palace, he saw the several meters tall Cthulhuism god statue. What the F***CK? There's a Cthulhuism god statue inside. Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly ordered Luoluo, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, destroy that Cthulhuism god statue inside. No problem. Old Tree, Luoluo, and Wei Zhentian were sent into the planting space and summoned out again. Not good. Shi Tianqing's eyes widened. Although he did not turn around, his spiritual sense had already found Luoluo and the others. If that Cthulhuism god statue was destroyed, he was dead for sure. Shi Juin, why aren't you back yet? Shi Tianqing cursed in his heart. Shi Juin was his son, and also the evil god cult's leader. However, Shi Juin had gone to the altar on the right and had not returned. While Shi Tianqing was lost in thought, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to attack. In less than 2 seconds, Luoluo sent a message. Young master, it's done. Luoluo shouted. Her voice entered Yi Xian and Shi Tianqing's ears, causing the latter's body to tremble. Chapter 13:15. 9 If you don't come back soon, father is going to die, Shi Tianqing prayed in his heart. He estimated that the fiend god statue in his hand could only withstand 3 more attacks. After 3 attacks, he would be heavily injured and killed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian seemed to have noticed something and increased the speed of his attacks. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. The fiend god statue blocked 2 more attacks for Shi Tianqing. At this time, the fiend god statue was covered in cracks. 1 more attack and it would be useless. At this time, a whistling sound broke through the air. Xiu. Wei Zhentian, who had completed his mission, suddenly pierced the fiend god statue in Shi Tianqing's hand. Gotcha. The fiend god statue was pierced through, losing its effect. Not good. Shi Tianqing was dumbstruck as he watched Yi Xian's long sword slash down. Erupt with killing intent. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. This time, Shi Tianqing was powerless to resist and was directly sliced to death by the Eye of Destruction. Shi Tianqing left behind a single sentence before collapsing to the ground. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. The system notified. At the same time, the Feast of Slaughter's killing intent increased again, but it was no longer useful to Yi Xian. Who is 9-in? Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't think too much about it and forgot about it in the blink of an eye. Ding. Chain of random mission 3rd round completed. Ding. Scorching Hell and Eye of Control merged. Ding. Host learned Eye of Heart. The 3 consecutive system notifications made the corners of Yi Xian's lips curl up slightly. New skill Eye of Heart. This Eye of Heart was a soul attack. It combined the Eye of Illusion, Eye of Burning, and Eye of Control into one, greatly increasing its effect. But he didn't know how effective it was. In that instant Yi Xian turned his head, looking at the several fiend god apostles who thought they had hidden well. Eye of Heart. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. Forget it. This evil god is the ancestor of the Scorpion Men. He might have reached the imperishable realm. It's not that simple. Yi Xian shook his head. The evil god apostle that was targeted by Yi Xian shuddered and immediately turned tail to run. Yi Xian was too lazy to chase after him. He directly devoured the items in the Cthulhuism Society's vice leader's Qian Kun ring. Ding. The host has reached the peak of the fulfillment realm. If you wish to break through, you will need 2,000 shattering pills. Yi Xian still had 2,000 shattering pills because he had already expected this. He immediately chose to break through. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough. The host is now at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 1st stage of the fragmentation stage. Ding. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Luoluo has broken through. She is currently at the 1st stage of the fragmentation stage. 4 consecutive system notifications rang. Yi Xian's current mood could no longer be described with words. After the system notification rang, Yi Xian felt one of his natal palaces suddenly shatter. Then his natal true qi overflowed and merged with his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. His physique skyrocketed by at least 3 times. So satisfying. Breaking through a major realm and increasing my strength is so satisfying. Yi Xian couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. The fragmentation realm, he finally reached the fragmentation realm. Then, the next major realm would be the Nirvana realm. This old man feels like he's dreaming. I've only been away for a short while and I've already broken through to the fragmentation realm. If we were in the primitive world of the wood spirit, I probably wouldn't be able to do it even if I had another 3,000 years. The old tree transformed into a bald old man and said excitedly, "Old tree, don't worry. After I break through, the life energy in my blood will skyrocket. You will probably break through again in a day or 2, Yi Xian said with a smile. That's for the best, the old tree said with a grin. In addition, the biggest gain from this extermination of the Cthulhuism Society was Luoluo. At this time, the number of faith crystals in Luoluo's interspatial ring was as high as 1 million. These were enough to support her breakthrough to the 3rd or even 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, so Yi Xian didn't have to worry about her. Young master, this seems to be a vice leader. Should we wait for their leader here? Luoluo suddenly asked. The leader of the Cthulhuism Society should have obtained the inheritance of the Cthulhuism god by chance. That's why he has these faith crystals. He probably has a lot of good stuff on him. However, we don't know his whereabouts now, so old tree, you stay here and guard. I'll go to the altar on the right. If anything happens, I'll break through the void and come back immediately. Yi Xian said to old tree. No problem. I'll inform you as soon as there's a situation. Old tree nodded. He and Yi Xian could communicate through space. It wouldn't be a problem even if they were separated by a continent. All right, in that case I'll go. Yi Xian nodded and then left the Cthulhuism Palace. The Cthulhuism Society had 2 altars. The first one was on the left, and the one Yi Xian was going to was on the right. After breaking through to the fragmentation realm, his strength had increased by at least 5 times. His shadow steps also became faster and faster. He estimated that he could reach the altar on the right in an hour. Luo Luo stayed in the planting space and refined the faith crystals. Yi Xian estimated that she could break through again in 1 or 2 days. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the second Cthulhuism god altar. At this time, this Cthulhuism god altar was already built. A large number of Cthulhuism god apostles were kneeling around the altar. They were all wearing a strange energy cloak. On the altar, there was a lot of blood surging up and gathering toward the Cthulhuism god statue. There are so many 9th stage Cthulhuism god apostles. It seems that they all broke through by worshipping the Cthulhuism god. Yi Xian's eyes sharpened. These Cthulhuism god apostles were all scorpion men. They were the descendants of the Cthulhuism god to begin with. It was very easy for them to become loyal followers. The more loyal one's faith was, the greater the increase in their cultivation. That was why many of them broke through to the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm. There were at least 100 of them. Yi Xian scanned them with the eye of revelation and found that there were several first-stage fragmentation realm enforcers and 1 Cthulhuism god elder among the hundreds of people. However, he did not see anyone who seemed to be the cult leader. "He's not here." Yi Xian frowned and looked carefully. There was indeed only a second-stage fragmentation realm elder. It seemed that the cult leader of the Cthulhuism society was not here. "Old tree, is there any movement from the Cthulhuism god palace?" Yi Xian asked in his mind. "No, nothing has happened in the past hour or so." Old tree replied. The cult leader of the Cthulhuism society was not at the right altar, nor was he at the Cthulhuism god palace. Could it be that he went to the left altar? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then rushed out. Chapter 13:16. As Yi Xian had already activated the killing feast once before, he could not activate it this time. However, it did not matter as he had already broken through to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. His current strength was not something the Cthulhuism society in the Desert of Despair could deal with. Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, deal with those Cthulhuism apostles. Don't let any of them escape. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian. Okay. Luo Luo replied softly and turned into a flash of light. With her cultivation level, she could use Fox Demon Flash limitlessly. Wherever she passed, heads would fly and blood would splatter into the sky. As for Wei Zhentian, he also turned into a green heavenly dragon. He could crush a person's head with 1 claw and kill 4 or 5 people with 1 whip. As for Yi Xian, he rushed directly to the Cthulhuism altar. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Yi Xian raised his hand and swung his sword. The golden flame dragon whizzed out and headed straight for the Cthulhuism statue. Stop him. The Cthulhuism society elder guarding the Cthulhuism altar shouted angrily. The other 3 Cthulhuism society guardians heard him and rushed over. However, their attacks were unable to defeat the golden flame dragon. We can't let you touch the Cthulhuism statue. The Cthulhuism society elder blocked in front of the Cthulhuism god statue and threw a punch. Rumble. The fist shadow and the golden flame dragon collided and dissipated almost at the same time. 1 was at the second stage of the fragmentation realm and 3 were at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. The 4 of them only managed to disperse one of Yi Xian's attacks. It was enough to show how powerful Yi Xian's attacks were. I was afraid of my doppelganger dying before. Now that I've broken through to the fragmentation realm, why should I be afraid of you? Yi Xian sneered and split himself. Ice and fire dual dragon sword array. Dual dragon roar. This attack was twice as powerful as the peerless flame dragon slash. Even the Cthulhuism society elder at the second stage of the fragmentation realm could not block it, let alone a first stage guardian. However, the Cthulhuism god statue was already built. The Cthulhuism society elder directly used the Cthulhuism god's will on the statue. Huff huff. This Cthulhuism society elder stood in front of the Cthulhu statue. The energy he used had split the twin dragon roar into 2, but the Cthulhu statue was not damaged at all. So what if you're using the will of the evil god? Let's see how you block this move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and 2 twin dragon sword bells suddenly appeared. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. Just now, the power of the dual dragon roar was very fierce, but it was a straight-line attack. Now, this dual dragon roar of ice and fire was a powerful group attack skill. Yi Xian didn't believe that the other party could block an all-round sound wave attack. As the dragon's roar reverberated, the 3 Cthulhuism cult protectors, who were at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, were sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. Fortunately, that Cthulhuism cult elder was able to use the will of the Cthulhuism cult to block the attack. However, he had used the will of the heretic god statue, which meant that the statue's will had been weakened. Gotcha. When the dragon roar hit the evil god statue, a crisp sound was heard. This was the sound of the evil god statue shattering. Oh no! The Cthulhuism cult elder's expression changed drastically. Although Yi Xian was only at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, he could accurately sense that Yi Xian's strength wasn't something that he could deal with. While he was still in shock, another 3 crisp sounds were heard from the side. He glanced around and saw that the 3 Cthulhuism cult protectors had been beheaded by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After 3 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a notch. The Cthulhuism cult elder's expression was gloomy. He knew that he only had one last option left. If he didn't kill Yi Xian, all of them would die. Evil God, grant me power. At this moment, the Cthulhuism cult elder suddenly roared. In the next moment, he channeled all the will of the evil god from the evil god statue onto himself. The Cthulhuism cult elder's expression was ferocious as he threw a punch at Yi Xian with all his might. This attack was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. Even if it hit a 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, it would probably be able to kill him. Yi Xian was only a 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. He definitely wouldn't be able to block this attack. However, only a fool would receive this attack. Going all out, huh? Yi Xian sneered. He turned into a black ray of light and dodged this attack. Whoosh, whoosh. The shadow of the fist whizzed past. It didn't hit Yi Xian, but it killed more than 10 Cthulhuism cult apostles. Seeing this, the Cthulhuism cult elder knew that he was dead meat. Now that he had used up all the will of the evil god, how could he block Yi Xian? Tell me the location of the Cthulhuism cult leader, and I'll spare your life. Yi Xian said as he dashed in front of the Cthulhuism cult elder. Cult leader? The Cthulhuism cult elder was stunned. Yi Xian actually dared to find trouble with the Cthulhuism cult leader. He was really courting death. However, he didn't know. Bastard, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Cthulhuism cult elder pounced toward Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Shameless boasting. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and flung the sword in his hand. Swish! The Cthulhuism cult elder's head and half of his scorpion tail flew into the air. Immediately, Yi Xian heard a series of system notifications. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Now that the expert guarding the Cthulhuism cult altar had been killed by Yi Xian, the altar was considered to be useless. Luo Wei Zhentian, leave some people behind. Yi Xian said in his mind. He still wanted to find the Cthulhuism cult leader. Perhaps someone would know where the Cthulhuism cult leader was. Understood. Luo nodded. After a while, there were only 30 Cthulhuism cult apostles left. They were all caught together. If they made any move, they would be killed instantly. Let me ask you, where is your cult leader? Yi Xian asked directly after he finished collecting the spoils. Cult leader? Cult leader came half a day ago. After absorbing some of the Cthulhuism cult leader's will, he left. One of the Cthulhuism cult apostles said. Sure enough, there are still some who are afraid of death. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Previously, Luo said that the Cthulhuism cult leader's will was a strand of remnant consciousness of the Cthulhuism cult leader. However, it seemed that the Cthulhuism cult leader's will on the Cthulhuism cult leader's statue was just a trace of suppression. There was no remnant consciousness at all. After all, the Cthulhuism cult leader's realm was the same as theirs. How could a remnant consciousness manage this place? There were probably countless Cthulhuism cult leaders in the glazed light's sacred ground. Even if the cult leader of the Cthulhuism cult leader was a Nirvana realm martial artist, he was probably just an ant in the eyes of the Cthulhuism cult leader. Why did your cult leader absorb the Cthulhuism cult leader's will? Yi Xian asked again. Cult leader seems to have obtained the Cthulhuism cult leader's inheritance. He absorbed the Cthulhuism cult leader's will to cultivate. Someone answered. Then did your Cthulhuism cult leader show himself? Chapter 13:17. Then, has your evil god ever appeared? Once those words were spoken, everyone shook their heads. Since the evil god had never appeared, they didn't know if the evil god had truly obtained the inheritance. Perhaps he had only obtained a method to spread the evil god religion, such as how to forge the evil god altar and evil god statue. Alright, this is the last question. Whoever can answer it will live. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the 30 people and said, I only need the whereabouts of your evil god religion leader. Who knows? Even the elders might not know the whereabouts of the evil god religion leader. They were merely evil god apostles. How could they know? Fine, I'll send you on your way. Yi Xian didn't intend to ask any more questions. He directly used his 10,000 mammoth force to break the necks of these evil god apostles. Kacha! 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 With crisp sounds, these people's corpses fell to the ground, lifeless. Young master, the evil god religion leader might be hiding to cultivate, or he might be on his way back to the evil god palace. What should we do? Luo Luo asked. I'll return to the altar on the left to take a look. Yi Xian directly tore through the void and returned to the evil god altar that was destroyed by the golden armored man. However, it was still in a dilapidated state, without a trace of life. Oh right, the chain of random missions didn't ask me to kill the evil god religion leader. Seems like they calculated that I won't be able to encounter him. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. In the chain of random missions, the first part was to destroy the evil god statue outside the evil god palace. The second part was to kill less than 100 evil god apostles, and the third part was to kill the evil god religion vice leader. Forget it. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and directly dismantled the evil god altar on the right. After all, this was a large amount of ores. Under the evil god altar, there were thousands of dried corpses. Their blood had been drawn onto the evil god altar to activate the evil god statue. After destroying the evil god altar, Yi Xian returned to the evil god palace. I'll wait here for a day and see if the Cthulhuism society leader returns. Yi Xian thought in his heart that he would stay in the evil god palace. He reckoned that the Cthulhuism society leader might have gone to another place and might return soon. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. One day later. Forget it, this Cthulhuism society's leader is not coming back. I better leave the Desert of Despair and investigate the Xian Ming duo demons. In the evil god palace, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up. At this moment, roughly 2 days had passed since the golden armored man took the Xian Ming duo demons away. The golden armored man was from the Fox Charm clan, so it might be easier to investigate him. Luo Luo old tree, Wei Zhentian, let's go. After Yi Xian said this in his mind, he left the evil god palace and headed north. There were many tribes in the Desert of Despair, but the strongest of them was at the 9th level of the fulfillment realm at best. Yi Xian did not dare to be interested in them. With the shadow steps, Yi Xian estimated that he would be able to leave the Desert of Despair in a day's time. Another day passed, and Yi Xian finally left the Desert of Despair. Near the Desert of Despair's exit was a yellow sand city, hence Yi Xian wanted to go there to gather information. At the same time, when he was leaving the Desert of Despair, the evil god palace, which had been abandoned, welcomed its new master. This new owner was a long-haired young man called Shi, the evil god cult's leader. The evil god cult's vice leader Shi Tiancheng was from the Scorpion tribe, and Shi was Shi Tiancheng's son, so naturally he was also from the Scorpion tribe. However, Shi did not have the black scorpion tail unique to the Scorpion tribe on his back because he had cut it off himself. At this time, he was no different from a human. What happened? Shi was shocked when he returned. Looking at the dilapidated evil god palace, He rushed inside. There was no one inside the evil god palace, but there were many bloodstains. At the same time, he found a blood stain that was similar to his bloodline. Not good. Shi Jiuyin's face tightened subconsciously. At this time, a person rushed into the evil god palace. It was an apostle wearing the evil god cult's robes. Leader, you're finally back. When the evil god apostle saw Shi Jiuyin, he ran over in a hurry. What happened? Shi Jiuyin's eyes widened as he asked. No, I don't know. Previously, there was a human who brought a fox, a tree, and a sword over. Not only did they kill a few protectors and elders, but even the vice sect master died at their hands. The evil god apostle shook his head vehemently. Human, fox race member, tree, sword? Shi Jiuyin was stupefied. In the next moment, his right hand pierced into the evil god apostle's head. Soul-searching art. A light flickered in Shi Jiuyin's eyes. Using a secret technique, he began to search the evil god apostle's memories. The evil god apostle's body stiffened. He was one of the survivors of the great battle that day. Therefore, after Shi Jiuyin searched his memories for the past 3 days, he understood what had happened. Who is it? When Shi Jiuyin found out that his father had died in Yi Xian's hands, he was so enraged that a surge of true qi rushed out from his body. The evil god apostle's head suddenly exploded, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Shi Jiuyin had obtained the evil god apostle's inheritance, but before he could spread the news of the evil god cult, he had met with a calamity. Moreover, he didn't know who killed his father, only his face. Oh right, fox race member, outside the desert of despair, there is a Hu Mei family. Shi Jiuyin suddenly thought of this matter. Through this evil god apostle's memories, he saw Luo. Therefore, he had a feeling that Luo was a member of that Hu Mei family. Since that was the case, he decided to make a trip to that Hu Mei family. On the other side, Yi Xian had already left the desert of despair and arrived at Wind Sand City shortly after. This time, he was here to gather information. However, before he could enter the city, a person walked up to him. Mister, you look unfamiliar to me. This should be your first time in Wind Sand City, right? I have lived here for many years. If you need anything, I can show you the way. The person walking up to him was a human, but Yi Xian saw through his disguise. Demonic Snake Tribe? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, asking directly, do you know if there are any Fox race members in Wind Sand City? Fox race members? The Demonic Snake Tribe's cultivator raised his eyebrows, saying, there are Fox race members in Wind Sand City, but there aren't many of them. If Mr. is looking for them, you can head to the west, there is a Hu Mei family there. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but shoot out 2 rays of light. Chapter 13:18. Have you seen these 3 people before? As Yi Xian spoke, he took out 3 portraits from his interspatial ring. 2 of the portraits were of the Xianming duo, while the third one was drawn by Yi Xian based on his memory. It was the golden-armored man who took the Xianming duo away. I don't know these 2, but this man looks familiar. Let me think. The Phantom Snake Clan martial practitioner frowned and thought for a while. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, I remember now. This man looks like young Master Hu. Who is young Master Hu? Yi Xian could not help but ask. Young Master Hu is the son-in-law of Winds and City's city lord. He's from the Phantom Fox clan that I mentioned earlier. However, he married the city lord's daughter last year, the Phantom Snake Clan martial practitioner replied. The golden-armored man who took the Xianming duo away looks very similar to young Master Hu. Moreover, young Master Hu is from the Fox clan. Perhaps they are related by blood. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he continued to ask, then where can I find young Master Hu? Oh, this young Master Hu is promiscuous by nature. After he was engaged to the city lord's daughter, he continued to fool around outside. I think he should be enjoying himself in the great desert amorous feelings right now. The Demonic Snake Clan martial artist pointed at Sandstorm City and said, oh, the location of the great desert. As long as you follow this city gate road, you will arrive at the center of the city. There are all kinds of girls there. The scorpion race, the tiger race, the giant elephant race, the human race, the fox race, and the demonic snake clan. There are a total of 13 races of girls there. Alright, I understand. Yi Xian nodded and then took out 10 fragmentation pills from his devouring space and threw them to the martial practitioner. Fragmentation pills? Seeing this, the 9th level fulfillment realm martial practitioner from the Phantom Snake clan was shocked. He was here specifically to guide people. These 10 fragmentation pills were equivalent to at least a year's worth of income. The surrounding people all looked at him enviously. At this time, Yi Xian had already entered Winzen City. After entering the city, he followed the martial practitioner's guidance and arrived at the Great Desert Amorous Feelings. Even if no one said it, Yi Xian would understand it at a glance. Which decent industry would have a few beautiful girls wearing sexy clothes standing at the entrance? Young master, you're so handsome. Do you want to come in and play? Young master, you've broken through to the void-breaking realm at such a young age, so your physique must be very strong. Do you want to fight for 300 rounds? Young master, come in and play. We won't charge you. When the ladies saw Yi Xian stop outside the Grand Desert Amorous Ground, they immediately came forward to greet him. Forget about the catwoman, fox race women, and human race women, there was still the ferocious tiger race, raging bull race, and others. What the F***ck was this? Yi Xian, who was not in the mood for romance in the desert, was dragged in by a cat girl and a fox girl. However, before he arrived, he used his eye of perception to scan the area and discovered that there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this desert. Not to mention the hundreds of private rooms, there were more than 20 fragmentation realm martial artists wandering outside alone, and 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. In addition to doing that kind of thing in the desert, there was also a place to enjoy singing and dancing. Therefore, there were many people drinking and chatting outside. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It seemed that it was time for him to strike it rich. Take me to the 3rd floor. Yi Xian said to a charming fox girl beside him. The 3rd floor? The fox girl at the 8th level of the fulfillment realm was shocked. She shook her head and said, Young master who has booked the entire 3rd floor. Do you know young master who? Young master who? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had found the right place. Almost all of these fragmentation realm martial artists were gathered on the 3rd floor. It seemed that he had found the right place. Yes, I am young master whose friend. Yi Xian nodded. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Ding. Control successful. This fox girl was immediately controlled by Yi Xian's Eye of Mind. The effect of the new skill, Eye of Mind, was much stronger than the Eye of Control. Moreover, it consumed less eye power. It was truly a divine skill. Yes, I will take you up now. The fox girl nodded. Then, she directly led Yi Xian upstairs. Seeing this, the surrounding women from various races all revealed looks of envy. Young master who was the future city lord of Wind Sand City. Those who could establish a relationship with young master who were not ordinary people. The 3rd floor of the amorous scene in the desert was actually protected by a formation. However, Yi Xian not only had the eye of perception, but also his spiritual sense and killer instinct. On the 3rd floor of the amorous scene in the desert, a group of singers and dancers were playing and dancing. At the same time, on the side of the street, a few young men were drinking and having fun. Each of them was accompanied by 2 naked women. Soon, the fox girl led Yi Xian to the 3rd floor. What are you doing here? A questioning voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and saw a young woman guarding the entrance of the formation. Manager, he is young master whose friend. The fox girl replied. Why go through so much trouble? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Then, the young woman was controlled by Yi Xian. How could a mere 1st tier of the fragmentation realm block his eye of perception? Greetings, master. The young woman said. She took off the interspatial ring in her hand and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and looked inside. There were many things inside. There were more than 2,000 fragmentation pills. Enough talk. Take me in. Yi Xian continued. The manager of the amorous scene in the desert nodded. Then he used a special method to open the formation. Immediately, singing voices sounded. At the same time, they attracted the attention of the young men. Manager, Who is this person? A young man at the end of the line asked in surprise. When they entered, Yi Xian had continuously used his eye of perception to control the people on the third floor, except for the 3-second tier fragmentation realm cultivators. Then Yi Xian focused his gaze. His attention fell on the young man from the fox tribe who was surrounded by 2 naked women. As expected, he looks a little like him. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that that person was young Master Hu. Or you? Young Master Hu glanced at the people around him and asked. Yi Xian was about the same age as them, but he had already reached the fragmentation realm. It seemed that he was some young master of Sandstorm City. However, he found it strange that he had never seen him before. Yi Xian did not answer this question. His eyes flickered again. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 consecutive system notifications sounded. The 2 guards beside young master who had also become Yi Xian's servants. These 2 guards were from the Sandstorm City's City Lord Mansion. They were sent by the City Lord to protect young Master Hu. Both of them were at the 2nd tier of the fragmentation realm. Chapter 1319. Yi Xian thought to himself as he used his eye of the soul on young Master Hu. However, the notification that he had imagined sounded, but the notification was wrong. Ding. Control failed. Yi Xian instantly controlled the other 2 guards, but Yi Xian actually failed to control young Master Hu. Young Master Hu frowned as he was attacked by the soul attack. He looked at Yi Xian. His first reaction was that it was Yi Xian's doing. At this moment, Yi Xian also realized why young Master Hu was able to block his soul attack. There was actually more than half a charm fusion crystal in young Master Hu's body. The charm fusion crystal could greatly increase the strength of one's soul and the charm ability of the fox charm people. After leaving the Blood Rock continent, this was the first time Yi Xian saw someone condense a charm fusion crystal. Although it wasn't completely condensed, it was already very good. As for the golden armored man who left that day, Yi Xian couldn't see if the golden armored man also had a charm fusion crystal because he was too far away and his realm was too low. Luo. The charm fusion crystal in this brat's body is almost fully condensed. Is it useful to you? Yi Xian hurriedly asked in his mind. Charm fusion crystal? In the planting space, Luo's eyes lit up when she heard this. She said, yes, as long as you give it to me, my charm fusion crystal will become stronger. Alright, then I'll get it for you. Yi Xian's eyes widened. At this moment, young Master Hu knew that he was attacked by Yi Xian's soul attack. He couldn't help but shout angrily, how dare you use a soul attack on me? Catch him. Unfortunately, when he finished speaking, the 2 people behind him didn't move. The moment young Master Hu turned his head, the 2 people suddenly attacked. A large hand directly locked onto young Master Hu's throat, while the other person stabbed a sword into young Master Hu's chest. What? Young Master Hu's eyes widened. He didn't understand why the 2 guards sent by his father-in-law would attack him. Suddenly, he felt something and hurriedly shouted, what are you doing? He felt that this hand had already grabbed the charm fusion crystal in his body. This charm fusion crystal had not been completely formed yet. If he forcibly removed it, his cultivation realm would fall. It might even fall from the fragmentation realm to the fulfillment realm. No way, young Master Hu was shocked and hurriedly made a move. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared and grabbed the guard's hand. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. As soon as the charm fusion crystal was extracted from young Master Hu's body, young Master Hu's true energy leaked out. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level dropped to the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. With the charm fusion crystal, I can't control you. Now that you don't have the charm fusion crystal, let's see what you can do. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used his eye of the heart. Ding! Control successful. This time, young Master Hu was successfully charmed by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. Young Master Hu had his charm fusion crystal taken out, said weakly. Not bad. I haven't fallen to the fulfillment realm yet. Yi Xian glanced at him and said slowly. At this moment, young Master Hu had fallen to the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. His combat power was less than 10%. Then, Luo Luo suddenly appeared and took the charm fusion crystal from Yi Xian's hand. Hee hee, thank you, young master. Luo Luo chuckled. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then, he took out the portrait from before and asked, "Do you know this person?" The portrait in his hand was of the golden armored man who took away the dark underworld duo demons. When young master Hu saw it, he nodded. "I know him. He's my father, Hu Tai." As expected, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had guessed so before because young master Hu looked too similar to the golden armored man. What's his current cultivation level? Where is he? Yi Xian continued to ask. The last time I saw my father was half a year ago. At that time, he was at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. I heard that he took on a mission last month. I don't know if he has returned to the Fox Mei clan yet, young master Hu said honestly. 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, Yi Xian gulped. With his current cultivation level, he couldn't deal with an expert at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. Moreover, Hu Tai might have handed the dark underworld duo demons to a stronger escort and received a reward. The worst-case scenario was that he had broken through to the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. All right. Then, is there anyone in your Fox Mei clan who has condensed the charm fusion crystal? Yi Xian continued to ask. Yes, there are still some. Young master Hu nodded and said, however, master, the person who refines the charm fusion crystal must be a member of the Fox clan. Moreover, there's a possibility that they will explode and die. It's fine. It's a piece of cake for me to refine these. Luo Luo knew that young master Hu was talking about her, so she quickly replied. When Yi Xian heard this, he was relieved. After all, Luo Luo wouldn't joke around with her life. Moreover, she had already refined one crystal. This wasn't a big deal. Most importantly, Luo Luo was a heaven-loathing fox. Her bloodline was so heaven-defying. Could it be that she couldn't even refine one charm fusion crystal? Tell me more about your clan, Yi Xian said. Then, young master Hu told them about his clan without hiding anything. For example, he told them how many experts and geniuses there were in his clan. However, when he talked about a person, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were shocked. Not only did Hu Xinlan condense the charm fusion crystal, but she also cultivated the Eye of Charm? Yi Xian and Luo Luo exchanged glances. What's the Eye of Charm? Luo Luo asked curiously. Replying to Little Master, when someone condenses a complete charm fusion crystal, they can have 3 tails. If he cultivated 2 eyes of enchantment, he would have 6 tails. In the Fox Mei clan, the number of tails is used to determine one's aptitude and status, young master Hu replied. 3 tails, 6 tails. Yi Xian frowned. He remembered that Luo Luo only grew 3 tails after refining the first charm fusion crystal. At that time, the beast god bloodline had mutated once. Then, Luo Luo cultivated the Heart Sutra of Charm and grew 6 tails. The beast god bloodline had mutated again because of that. Could it be that the Eye of Charm was the key to growing 9 tails? Since there are 3 tails, 6 tails, is there a 9 tails? Yi Xian asked again. Although young master Hu was already his subordinate, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't lose control. Just in case, he didn't want to reveal the Heart Sutra of Charm. Yes, with the Charm Fusion Crystal, you can grow 3 tails. With the Eye of Charm, you can grow 6 tails. As for how to grow 9 tails, you have to cultivate a technique called the Heart Sutra of Charm. Young master Hu nodded. As expected, it was the Heart Sutra of Charm. Doesn't your clan have it? Yi Xian asked. Chapter 1320. Yi Xian exchanged glances with Luo Luo and asked, has Hu Xinlan grown 6 tails yet? Not yet. She can only grow 6 tails if she cultivates the second Eye of Enchantment. Young master Hu shook his head. Young master, the Heart Sutra of Enchantment I obtained before was only incomplete. I only managed to cultivate it after I filled in the gaps in my inherited memories, Luo Luo said telepathically. Now that Yi Xian knew that the golden armored man was young master Hu's father and that the Hu Mei clan had the method to cultivate the Eye of Enchantment, it seemed that he had to make a trip to the Hu Mei clan. If everything went well, Luo Luo might be able to transform into a 9-tailed beast again. At that time, Yi Xian's beast god bloodline would also evolve again. Can you touch the cultivation method to cultivate the eye of enchantment? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, but I can't bring the cultivation method out. I have to go in by myself. If Master wants to let little Master in, I should be able to do it, young Master Hu replied. All right. Yi Xian nodded. However, before leaving, Yi Xian naturally had to empty the interspatial rings of the people around him. Moreover, young Master Hu was the son-in-law of Winds and City's city governor, who was at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm. If he could control him, Yi Xian would definitely be able to break through to the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. Therefore, he wanted to go to the city governor's mansion first. However, at the moment when he brought young Master Hu away from the great desert scene, a group of people stopped them. It's the city governor's guards. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The leader of this group of guards was at the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm. The other 4 were also at the 1st level of the fragmentation realm. You're looking for me? Young Master Hu asked in surprise. Young city governor, please come back with us. The city governor has an urgent matter, the leader of the guards said. What's the matter? Young Master Hu asked again. You'll know when we get back, the leader of the guards replied. At this moment, young Master Hu felt that something was amiss. This group of guards had treated him well before, but now, all right, let's go. Young Master Hu didn't think too much about it. Wait a minute, the city lord didn't invite random people to wait. The captain of the guards suddenly said. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Yi Xian. Miscellaneous people? Hearing this, Yi Xian was somewhat displeased. His eyes flickered a few times as he took control of this group of guards. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 5 system notifications rang out consecutively. Although the guard captain was at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm, he was still easily subdued by Yi Xian. Why is your city lord looking for him? Yi Xian asked bluntly. The city lord thinks that the young city lord is too extravagant and unfit for important responsibilities, so he wants the young miss to break off the engagement. The captain of the guards answered directly. Annul the engagement? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at young Master Hu. So be it. This marriage was originally agreed to by my father. Do you think I, Hu Lai, care? Young Master Hu snorted coldly. Yi Xian did not care. Anyway, his purpose was to go to the city lord's mansion to borrow a sum of money to break through to the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. However, this young master whose name was a little funny. He was actually called Hu Lai. Since the guard captain was under control, Yi Xian could naturally follow him. Then, the few of them headed for the city lord's mansion. However, just as they were rushing to Winds and City, they suddenly attracted the attention of a few people. These people were all at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. They concealed their auras and hid in the crowd. There are 4 at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm, and even 1 at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm? Yi Xian's footsteps paused. There was only 1 expert at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm in Winds and City, and that was the city lord of Winds and City. Then, was this expert just passing by, or did he have other motives? Soon Yi Xian found out. Bush, bush, bush. Suddenly, the sound of wind could be heard. What? The guard captain and young master whose 2 bodyguards trembled and directly raised their hands to fight back. Bam, bam, bam. Their sneak attack was defeated. Who are you sneaking up on? The guard captain shouted at the sky. However, before he could finish his words, the group of experts hidden in the surroundings suddenly charged out. 4 at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm, and 1 at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. As expected, we are the target. Yi Xian immediately reacted. No, to be precise, the target was not them, but young Master Hu. Someone wanted to kill Hu Lai. It should be the underworld's assassins. I'll make sure you don't return. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly used his mind's eye. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 4 consecutive system notifications sounded. The 4 assassins at the second stage of the fragmentation realm were all under Yi Xian's control. Then Yi Xian focused his gaze on the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm. Judging from his body shape, he should be a human. This Hu Lai is still useful to me. I can't let you kill her. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he used his mind's eye again. The assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm shuddered and thought in shock, what a powerful soul attack. Who is it? To be able to affect his soul attack, it had to be at least at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. However, what he did not know was that the 4 experts at the second stage of the fragmentation realm who had also accepted this mission had already switched sides to Yi Xian's side. Bush, bush, bush. The sound of wind appeared again. What? The assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was shocked because the people who had sneaked up on him were his 4 companions. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was sent flying. He did not understand why his 4 companions would sneak up on him. At this time, a black stream of light had already darted behind him. I wanted to go to the city lord's mansion, but I think it's about time to kill you all. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he slashed out with his sword. Killing intent explosion. Flame Dragon's unparalleled slash. The golden flame dragon swallowed the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm. However, as a professional assassin, his reaction was astonishingly fast. Suddenly, a golden slash shot out of the flame dragon's body. Swish. The assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was directly beheaded. If it was a one-on-one situation, it would probably take Yi Xian a few seconds to kill him. However, the assassin at the third stage of the fragmentation realm was sneak attacked by his own people, so he was instantly killed. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification proved that the assassin was already dead. Yi Xian quickly went over and took the interspatial ring. Although there were many things inside, it was not enough. However, as long as he added the other 4 people's rings, it would be enough. When Yi Xian took the interspatial rings of the other 4 people, 2 system notifications finally rang out. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is currently at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Chapter 1321. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding. Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. Host is currently at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian did not expect his breakthrough speed to surpass Luo Luo and the old tree. TSK, I originally needed half a day. Now that young master's realm has surpassed mine, I think I only need an hour, the old tree in the planting space said with a smile. At this moment, there were only 7 Yuan palaces left in Yi Xian's body. The innate qi of the 8th Yuan palace that had just been shattered had once again fused with his physique. Who are you? Why do you want to kill Hu Lai? Yi Xian asked the 4 assassins. We accepted the mission from the North Upper City's underworld branch. Kill Hu Lai and we'll get 100,000 fragmentation pills, one of the assassins replied. 100,000 fragmentation pills? How generous! Yi Xian's heart trembled as he turned to look at Hu Lai. Do you know who wants you dead? Hu Lai thought for a moment and said, It should be my clansmen. My clan is currently fighting for power, so they might not want me to become the son-in-law of Winds and City's city lord. I see. Yi Xian could understand. If Hu Lai married the daughter of Winds and City's city lord, then Winds and City would be on his side. However, it was really ruthless to kill one's own clansmen in an internal struggle for power. In that case, let's go to your clan, Yi Xian said. Then he casually killed the remaining 4 assassins with a single sword strike. Yes, master. Young master Hu nodded and left with Yi Xian. Yi Xian originally wanted to break through to the second stage of the fragmentation realm through Winds and City's city lord's mansion. However, he suddenly broke through earlier because of the song, so there was no need for him to go to Winds and City. He heard that the city lord of Winds and City was not bad. Yi Xian immediately left Winds and City with Hu Lai and headed to the Fox Mei clan on the west side of Winds and City. Along the way, the old tree and Luo Luo also broke through to the second level of the fragmentation realm, giving Yi Xian the confidence to infiltrate the Fox Mei clan. With the help of the Shadow Steps, Hu Lai arrived at the Hu clan in half a day. The Hu clan was built in a valley, and there was a spirit gathering array inside. It was a pretty good place to cultivate. "Master, I'll bring you in," Hu Lai said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at Luo Luo and nodded slightly. This time, he was here to help Luo Luo obtain the cultivation technique for the Eye of Charm and investigate Hu Tai's whereabouts at the same time. The moment he entered, Yi Xian saw a Fox clan member with 3 measurements passing by. "Your Hu clan has produced quite a few geniuses." Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. "That's because the old ancestor of my armor possesses the noble bloodline of the Snow Wind Fox. He was once an elite at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. That's why my Hu family has been able to prosper for so long," Hu Lai replied. "Snow Wind Fox, huh?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Hu Lai had mentioned that Hu Xinlan not only cultivated the Eye of Charm, but also had the physique of a Snow Wind Fox. Moreover, she was the focus of the Hu clan's nurturing. She was much younger than Hu Lai, only 18 years old. It was said that she was about to break through to the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. However, Yi Xian didn't care about that. After entering the Hu clan, Hu Lai brought Yi Xian back to his residence to see if his father was home. However, Hu Lai was notorious. Along the way, many people looked at him with disdain, as well as Yi Xian and Luo Luo. The old ancestor of the Hu clan was a white fox. However, after activating the bloodline of the Snow Wind Fox, he grew blue fur. His wife was a golden fox, so the Hu clan had all kinds of foxes. However, he had never seen a fox with golden fur like Luo Luo, so Yi Xian asked Luo Luo to cover up the golden fur. "Master, please wait here for a moment." Hu Lai brought Yi Xian to a residence and said, "But..." Yi Xian nodded and watched Hu Lai leave. The mysterious underworld duo demons probably asked Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, to search for him and Luo Luo, so when he came in he changed his appearance. Even Luo Luo wore a mask. Soon Hu Lai came out. "My mother said that my father hasn't come back yet, but I've already taken a token to enter the Fox King Palace." Hu Lai handed the token to Yi Xian. "I'm afraid I'll be exposed if I'm not a member of the Hu clan, right?" Luo Luo asked with a frown. "No, my Hu clan has tens of thousands of clansmen." Hu Lai shook her head. "But Luo Luo is at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm." Yi Xian suddenly reminded her. The 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. There were hundreds of experts at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm in the Hu clan, but Luo Luo was 2 years younger than Hu Xinlan, the number 1 genius of the Hu clan. She would be exposed if she went over. "The guard is one of my clan brothers. He's at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. You just have to say that you're my father's illegitimate daughter. It won't be a problem," Hu Lai said. "In that case, let's go. If it doesn't work, we'll force our way in." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. As long as he could get the cultivation method to cultivate the Eye of Charm, he would go even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Then, Hu Lai led the 2 of them to the Fox King Palace. The Fox King Palace was an important place in the Hu clan. However, since nothing had happened in the Hu clan, most of the guards here had been removed. Hu Lai led Yi Xian and Yi Xian to the Fox King Palace. Then, she jogged over and whispered a few words to the guard at the door. "What? Illegitimate daughter?" The guard was shocked. It was the first time he heard that Hu Tai had an illegitimate daughter. "Shoo, don't talk nonsense. My mother already knows," Hu Lai said in a low voice and handed an interspatial ring to him. The guard was a little hesitant. Then, he took the interspatial ring. There were a total of 2,000 fragmentation pills in the interspatial ring. "All right, don't cause trouble after you go in. Otherwise, I won't be able to clean up the mess." The guard finally made the decision. After all, 2,000 fragmentation pills was already a considerable amount of wealth to him. "Thank you, clan brother." Hu Lai thanked him. "Speaking of which, what's wrong with your aura? Why does it seem like you've fallen back to the 1st tier of the void-breaking realm?" The guard asked in surprise. "Ahem, something went wrong with my cultivation. I'll be fine after I recover for a while. Hu Lai hurriedly found a reason to fill it in. Then, she quickly ran down the stairs and told Yi Xian what happened. This guard was at the second tier of the void-breaking realm and had almost condensed the amalgamation crystal of charm. Therefore, Yi Xian probably couldn't control him. Fortunately, the guard chose to turn a blind eye to it. Luluo, go in with Hu Lai, Yi Xian said to Luoluo. Hu Lai's mother was an elder of the Hu clan. Luoluo had Hu Lai's mother's token, so she could enter. As for Hu Lai, he could enter and leave the Fox King Palace, so there was no problem. Chapter 1322. Okay. Luoluo nodded and followed Hu Lai into the Fox King Palace. Although Yi Xian was in possession of the technique, all Luoluo had to do was to read the technique out loud and Yi Xian would be able to copy it down. After a while, Luoluo began to report the technique word by word to Yi Xian. Ding! Copy successful. In less than a minute, a system notification rang out. There was an array in the Fox King Palace. Those who came out would forget the technique unless they had already mastered it or were halfway through it. Alright, come out. It's time to get down to business. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to Luoluo. Since the technique had been copied, Luoluo could cultivate in the plant space until she cultivated 2 eyes of charm. Boom! But at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the Fox King Palace. What? Yi Xian and the guards guarding the Fox King Palace were shocked. Someone had made a move in the Fox King Palace. Luoluo, what happened? Yi Xian asked anxiously. Hu Lai is dead. This sentence shocked Yi Xian. How did Hu Lai suddenly die? Who killed him? Yi Xian asked again. It's that Hu Xinlan. She was arguing with Hu Lai and accidentally killed him. Yes, she probably thought that Hu Lai was still in the second stage of the fragmentation realm, so she accidentally killed him. As Luoluo spoke, she left the Fox King Palace and appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, the guard also rushed in. After such a thing happened, Yi Xian quickly called Luoluo back to the plant space. Why did Hu Lai argue with someone for no reason? Yi Xian was helpless. But then again, if he hadn't snatched Hu Lai's charm fusion crystal, Hu Lai's realm wouldn't have dropped and he wouldn't have been killed by Hu Xinlan. Hu Lai's wounds have healed, but his realm hasn't. Now that he's dead, the experts of the Hu family might find out that the charm fusion crystal was lost. Yi Xian thought to himself. At this moment, Luoluo asked, Young master, what should we do now? Should we just leave? We still don't know where Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, is, so we still need to investigate. Let's wait and see first. If it doesn't match, we'll leave, Yi Xian said with narrowed eyes. The Hu clan's strength could be considered strong, and the 2 factions that were fighting for power both had 4th stage fragmentation realm experts overseeing them. However, with Yi Xian's current realm, there was no need for him to fear a 4th stage fragmentation realm expert. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Soon, Hu Lai's clan brother hurriedly carried Hu Lai's corpse out. At the same time, many people quickly left to report to the higher-ups of the Hu clan. The Hu clan's 2 camps were led by the 1st elder and 3rd elder. Hu Lai and her father Hu Tai stood on the side of the 3rd clan elder. As for the person who killed Hu Lai, the number 1 genius of the Hu clan, Hu Xinlan, she stood on the side of the 1st clan elder. Now that Hu Xinlan had killed Hu Lai, the 2 sides might start a war because Hu Lai was Hu Tai's son. As for the golden armored man, Hu Tai, he was one of the top experts of the Hu clan. However, before watching this good show, Yi Xian had to complete a mission. He immediately turned into a black streak of light and followed the footsteps of the Fox King Palace guard. Sir, please wait. Yi Xian called out in a low voice. Hu Lai's clan brother stopped in his tracks and turned around. He recognized Yi Xian because Yi Xian was also brought here by Hu Lai. I still have... What are you doing? Before the 2nd stage fragmentation realm expert could finish speaking, Yi Xian instantly appeared in front of him. Yi Xian reached out with his claw and directly pierced through the man's chest, taking out the charm fusion crystal that had yet to form. Then he used Mind's Eye on the man. Ding! Control successful. Hu Lai's clan brother, Hu Su, was controlled by Yi Xian. At the same time, his cultivation level dropped to the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian hurriedly threw a blood potion to him to heal his injuries. Later, don't tell anyone you saw us, Yi Xian said to Hu Su. Yes, master. Hu Su nodded and immediately left. Hu Lai was greedy by nature, but he was considered an elite in the Hu clan. Now that he was accidentally killed by his own clansmen, this was not a small matter. Yi Xian was waiting to watch a good show. If the two sides fought, he would still help the third clan elder. After all, Hu Lai was one of his people before he died. Soon, the news of Hu Lai's death reached the ears of the Hu clan's higher-ups. Oh no. The expressions of the first clan elders' people changed drastically when they heard the news. Was the stalemate going to be broken? Immediately, both sides quickly gathered at the Fox King Palace. There were 4 clan elders in the Hu clan, all of whom were at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. The first and second clan elders lived together in the east courtyard, while the third and 4th clan elders lived together in the west courtyard. At the same time, Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, was the 3rd clan elder's grandson. In other words, the dead Hu Lai was the 3rd clan elder's great-grandson. Both sides gathered a large number of experts in front of the Fox King Palace. Hu Lai. When a middle-aged woman saw Hu Lai's body, she immediately burst into tears. At this time, there was a wound on Hu Lai's chest. His heart was pierced through. When the 3rd clan elder saw his great-grandson's body, he was furious and shouted, Hu Xinlan, how dare you kill your own clansman? Hu Xinlan was an 18-year-old girl from the Fox clan. She had already grown 3 tails and was at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. She did not expect that she would kill Hu Lai. How was this possible? After all, she had fought Hu Lai once last month, and Hu Lai's strength was not so weak. However, Hu Lai was indeed a little strange today. His aura was weak and he seemed to be injured. Hu Xinlan was only an 18-year-old girl after all. She only wanted to torture Hu Lai. Now that she had become the sinner of the entire clan, she did not know what to do. Xinlan, what's going on? Why did you attack him? The 2nd clan elder walked out. Great-grandfather, Hu Xinlan looked at Hu Lai's body, speechless. At this time, a few people in the Fox King Palace stood out and truthfully described what happened that day. At that time, when Hu Xinlan saw Hu Lai, she wanted to go over and show off her talent. At the same time, she wanted to attack Hu Lai. Therefore, they had a dispute and fought. However, no one expected that Hu Lai could not even withstand a single attack from Hu Xinlan and was killed in an instant. The sword chi pierced through Hu Lai's body and hit the pillar of the Fox King Palace, causing it to collapse. This was what Yi Xian heard at that time. He couldn't even withstand a single attack and was killed in an instant. How is this possible? The 3rd clan elder was shocked. He knew Hu Lai's strength very well. Although he could not defeat Hu Xinlan, he was not so weak that he would be killed in an instant. Chapter 1323. The 3rd elder went over and carefully examined Hu Lai's body. Fortunately, Yi Xian's blood had a good healing effect, so there were no scars left. However, it should not be forgotten that experts of the manifestation realm and above had spiritual senses. What? Hu Lai's charm fusion crystal is gone. The 3rd elder said in surprise. Everyone present was shocked when they heard that. The charm fusion crystal was gone? Almost everyone present had a charm fusion crystal in their body, but it varied in size. Most people did not have a complete charm fusion crystal, but that did not mean they did not have one. However, there was no charm fusion crystal in Hu Lai's body. Could it have been taken away by someone? Or was it gone before he died? The 3rd elder suddenly stood up and asked, Who took Hu Lai's charm fusion crystal? No one present said a word. It was Hu Su's elder brother who carried Hu Lai's body outside. No one else touched it, someone said. He was in Fox King Palace at that time. That's right. After Hu Lai was killed by Hu Xinlan, it was Hu Su's elder brother who carried his body out of Fox King Palace with the power of all creations. That's right. I was there too. No one touched Hu Lai's body. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Hu Su. Hu Su was the guard of Fox King Palace who was controlled by Yi Xian. That's right. I carried Hu Lai's body out, but I didn't touch the body. Hu Su suddenly stood up and said, Moreover, Hu Lai's younger brother told me that he was ambushed by the Netherworld Palace's assassins on his way back to the family. He was seriously injured, which caused his cultivation to fall to the first level of the void-breaking realm. That's why his aura is so weak. Netherworld Palace's assassins? The surrounding people were shocked. Yes, I didn't hear wrongly. Hu Su nodded and said, Elder, you can check his interspatial ring. Hearing this, the third elder's eyes flashed. He took Hu Lai's interspatial ring and took out a bounty notice from it. Hu Lai, the great-grandson of the third elder of the Hu Mei family, the fiancé of the daughter of the Winds End City's governor, second level of the void-breaking realm. Reward, 100,000 fragmentation pills. As the third elder said this, his expression changed drastically. He then looked at the first and second elder. Normally, 10,000 was enough to kill a person at the second stage of the fragmentation realm. How could it be 100,000? A person who could take out 100,000 fragmentation pills was definitely not an ordinary person. The third elder's first reaction was that it was the first elder and second elder's doing. Third elder, why are you looking at us like that? Do you think that we were the ones who issued the bounty? Asked the second elder with a gloomy face. You guys are so heartless. The third elder glared angrily. What are you talking about? The first elder coldly snorted. Although the third elder did not say it clearly, the surrounding people all believed that it was the first elder and the second elder who sent people to do it. The assassin didn't complete his mission, but he did severely injure Hu Lai. Then, Hu Xinlan would deal with Hu Lai herself. In the end, she could just use the excuse of manslaughter as an excuse. After all, Hu Xinlan was currently the #1 genius of the Hu clan. In the future, she would be expected to break through to the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. This Hu Lai was Yi Xian's underling when he was alive. Yi Xian couldn't just ignore his death. At this time, the third elder suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around and asked, Hu Su, why did your aura weaken? Elder, to be honest, when I left the clan a few days ago, I was also hunted down by the underworld's assassins. Although I was lucky enough to escape, I was severely injured. My realm fluctuated between high and low, replied Hu Su. What? You were also assassinated? Then why didn't you say so earlier? The third elder's eyes widened. I thought that it was a mission issued by an enemy I provoked during my training, said Hu Su. The third elder coldly snorted, then turned to look in the other direction. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flickered a few times. The Hu clan members all had charm fusion crystals in their bodies. However, before they formed a complete crystal, they would not grow into 3 tails. Yi Xian's Eye of the Soul might be useless against Hu Xinlan and the others at the second stage of the fragmentation realm, but it should not be a problem for the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Therefore, at this time, he controlled the Fox clansmen behind the first elder. Hu Su, I was the one who issued the mission to hunt you down. Suddenly, a person stepped forward. What he said shocked everyone present. He was the one who issued the mission to hunt down Hu Su? Gao Xiang, what did you say? The third elder said in disbelief. The Fox clansman who walked forward was called Hu Gaoxiang. He was Hu Xinlan's older brother, but his strength was only at the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Gaoxiang, don't speak nonsense. Someone immediately shouted in a low voice. Father, the matter has been exposed. Why hide it? Great-grandfather, our Hu clan has been passed down for so long. If we are divided into 2 factions, we will definitely go downhill. Why don't we decide who is better today? Hu Gaoxiang said in a cold voice. When the surrounding people heard this, they thought that he had gone mad. However, no one would have thought that Hu Gaoxiang, who had formed more than half of the charm fusion crystal, was already under Yi Xian's control. In the beginning, Yi Xian did not know that Hu Gaoxiang was Hu Xinlan's older brother. The former only saw that Hu Gaoxiang seemed to have some status in the first elder's camp and was coincidentally at the first stage of the fragmentation realm, so he controlled him. He did not expect that he would control someone important. Yes, don't hide it anymore. Those missions were issued by us. What about it? The Hu clan must be united in order to survive. If we continue to fight, we will definitely decline. Today we will decide who is better. The loser will take his people and leave. Good idea. The loser will take his people and leave. Someone immediately agreed. These people were all servants under Yi Xian's control. Through the eye of the soul, Yi Xian could directly give them orders. Now, it was up to the East Courtyard to explain. The first elder and the others did not know what drugs these people had taken. They actually directly admitted to issuing those missions. Although he did not personally issue the orders, it was inevitable that the people of the East Courtyard would do some dirty things. To put it simply, Husa had indeed encountered an assassin. However, he had killed the other party and was not seriously injured. The reason why he said that he was seriously injured was to find an excuse for his realm to fall to the first stage of the fragmentation realm. Both parties were silent for a few seconds. After thinking for a while, the first elder said slowly, "Since things have come to this, then let us end it today." End it. The fourth elder shouted coldly. The Hu clan's East Courtyard and West Courtyard had to decide who was better today. The loser would take his people and leave. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, who knew what would happen? Chapter 13:24. If we fight, both sides will suffer. Why don't we have a bet? 5 battles, from the 9th level of the fulfillment realm to the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. Best of 5, and the loser leaves immediately. The first elder suddenly suggested. This suggestion was very fair. All right, best of 5, but there's one condition. Those under the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm must not be over 40 years old. The third elder immediately agreed. Although Hu Xinlan was the number 1 genius of the Hu clan, she was only 18 years old. Even if she was about to break through to the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, there was still someone from the West Campus who could defeat her. Since both sides agreed, they had to decide on the participants. The 9th level of the fulfillment realm, the 1st level of the fragmentation realm, the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, and the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. However, the West Campus had already won half of the battles before they started because Yi Xian was secretly helping them. The 9th level of the fulfillment realm and the 1st level of the fragmentation realm. No matter who the East Campus sends, they will lose these 2 battles. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. There was no way the West Campus would lose these 2 battles. Then, the West Campus only needed to win one of the next 3 battles to win the battle. At the same time, the order of the battles between the 5 realms was not fixed. In the end, they concluded that the first battle would be between the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm, followed by the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, the 9th level of the fulfillment realm, the 4th level of the fragmentation realm, and the 1st level of the fragmentation realm. Xiangming, you're up for this battle. The first elder called out. Hu Xiangming was his great-grandson. Although his talent was not high, and he was already 30 years old, his strength was much stronger than Hu Xinlan's. Hu Gaofei. After a short discussion, the 3rd and 4th elders also decided on a person. Originally, both sides were going to write down the name of the person who would fight on the paper. However, the first elder was very confident in his great-grandson, so he was at a disadvantage. Hu Xiangming was almost invincible among the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm in the Hu clan. Although Hu Gaofei was 3 years older than him, he was slightly weaker than Hu Xiangming. However, Hu Gaofei was the only one who would fight this battle because the 2nd level of the fragmentation realm could not be older than 40 years old. Hu Gaofei was only 33 years old. Moreover, he was the strongest person in the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm in the Western Campus. Hu Xiangming and Hu Gaofei walked out one after another. The 2 of them had fought before, but that was 3 months ago. It was unknown if Hu Xiangming was more powerful. These 5 matches are extremely important, said the 3rd elder in a low voice. Gaofei, you have to win them. Yes, even if Gaofei dies, we must win this battle. Hu Gaofei said resolutely. When Hu Xiangming heard this, he snorted in displeasure. Shameless boasting. At this moment, the first elder thought of a question and asked, Is this battle a life and death battle? We only care about victory and defeat, not about life and death. The 3rd elder replied. To put it simply, he could kill. Begin. Under the order of the first elder, Hu Xiangming and Hu Gaofei's figures flashed. In the blink of an eye, they began to fight. Both of them were elites of the Fox clan, but because they were from the same clan, their mental attacks had no effect on each other. What they competed in was combat strength. Outside the arena, everyone held their breaths and watched this battle with rapt attention. This battle was extremely important, because if they were the first to win, their morale would skyrocket, which would be helpful in the following battles. At this moment, Yi Xian was also watching carefully, wondering if he should use some tricks on Hu Xiangming, such as his mind's eye. Ordinary soul attacks could not hurt the Fox clan, but Yi Xian's mind's eye was extremely powerful. Although he could not control it, it was enough to affect Hu Xiangming's mind. Forget it, I'll not interfere. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian decided to give up, because there were 2 more matches that he was sure to win, so he did not need to worry. Besides, even if the West Campus lost, it would not affect his investigation. After all, Hu Tai, Hu Lai's father, was from the West Campus. The battle continued, and the sounds of fighting continued. Those with discerning eyes could see that the East Campus had the upper hand, and Hu Gaofei from the West Campus was being suppressed. No, this battle is extremely important. Even if I die, I must win. Hu Gaofei's face was gloomy, and he was already prepared to die. Although his strength was slightly weaker than his opponent, he could still hurt his opponent. Not long after, both of them were covered in wounds. Every time they moved, blood would spurt out, and it was a horrible sight. However, no one from either side stopped them. Everyone was aware of the importance of this battle. The East Campus had already issued a reward mission. If there was no winner today, then the next battle would be a full-scale battle, and there would be more casualties. Swish. At this moment, a crisp sound was suddenly heard, and a head was thrown into the air. Who was it? Everyone looked and found that the head was from the West Campus, Hu Gaofei's. The West Campus lost the first battle. At the same time, Hu Gaofei was also killed by Hu Xiangming. Gaofei, a woman from the Fox clan, cried bitterly. She was Hu Gaofei's mother, and she could not stay calm after seeing her son killed. The East Campus has won this battle, said the first elder with a smile on his face. Next, the East Campus only needed to win 2 more battles, and then the West Campus would be kicked out. The people from the West Campus looked gloomy. The next battle was between the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. Uncle Xingping, you're up for this battle. The 3rd elder shouted. Okay. An old man walked out. Hu Xingping was the strongest 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm in the West Campus. He was more than 100 years old, and his seniority was even higher than the 3rd elder. He was expected to break through to the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm in this lifetime. At the same time, he had also condensed a complete charm fusion crystal and grown 3 tails. Previously, both sides had set a rule that the participants of the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, the 1st stage of the fragmentation realm, and the 9th stage of the fulfillment realm could not be older than 40 years old. However, this battle was between the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, so there was no restriction. It's really him. Hu Jiashi, you're up. The first elder also shouted. The second battle soon began. These 2 people were both over 100 years old, and their strength was at the peak of the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm, so the battle was very intense. The East Campus won the first battle, so the morale of the East Campus was high. Although the West Campus lost, they felt that they must win a battle, so their morale was not low. At first, Yi Xian did not care whether he helped or not. After all, this had nothing to do with him. However, Hu Lai was his subordinate before he died, so he felt that he should help. Mind's Eye. Chapter 1325. There were 3 effects of the Eye of the Mind. One was to directly cause damage to the soul, like the burning eye. The second was an illusion attack like the Eye of Illusion, which made the opponent fall into an illusion. The third was the Eye of Control, which controlled the opponent. However, the opponent had condensed a charm fusion crystal, and his realm was higher than Yi Xian, so he could only use soul attacks or illusion attacks. What? The East institutions Hu Jiashi's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, this old man's soul attack can actually affect me? He thought that it was the West institutions Hu Xingping who used a soul attack on him, because if it was anyone else, the East Institution's people would discover and stop them. But what he didn't know was that the opponent who used the soul attack wasn't the West Institution's fighter, but Yi Xian outside the arena. Fortunately, Yi Xian was only at the second level of the fragmentation realm, and he also had a charm fusion crystal in his body, so he was naturally immune to soul attacks. However, as time passed, something happened to him. Eye of the Mind. Eye of the Mind. When Yi Xian used the Eye of the Mind for the 5th time, Hu Jiashi's movements obviously slowed down. Good chance. Hu Xingping's eyes lit up as he caught a flaw in the opponent and then directly attacked. Although Hu Jiashi dodged the fatal sword, the opponent's sword missed between his 2 chests. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard, and the charm fusion crystal in Hu Jiashi's body shattered. Hu Jiashi's realm also fell instantly, and his physique also shrank. Not good. The first elder and the others' expressions changed, and just as they were about to speak, they heard another crisp sound. A head was thrown up. Good, well done. The third elder praised repeatedly. The East Institution won the first battle. The West Institution won the second battle. Now it was a tie. Damn it. The first elder cursed angrily. It would be fine if it was a first or second level fragmentation realm expert, but now the one who died was a third level fragmentation realm expert. This was a heavy blow to the East Institution. However, he was already dead, so it was useless to argue. The next third battle was a battle between 9th level fulfillment realm experts. There were thousands of 9th level fragmentation realm experts in the Hu family, so this battle naturally had to choose the older ones. After all, their combat power would be stronger than the younger ones. Soon, both sides sent the strongest experts of this level again. Unfortunately, there was no suspense in this battle. Eye of the Mind. Ding! Control successful. Chapter 1326. Demon Fox Flash. This is the secret technique of the Fox clan, and the second elder has mastered it. The third elder was shocked. Even the Hu clan's patriarch had not mastered this technique, but the third elder had mastered it. Otherwise, the West Campus would have won this battle. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Not only did they lose this battle, but they also lost a 4th tier of the void-breaking realm. It was a double whammy. If both sides were to fight now, the West Campus would suffer a terrible fate. There were 3 4th tier of the void-breaking realm in the West Campus, and the third was Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai. However, Hu Tai was not in the Hu clan, so only the third elder was left. Now it's 2 against 2. The first elder could not help but laugh when he saw the third elder's expression. Although the 4th elder who died was related to him by blood, the 2 clans had already reached this point. So what if one of them died? In fact, the first elder wanted to start the battle right now, but if he did so, his side would probably lose a lot of people. It was not worth it. So, he decided to see how the 5th battle would turn out. The 5th battle was a battle between 1st tier of the void-breaking realm. If the East Campus won, then the battle would be over. If they lost, then they would think about it. Elder, let me do it. Suddenly, a young human walked out from the West Courtyard. The third elder nodded slightly when he saw him. This human was not a member of the Hu clan, but he married a woman from the Hu clan. This time, he brought his wife to visit family, but he did not expect to encounter a life-and-death situation. Wen Xuan, you go. The first elder turned around and said. Wen Xuan was a genius of the Hu clan. He had already condensed a complete charm fusion crystal, and his strength was at the top of the 1st tier of the void-breaking realm. He was about to break through to the 2nd tier of the void-breaking realm. This 5th battle was related to the fate of both sides. It was very important. Everyone held their breaths and watched as Wen Xuan and the young human walked out. Although the young human was not a member of the Hu clan, he was related to the Hu clan, so the East Campus did not stop him. Human, you will die under my sword. Wen Xuan said coldly. Shameless boasting. The young human did not say anything and directly rushed out with his sword. At the same time, Yi Xian also used his mind's eye. Ding. Control successful. In an instant, Wen Xuan was controlled by Yi Xian and delivered his head to the human youth. Hiss. A crisp sound entered everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, Hu Wenxuan's head was chopped off by the human youth. The entire place was deathly silent. How is this possible? The first elder couldn't believe it. Hu Wenxuan was already at the peak of the first tier of the fragmentation realm. Even if his opponent was at the same level, he couldn't have been killed instantly, right? He must have been mistaken. However, this scene fell into the eyes of over 1,000 people. It couldn't be fake. Even the people from the West Campus did not expect that the human youth could kill his opponent in seconds and win the 5th round. Including the previous ones, the West Campus had already won 3 times, which meant that they were the final winners of this gambling battle. Seeing this, the first elder reacted quickly. He did not think about how the young man could kill his opponent in seconds. Instead, he said directly, "Now, our West District has won 3 victories. First elder, shouldn't you leave?" "You?" The first elder's expression changed drastically. He was stunned speechless. Even he did not know how Hu Wenxuan died. This gambling battle was lost without knowing how, so the people from the East District were unwilling to accept it. "First elder, what should we do?" The second elder, who had just fought a battle, asked in a low voice. Both sides had an agreement before. The winner of the best of 5 rounds would leave the Hu clan and establish their own clan. Now that the East District had lost, it was the East District's turn to leave. However, the first elder did not want to leave just like that. He had worked hard for the Hu clan for so many years. How could he just leave like that? Seeing the hesitation on the other side's face, the third elder suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. Although they won the gambling battle, the West District would be in trouble if the first elder and the second elder went back on their word. The 2 opponents were at the 4th tier of the fragmentation realm, and he was the only one in the West District. If they fought, the West District would definitely lose. "First elder, could it be that you can't afford to lose?" When the third elder's voice rang out, everyone's face darkened. For a moment, the atmosphere became strange. "For the sake of my clansmen, I have to be a villain for once." After the first elder finished speaking, he shouted, "All fragmentation realm martial artists, get ready to fight." Immediately, the hundreds of fragmentation realm martial artists behind him were stunned for a moment. Then, all of them drew their weapons. At the same time, the group of martial artists from the West District also began to be on guard. "First elder, you really can't let it go." The third elder snorted coldly. Although they won the gambling battle, they lost their men. At this moment, the third elder was also asking himself whether he should fight this battle or not. If he fought, he might be completely annihilated. If he did not fight, they would have to leave the Hu clan and establish their own clan. "You can leave," the first elder replied. He did not want to fight to the death with the other side. After all, they were from the same clan. The people from the West District suddenly fell silent. When the 4th elder died, they had already guessed that this might be the outcome. Now, it had really happened. The third elder was still hesitating. He did not want to fight with the other side, but he was angry. They had won the gambling battle, but they had to leave. "What should we do, elder?" An elder walked forward and asked in a low voice. "Gather the people." The third elder finally made the decision. Hearing this, the people from the East District also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was no need for a battle. "Elder, Many people from the West District were also dissatisfied, but they also knew the consequences of a battle between the 2 sides. Both sides would only suffer. At the same time, they might be completely annihilated. In desperation, the people from the West District also went back to pack their things and then organized their people to leave together. They were all very busy and did not have time to pay attention to Yi Xian. So this is the outcome. At this time, Yi Xian was thinking about a problem. He was wondering if he should make a move because his strength was not weaker than the 3 elders. Once he used his ultimate move, the East District would probably be completely annihilated. However, just as he was hesitating, a strong aura suddenly swept toward the Hu clan. 4th level of the fragmentation realm? The expressions of the remaining 3 elders changed. The third elder's eyes lit up. He whispered, "Could it be that Hu Tai is back?" Hu Tai was the father of the deceased Hu Lai. He was at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. If he was back, the West District might be able to fight. Chapter 1327. No, this isn't Hu Tai's aura. The third elder immediately reacted. Hu Tai was his grandson, so he was very familiar with him. However, this aura of the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm was very unfamiliar. It wasn't Hu Tai. Who was it? Everyone turned their heads and saw a black figure dashing over. It was a long-haired young man dressed in black. He looked ordinary, but his strength was at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. Sir, may I ask who you are? The first elder stepped forward and cupped his fists. The black-robed young man did not say anything. He took out a sheepskin scroll from his interspatial ring and unfolded it. Is this little fox from your Hu clan? The black-robed young man asked. Everyone present looked at it and shook their heads. There were a few figures drawn on the sheepskin scroll. A human, a fox girl, a tree, and a sword. It was very strange. However, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the crowd, immediately trembled when he saw the painting. Looking for me? Yi Xian's eyes widened. He immediately scanned with the eye of revelation and found that there was no faith crystal in the black-robed young man's head. However, there was a 2-finger-sized scorpion in the black-robed young man's arms. Could it be that the underworld's assassin is here on the orders of the Xianming duo? Yi Xian thought again. However, in the next moment, he realized that the Xianming duo did not seem to know about the demon tree battle soldier. Then, where did this black-robed young man come from? The first clan elder glanced around and found that the surrounding people were all at a loss. He said, Your Excellency, the portrait in your hand, none of us have seen it before. This little fox is at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm. Call out all the women at the 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm, the black-robed young man said in a commanding tone. His tone made everyone present very unhappy. Wasn't he just at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm? What was he so arrogant for? Sir, aren't you overestimating yourself? The first elder snorted coldly. In that case, I'll give you a gift. The black-robed young man's eyes flashed. He waved his right hand and threw out a ray of black light. This ray of black light was extremely fast and directly rushed into the East Courtyard's camp. Following that, screams of agony could be heard. What? Everyone was shocked. They only saw a black shadow pass by, but they didn't see what it was. However, Yi Xian saw it clearly. That is, Yi Xian widened his eyes. He saw that the black-clothed youth had thrown out the scorpion in his arms. However, he also saw a very familiar pattern on the black scorpion. Devouring beast. That black scorpion is a devouring beast. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. After such a long time, he had finally encountered a devouring beast. This was worth 1 devouring point. At the same time, he guessed the identity of the black-clothed young man. This black-clothed youth was most likely the leader of the Cthulhuism Society. At first, Yi Xian thought that the Cthulhuism cult leader was at most at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. He didn't expect him to be at the 4th stage. However, this was nothing. After all, Yi Xian had also broken through now. Compared to the Cthulhuism Society leader, Yi Xian was more interested in capturing the Devourer Beast. At that moment, the Devouring Beast was shuttling back and forth among the warriors from the East Branch. A series of muffled sounds reverberated in the air. This little black scorpion easily broke through the fragmentation realm warriors' defenses, running amok inside their bodies, devouring their flesh and blood. Quickly spread out. The first elder urged. In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 people fell to the ground. Moreover, all of them were 2nd stage fragmentation realm warriors, and there was even a 3rd stage fragmentation realm warrior among them. At this time, the black shadow leaped out from another person's body, charging towards the person closest to him. Not good. The first elder's face tightened. This black shadow's target was actually his son. The black-clothed youth in the air finally made his move. This little scorpion was something he had spent a lot of effort to tame. It was because of this little scorpion that he had delayed his return to the Cthulhuism Society. Sir, you dare to behave atrociously in my Hu family's territory? You're courting death. The second elder gripped his battle knife tightly and charged forward. He who had mastered the demon fox flash was the strongest among the Hu family members, thus he did not put Shurjoin in his eyes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Shurjoin turned into a streak of light, brushing past the second elder's body. In the next second, the second elder was split into two halves, falling to the ground. Instant kill. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, including Yi Xian. Wasn't this Shurjoin's strength a little too terrifying? He actually killed an opponent at the same level as him in a split second? Didn't this mean that he had the ability to jump ranks and challenge opponents? Not good. This Cthulhuism Society leader is actually so strong. If I don't use my ultimate move, I won't be able to defeat him. Yi Xian couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, he wasn't alone. There were still 3 helpers in the plantation space. Thinking of this, he left quietly, heading towards the East Courtyard's camp. A storm of blood broke out in the East Courtyard's camp. By the time the second elder died, more than a dozen people had died unnatural deaths. Attack! The first elder didn't dare to be negligent, shouting at the top of his lungs. This black-robed young man's strength had exceeded their expectations. If they didn't go all out, the Hu family would be annihilated today. The West Courtyard's third elder was also hesitating in his heart, wondering if he should help or not. However, when he thought of the first elder's actions, he restrained himself. The first elder had clearly lost, yet he reneged on his debt and chased them away. Now that he was in trouble, why should he help? There were even some people who were gloating over the situation. This was karma. At this time, Yi Xian had already sneaked into the East Courtyard's camp. That little black scorpion killed people by drilling into their bodies and devouring their organs. It was hard for ordinary people to find it, and even if they found it, they wouldn't be able to keep up with its speed. However, Yi Xian had the eye of revelation, so he could pinpoint the little black scorpion's location. At this time, the little black scorpion suddenly flew out from a person's body, and its next target was precisely Yi Xian. You're walking right into the trap. Yi Xian laughed loudly. Others might not have been able to react in time, but he could. He grabbed the little black scorpion with his right hand. Let's see how you're going to escape, devourer beast. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At the same time, when he grabbed the little black scorpion, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host has captured the devourer beast. Would you like to put the devourer beast into the plantation space to cultivate it? The system notification sounded. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Chapter 1328. Without further ado, Yi Xian checked the benefits of cultivating this devouring beast. An ordinary devouring beast was worth 1 devouring point, but if this devouring beast was nurtured to the second order, it would be worth 2 devouring points. Other than that, this devouring beast could also reproduce, but there was a prerequisite. The devouring beasts had to be male and female, and they had to be of the same species. One was a snake, and the other was a scorpion, although there was a beast tribe called the scorpion snake. This devouring beast in my hand is already at 80% experience points of the first order. If it matures to the second order, it will be worth 2 devouring points. Yi Xian agreed to nurture this devouring beast. This devouring beast nurturing function only appeared after the planting space appeared. The mini black scorpion was sent into a cage in a corner of the planting space. This cage was specially used by the system to imprison devouring beasts. As for the devouring beast's growth, it was quite simple, that was to absorb origin energy. Of course, if there was a large number of corpses, its growth would be faster. This time, Yi Xian had profited greatly. When this mini black scorpion matured to the second order, he would be able to obtain 2 devouring points. Bastard! The black-robed young man, Shurjoin, roared in anger. That mini black scorpion was something he had tamed with great difficulty, but now it was sent to God knows where by Yi Xian. Naturally, he was enraged. At the same time, he did not expect that the mini black scorpion, which even a 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm expert could not capture, would be captured by Yi Xian, a 2nd stage of the fragmentation realm expert. Die for me! Shurjoin was enraged. He turned into a streak of black light and shot towards Yixuan. Sila! 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 Crisp sounds rang out. Crisp sounds rang out one after another. Those martial practitioners at the third level of the fragmentation realm who had rushed up together with the first elder had all died in an instant. Even the first elder was not spared. With the eye of revelation, Yixuan saw clearly what had killed so many people. It was a thin black whip. This Cthulhuism cult leader is indeed from the Scorpion tribe, but he cut off his own tail and made it into a weapon. Yixuan immediately understood. But for now, he should deal with Shi first. It seems if I don't show my true strength, I'm afraid I will die in your hands. A light glimmered in his eyes. He summoned Wei Zhentian and the old tree. Curtain of darkness. Storm of swords blades. And attacked. Shi, Huang, and Yixuan. At the same time, Yixuan's eyes flashed. He issued a death order to Shi, while he himself fled into the darkness. The black whip in Shi hand danced crazily, each strike accurately sending a person's head flying. But after he finished cleaning up, he discovered that Yixuan had disappeared. It was dark all around. Seeing this, the third elder of the west courtyard hurriedly retreated with his people, fearing that they would be affected. Punk, so it's you. Come out here. Shi roared as he blocked the storm of swords. Wei Zhentian and the old tree had exposed Yixuan's identity. Therefore, Shi knew that Yixuan was the culprit who killed his father and annihilated the Cthulhuism cult he had built. It seemed like he had found the right place. At this time, Yixuan, who had disappeared into the darkness, used the dark shadow steps to appear on the other side. There were several corpses here. I'll take them. Without hesitation, Yixuan collected the first elder, second elder, and several third stage of the fragmentation realm experts' corpses. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Current cultivation is at third stage of the fragmentation realm. Ding! Host broke through. Current cultivation is at third stage of the fragmentation realm. The two system notifications gave Yixuan the confidence to kill Shi. Erupt with killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yixuan slashed his sword at Shi back. Swish, swish. A golden flame dragon whistled out, illuminating the surroundings. Found you. Shi, who was inside the storm of swords, suddenly turned around. The long whip in his hand straightened, turning into a single sword. Devil-piercing stab. Shi gathered his true chi and stabbed out with his right hand. A powerful force swept out, splitting the golden flame dragon into two heads. However, this move was merely Yixuan's bait. Eye of assassination. Taking advantage of the moment Shi attacked, Yixuan's eyes glimmered. He disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind Shi. Erupt with killing intent. Devil-piercing stab. The scarlet flame sword in Yixuan's hand pierced into Shi head. Chaotic true chi minced Shi brain. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Shi was the fiend god cult's leader, but he was an arrogant person who did not put Yixuan in his eyes. Hence, he was killed by Yixuan's trump card. In truth, Yixuan did not need to use the death pursuit order and eye of assassination. Just Wei Zhentian's storm of swords was more than enough to deal with Shi. However, Yixuan played his trump card just in case. Now, the fiend god cult was completely annihilated. Shi had killed the two elders, and Yixuan had killed Shi in a split second. His strength was undeniable. Even if the entire Hu family joined forces, they were still no match for the storm of swords. Hence, Yixuan had no reason to be afraid of others. Let me see what you, the fiend god cult's leader, have obtained. Yixuan put away Shi spatial ring and checked its contents. Inside the spatial ring, there were large amounts of faith crystals and precious treasures. Other than that, there was also a fiend god's secret record. This fiend god's secret record was most likely the fiend god's inheritance. Inside, it recorded how to build the fiend god's altar and statue, as well as the faith crystals. Other than that, it was also a cultivation technique. Anyone who cultivated the fiend god's secret record would become the fiend god's most loyal apostle. That was why there was no faith crystal inside Shurjoin's head. The Fiend God cult's faith crystal is condensed from the Fiend God cult's leader's true chi. Yi Xian immediately understood. Because the Fiend God cult's leader cultivated the Fiend God's secret record, only he could condense the faith crystal with his true chi. Others couldn't. In short, the Fiend God cult's leader Shurjoin was here to give Yi Xian some benefits. Not only did he give Shurjoin a devouring beast, but there was also a large amount of faith crystals. As for the Fiend God's secret record, Yi Xian had only copied it down. He had no intention of cultivating it. After all, if he cultivated it, he would be controlled by the Fiend God. Chapter 1329. The people from the West Courtyard were also shocked when they saw the bloodstains on the ground. Then, where's the man in black? The third elder couldn't help but ask. I killed him and kept his body, Yi Xian answered casually. The bodies of third or fourth stage fragmentation realm martial artists could be given to the heavenly treasure tree or the mini black scorpion to grow, so Yi Xian naturally wouldn't waste them. Killed. The third elder swallowed his saliva. That black-clothed youth had killed 2 experts at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm in a row, but now he died at the hands of Yi Xian. In that case, wouldn't Yi Xian's strength be even stronger? Although Yi Xian only gave off the aura of a 3rd stage fragmentation realm martial artist, the third elder and the others believed that Yi Xian was definitely not a 3rd stage fragmentation realm martial artist. He might be a 5th or even 6th stage fragmentation realm martial artist. Otherwise, how could he be so ridiculously strong? Sir, you are? The third elder asked in shock. I'm friends with Hu Lai, Yi Xian answered casually. Hu Lai? Hearing this, the third elder couldn't help but look at the corpse that was gradually turning cold. It was unbelievable that Hu Lai was acquainted with such a powerful martial artist. Just now, he was still worried that the West Courtyard would be affected. He didn't expect that it would be resolved now. The 2 elders and a few fragmentation realm martial artists in the East Courtyard were all dead, so they couldn't fight against the West Courtyard anymore. Next, they could merge the East Courtyard with the West Courtyard. In the future, the Hu family would still be the Hu family, except that a few leaders had died. Hu Lai brought me to his father, Yi Xian added. Hu Tai isn't in the Hu family now. He's been out for some time and hasn't returned yet. It seems that he went to the Myriad Treasure Alliance in the East, the third elder replied with a frown. Originally, he wouldn't tell others about his grandson's whereabouts, but Yi Xian had resolved the Hu family's crisis, so there shouldn't be any problem. All right, thank you very much. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the third elder, then took out a book from his Qian Kuan ring and threw it over. While I was training, I happened to obtain the Heart Sutra of Charm. I'll give it to you today. When they heard Yi Xian's words, everyone was shocked. Heart Sutra of Charm. It was actually the Heart Sutra of Charm. The third elder was so shocked that he was speechless. Charm Fusion Crystal, Charm Heart Sutra, Eyes of Charm. As long as he successfully cultivated all 3, he would be able to grow 9 tails. Every time there was a change, there was a chance that the bloodline in his body could be activated. The Hu clan originally only had 2, and now that they had obtained the missing third, the Hu clan would become even more powerful in the future. Thank you, Your Excellency. The third elder hurriedly expressed his gratitude. There's no need to thank me. If I meet your grandson next, I might kill him. After Yi Xian said this in his heart, he quietly left. Now that he knew Hu Tai's whereabouts, he had to rush over to the Thousand Treasure Alliance to take a look. The Thousand Treasure Alliance was in the map he obtained. It was said that the Thousand Treasure Alliance was once an ancient battlefield, so some people formed a treasure hunting team there. Over time, it developed into a force. Luo Luo had already obtained the method to cultivate the Eyes of Charm. Now, she only needed time to cultivate the Eyes of Charm. The Eyes of Charm could not only enhance the ability of charm, but also enhance the effect of the Eyes of Charm. In addition, it could also make Luo Luo change her appearance, stimulating the Heavenly Fox bloodline in her body, and increasing the density of the bloodline. Of course, Yi Xian's Beast God bloodline could also be upgraded. He just didn't know when he would be able to cultivate the Eyes of Charm. A day after Yi Xian left the Hu clan and rushed to the Thousand Treasure Alliance, Luo Luo finally sent news. "Young master, let me out." Luo Luo hurriedly said. When Yi Xian heard this, he quickly let Luo Luo out. At this time, he was in the depths of a mountain, preparing to cross it. "Young master, I've already cultivated the Eyes of Charm to the final level. I'll be able to complete it soon, but I need to do it outside," Luo Luo explained. Although there was Yuan Qi of heaven and earth in the planting space, it was an independent space that was created. It was fundamentally different from the Greater Thousand World, so Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. "Alright, then continue. I'll protect you." Yi Xian nodded and released Wei Zhentian and the old tree to protect her. Due to Yi Xian's increase in cultivation, the old tree quickly broke through to the third stage of the fragmentation realm. With him and Wei Zhentian patrolling the surroundings and Yi Xian's personal bodyguard, Luo Luo wouldn't be in danger. However, this was the territory of the Thousand Treasure Alliance, so there might be people coming to search for treasures. Although Yi Xian had only left the Hu family for a day, his shadow steps was extremely fast. It was equivalent to 4 or 5 days for other people. Luo Luo continued to cultivate. The surrounding Yuan Qi of heaven and earth madly gathered toward the mountain. Its effect was no less than the spirit-gathering formation. When Luo Luo breaks through this time, she'll be able to evolve into a 9-tailed beast. At that time, my beast god bloodline might mutate as well. Yi Xian was very curious. He just didn't know how long it would take for Luo Luo to mutate this time. Yi Xian stayed by Luo Luo's side and observed the changes in her body. After about half an hour, Luo Luo's left eye turned pink. This wasn't because she was using her charm, but because she had successfully cultivated the Eyes of Charm. Next, it was her right eye. However, right at that moment, a group of people nearby noticed the change in the surroundings. There were 3 people in this group. They were dressed the same, with the word treasure embroidered on their backs. The leader was in the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, while the other 2 were in the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. They were quite strong. "Senior brother, do you feel that the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth here is a little strange?" A young man with small eyes asked. "Yes, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth here seems to be moving to the west." The leader nodded. "Who knows, another treasure might have appeared. Last month, I heard that a Tier 5 heaven-piercing artifact was unearthed in this area. Although it is a damaged item, it is still much stronger than a Tier 4 heaven-piercing artifact," another person said, his eyes shining. A 5th-grade divine weapon was a Nirvana realm treasure. It was almost impossible to find such a thing in this area. "Let's go and take a look." The leader led the 2 people in the direction where the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth gathered. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed toward them. "Who is it?" The leader paused and shouted in a low voice. The newcomer was a bald old man in dark green clothes. He was the old tree who was patrolling this area. Chapter 1330. "Young man, this is a dead end." Old tree cut straight to the chase. The 3 of them frowned when they heard this. The young man in the lead asked in surprise, "Who are you? Why are you asking us to take a detour?" "Just take a detour. Young man, don't talk too much." Old tree snorted. "Old man, I don't know where you came from. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude," the small-eyed young man scolded angrily. "You little brat, how dare you shoot your mouth off? You're asking for a beating." Old tree's bad temper instantly showed, and he attacked. "You're asking for it?" The small-eyed young man was also very angry, and he went up to meet him. However, what shocked the other 2 was that the small-eyed young man was actually sent flying by the bald old man's slap. "Junior brother Lin." The young man in the lead widened his eyes and drew his long sword. "Old man, you attacked first, so don't blame us for being ruthless." The 2 of them also rushed out in an instant. One of them was at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm, and the other 2 were at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm. This team's strength was not bad. Although Old Tree was only at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm, he was no ordinary person. The fragmentation realm mainly relied on one's physique. At the same level, the physique of a heaven-reaching beast was much stronger than that of a human. Coupled with the enhancement of the beast god's bloodline, Old Tree was not afraid of these three people at all. So what if it was 1 against 3? Boom! 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 In an instant, the 4 of them wrestled together. Old Tree fought with the 3 of them with his hard iron fists and actually gained the upper hand. You 3 brats, I'll give you another piece of advice. Hurry up and get out of here, or don't blame me. Old Tree's voice, full of vicissitudes, fell into the ears of the 3 people. Get out of here, you cur. The small-eyed young man, who was sent flying by the punch, was furious and began to curse. You're the ones who asked for it, so don't blame me. Old Tree's eyes suddenly flashed. If it was before in the primitive world of the wood spirit, if someone dared to provoke him, he would naturally attack. However, Yi Xian was his master now, so it was best to ask Yi Xian about this matter. However, just a moment ago, Yi Xian had already agreed to let Old Shu settle this matter himself. After obtaining Yi Xian's consent, Old Shu's body suddenly expanded. His entire body expanded by several times as he transformed into a devil tree battle soldier. Old Shu in his human form was already stronger than them. Now that he was in his original form, wouldn't he be able to beat them into minced meat with a single punch? Call. A beam of golden light soared into the sky and then exploded. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, who had transformed into his original form, was 100% confident that he could deal with these 3 people. Now that Wei Zhentian had come to help, the other party couldn't escape. At this time, Yi Xian, who was guarding beside Luo Luo, was also looking into the distance. Since they're fellow disciples, they should be the treasure-seeking sect of the Myriad Treasures Alliance. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Myriad Treasures Alliance was composed of 2 major forces. One was called Myriad Treasures City, and the other was called the Treasure-Seeking Sect. The people of these 2 forces were always on the move, looking for something unusual in this area, because there might be treasures. However, Luo Luo was at a critical time now, so she couldn't be disturbed. Whoever dared to trespass would die. With the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could watch the whole battle. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 disciples of the treasure-seeking sect were killed by Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. However, the signal just now wasn't intercepted, so many people would gather soon. Whoever comes will die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. After the 3 disciples of the treasure-seeking sect died, Wei Zhentian returned with their corpses. Yi Xian checked the 3 people's interspatial rings. Sure enough, the 3 of them were disciples of the treasure-seeking sect. Is this the treasure-seeking ruler of the treasure-seeking sect? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly took out a strange object. This object was specially used by the Myriad Treasures Alliance to find treasures. Yi Xian took it out and saw that the arrowhead of the treasure-seeking ruler was spinning crazily. This meant that this was the place where the treasure was unearthed. Luo Luo's situation is very similar to when a treasure is unearthed. Yi Xian didn't think too much and put away the treasure-seeking ruler. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, continue patrolling. Maybe more people will come. Yi Xian said in his mind. But the signal just now didn't cover a large area, but there were people from the treasure-seeking sect and Myriad Treasures City in the vicinity, so they all gathered. There were 8 people at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm, and the rest were at least at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were 2 5th-level fragmentation realm experts. At this time, they had already gathered outside Luo Luo's seclusion site. Young Master, there are many people gathered outside. Old Tree reported. During this time, he had already formed a giant wood protection barrier. With the recovery ability of the Divine Tree of Life's bloodline, this giant wood protection barrier's defensive ability was extremely strong. It couldn't be broken by ordinary people. As long as the 2 5th-level fragmentation realm experts didn't attack, it wouldn't be a problem to block the others. At this time, 2 large groups had gathered outside the giant wood protection barrier. Both groups happened to have a 5th-level fragmentation realm expert. Captain Chen, I didn't expect you to be here too. A black-clad old man looked at the other side not far away. On the other side, the leader of the brawny men grinned and said, Elder Zhua, you're here too. No need to be so polite. The black-clad old man waved his hand and said, "What do you think of this guardian formation? It's also my first time seeing it, but this guardian formation is constantly growing. We'll just attack it directly." The brawny man replied. "Then what do you think will be inside?" The black-clad old man continued to ask. At this time, someone suddenly interrupted, "I came to this mountain an hour ago. There was no such thing at that time. So, it just appeared." The brawny man knocked his head and said, "Is the person who sent the signal here?" As soon as he finished speaking, no one answered. "Did they enter before this guardian formation was formed?" The brawny man muttered, turned his head and said, "Elderjua, let's attack together. We'll split the spoils equally after this." "No problem." The black-clad old man agreed. He was from the treasure-seeking sect, and this brawny man was from Myriad Treasure City. The two sides often cooperated, so they were already used to it. Chapter 1331. Someone's here. The treasure-seeking sect and Million Treasure Cities teams all looked over. This white-clothed youth was at the third level of the fragmentation realm. He was Yi Xian. "My sister is breaking through inside. I'll give you a chance to scram." Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was now at the third level of the fragmentation realm. Even facing two fifth-level fragmentation realm martial artists was a piece of cake. Yes, in his eyes, there were only two fifth-level fragmentation realm martial artists, because the others were already under his control one by one. His words were meant for these two people. Although he was not afraid of them, he was afraid that the sound of battle would disturb Luoluo. "Kid, you're only at the third level of the fragmentation realm. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" The brawny man glared. The black-clothed old man continued, "You came out of the formation. Did you set up this formation?" "I told you, my sister is breaking through inside." Yi Xian was not prepared to answer this question. His face darkened. How can a breakthrough trigger such a huge amount of heaven and earth origin energy? This is clearly a sign that something is about to happen to a treasure. "Kid, you'd better retreat quickly or else." The black-clothed old man's eyes flickered. His eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. "Or else what?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "Or else, don't blame me." Before the black-clothed old man could finish speaking, several fourth-level fragmentation realm martial practitioners behind him suddenly attacked him. Bang! 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 4 muffled sounds rang out and fell into everyone's ears. Everyone in the brawny man's team turned to look and saw the black-clothed old man's body suddenly falling from the sky. The wound on his back was so deep that the bone could be seen, and his heart was pierced through. A fifth-level fragmentation realm martial artist died just like that. What happened? The brawny man was shocked. The black-clothed old man belonged to the treasure-seeking sect. The people behind him were also disciples of the treasure-seeking sect. But why did these disciples suddenly attack and kill the black-clothed old man? Whoosh whoosh. At this time, the wind blew again. The group of disciples behind the brawny man also launched a sneak attack. Boom. The brawny man flew forward for a while. Fortunately, after the black-clothed old man died, he subconsciously poured out his true chi to defend himself. Because of this, he saved his life. However, after he was attacked, Yi Xian also suddenly rushed out. He had given his opponent 2 chances, but his opponent did not cherish them. Eruption of killing intent. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon instantly engulfed the burly man. However, the burly man had already gathered all of his true chi to use a defensive divine ability before he was attacked, so he was not killed by the attack. The golden flaming dragon once again engulfed the brawny man at the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. This time, he was unable to block it. A system notification sounded. A 5th level fragmentation realm martial artist was killed by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian glanced at the giant tree protection barrier. He was afraid that the sound of the battle would disturb Luoluo, so he asked the 2 of them to leave. He did not expect them to court death. In this way, he also obtained a lot of spoils. Immediately, he gathered everyone's interspatial rings together. Just a little more. Yi Xian was a little helpless. 2 5th-level fragmentation realm martial artists, 8 4th-level fragmentation realm martial artists, and more than 33rd-level fragmentation realm martial artists. The wealth of these people combined was not enough for him to break through to the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. What a tragedy! Forget it. Yi Xian shook his head and then ordered everyone, all of you, spread out and patrol. If anyone dares to come close, attack directly. The 40 people said in unison. Such a force was enough to defend against 2 5th-level fragmentation realm martial artists. In addition to the giant tree protection barrier, Luoluo should not have any problems. At this time, Luoluo's mutation was coming to an end. However, Yi Xian still felt that something was strange, but he could not put his finger on it. Nothing should happen, right? Yi Xian comforted himself in his heart. Luoluo was in the middle of a breakthrough. If she was suddenly interrupted and kept in the planting space, who knew what would happen? Hence, he had to succeed in one go. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Ding! The host's beast god bloodline has evolved. A system notification sounded. Evolved? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This meant that Luoluo's mutation was complete. Young master, at this time, Luoluo transmitted her voice. Yi Xian hurriedly returned to the giant tree protection barrier. He saw that Luoluo had grown 3 new tails. In addition, one of her tails had turned golden. A golden tail? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Previously, Luoluo had only grown some golden fur, but now, one of her 9 tails had turned completely golden. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline in my body seems to be a golden fox, so I estimate that all of them will turn golden in the future. However, I still need to go into seclusion for a while to consolidate, Luoluo explained. Yi Xian nodded slightly. This was not a big deal, and there were benefits. After all, this meant that Luoluo still had room for improvement. He sensed it and found that Luoluo had only broken through from the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm to the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. However, the faith crystals in Luoluo's universe ring should be enough for Luoluo to break through to the 6th level of the fragmentation realm easily. Since you've already broken through, let's set off. Old tree, remove the giant tree protection barrier. Yi Xian said. Okay. Old tree nodded and removed the giant tree protection barrier. As for those people who were tamed, Yi Xian naturally would not let them go. Who asked these people to provoke him? These people were all recruited by Luoluo. Luoluo had already cultivated the Eyes of Charm, and the effects of the Eyes of Charm and the Eyes of Charm had both improved. It was not a problem to charm these people. The 8 of you, follow me to Million Treasures City. Yi Xian said to these 8 martial artists at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. Yes, master. The 8 of them nodded. Among these 8 people, 4 were from Million Treasures City, and the other 4 were from treasure-seeking sect. Previously, the Hu clan's 3rd clan elder said that Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai, had gone to Million Treasure City, so Yi Xian's target this time was Million Treasure City. With these people leading the way, he would be able to find it faster. Set off. Then, Yi Xian continued on his journey. However, these people's speed was very slow. With their speed, it would take at least 2 days to rush back to Million Treasure City. Therefore, Yi Xian abandoned them in the end and used shadow steps to travel alone. This way, it would only take less than a day's time. However, not long after he left, a huge tremor occurred in the ground, and the source of the tremor was behind him. Rumble. Chapter 1332. What's going on? Yi Xian was surprised and released the old tree, and old tree. This used to be a battlefield. Treasures are often unearthed. Could it be the same this time? Old tree said in shock. 1,000 years ago, there was a Nirvana realm force here, but it was destroyed. Therefore, the treasures here were probably worth a lot. Let's go back and take a look. Yi Xian made up his mind. If a 5th stage divine artifact was unearthed, then it would be a huge gain. Once he devoured it, he might be able to break through several times. Immediately, he used shadow steps and rushed in the direction of the treasure. At first, there was only some hot lava, but the closer he got to the source of the earthquake, the more geocentric flame demons appeared. Yi Xian had seen flame demons many times. However, this geocentric flame demon was much stronger than ordinary flame demons. Its entire body was golden, and it was more handsome than ordinary flame demons. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Xian encountered a geocentric flame demon, which directly pounced on him. This speed is at least at the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian was shocked and hurriedly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon roared out and collided with the geocentric flame demon. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that the geocentric flame demon actually absorbed the golden flame dragon. After absorbing the golden flame dragon, the geocentric flame demon's body suddenly grew to 2 meters tall. What the F***ck? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He suddenly remembered that the flame dragon was also of the fire attribute. This was a disguised way to increase the opponent's strength. In that case, he would use the ice attribute. Ice and fire dual dragon sword array. Ice dragon roar. Since the flames formed by the all creation's force would be absorbed, he could only use the ice attribute to restrain it. A blue ice dragon's aura erupted and swallowed the geocentric flame demon. Immediately, the geocentric flame demon's body shrank by 1 size. It was effective. So what if you're in the 5th tier of the fragmentation realm? I'll kill you. Yi Xian's doppelganger wielding the azure ice sword attacked again, whereas his main body used the devil-destroying spike that he had learned from Shi Jiuyin. After a few rounds, the geocentric flame demon was eliminated, leaving behind a core. These elemental creatures had weak points all over their bodies. As long as an attack landed on their body, it would cause damage. Once they were injured, their strength would drop, so they were easier to deal with. After the death of this geocentric flame demon, he quickly went over and kept the core of the earth before devouring it. Unfortunately, the benefits from the core of the earth were negligible to him. However, it was a significant amount to Wei Zhentian. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 4th stage of the fragmentation stage. The system prompted. This geocentric flame devil must have unearthed some kind of treasure since it came out from underground. However, we may encounter more geocentric flame devils in the following path, or even geocentric flame devils at the 6th or 7th stage of the fragmentation realm, Yi Xian pondered. He was about to break through to the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, and so was the old tree. They should be able to protect themselves. Hence, Yi Xian chose to continue forward to see what kind of treasure would appear. At the same time, the commotion here had attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. The commotion this time was probably the biggest one this year. Hence, the surrounding forces had all sent experts over. Yi Xian had already expected this. Hence, he had to break through to the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm as soon as possible. Only then would he have a chance to obtain the treasure. Because the earth was already cracked beyond recognition and magma was everywhere, there weren't many places to land. Thus, Yi Xian was unable to use the shadow steps to travel and could only fly. Soon, he encountered the 2nd geocentric flame devil. Burst of killing intent. Roar of ice dragon. Devil-destroying spike. This geocentric flame devil was troublesome to others, but Yi Xian could still handle it. After a few rounds of attacks, this geocentric flame devil died an unnatural death, leaving behind a geocentric core. What a pity! The benefits of devouring this geocentric core are negligible to me. If I just devour this thing, Wei Zhentian might break through to the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm first while I'm still at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly stepped into his range of perception. The 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. The newcomer was a young man wearing a golden crown. He was about 30 years old. Judging from his attire, he should be from the treasure-seeking sect. The treasure-seeking sect team that Yi Xian had encountered earlier were only at the 3rd and 4th stage of the fragmentation realm. In the treasure-seeking sect, only those who had reached the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm could participate in the inner sect assessment. To put it simply, those before were outer sect disciples. However, this young man with a golden crown was dressed differently from those people before. He was probably an inner sect disciple of the treasure-seeking sect. Kid, what happened here? The young man with a golden crown had an arrogant look on his face as he questioned Yi Xian. I don't know. Yi Xian replied coldly. If you don't know, then get lost. This isn't a place where you can come. The young man with a golden crown rebuked angrily. In his opinion, Yi Xian was only at the 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm. How dare he come here? He must have a death wish. What did you say? Yi Xian glared at him. What? A piece of trash wants to attack me? The young man with a golden crown was also slightly surprised. I don't know where you get your sense of superiority from. Since that's the case, I'll show you how powerful this piece of trash is. Yi Xian was already used to people like this. If this kind of person did not provoke him, he would not bother with them. However, this young man with a golden crown actually asked him to get lost. This was absolutely intolerable. Mind's eye. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He directly crossed the distance between them and launched an attack. Boom. The young man with a golden crown trembled as he felt a sharp pain in his head. His soul twitched violently. He immediately understood that Yi Xian had attacked his soul. Good fellow, you're courting death. Don't blame me for this. The young man with a golden crown was furious as he charged towards Yi Xian. He could not use the peerless flame dragon slash and dual dragon roar against the geocentric flame demon. However, he could use these two moves to his heart's content when fighting against humans. However, Yi Xian did not want to kill the young man with a golden crown so easily. The young man with a golden crown was not in the mood to kill Yi Xian. He immediately slashed his sword and went straight for Yi Xian's head. 5th stage of the fragmentation realm and 3rd stage of the fragmentation realm were 2 stages apart. He did not need to use his divine abilities to deal with Yi Xian. However, this attack was easily defeated by Yi Xian. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. After the sword chi was defeated, Yi Xian launched a counterattack. However, he did not use his killing intent explosion. Such power. Chapter 1333. Demonic Fist. The golden-crowned young man threw out a hand and destroyed the golden flame dragon. It was just a low-level void-breaking divine power. He was arrogant and disdained to use his ultimate skill against Yi Xian because it was humiliating. Boy, do you think you can fight me with this ultimate skill alone? The golden-crowned young man could not help but mock him. Kill me first. Cut the crap, you piece of trash. Yi Xian scolded him back. Fine. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The golden-crowned young man shouted angrily and threw out a punch with his left fist. Rumble! A series of muffled sounds were heard as the two figures fought in the air. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. As time went by, the golden-crowned young man's expression became more and more solemn. How was it possible that he could not defeat Yi Xian even though he was at the 5th level of the void-breaking realm? Where did this boy come from? The golden-crowned young man wondered in his heart. However, he did not want to waste any more time because the treasure had been unearthed. He had to get there as soon as possible. Boy, I'll give you a chance to leave now. As long as you, the golden-crowned young man said, but Yi Xian did not wait for him to finish and attacked again. I won't play with you anymore. Take my wrath. Yi Xian suddenly split into 2. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Array. Killing Intent Explosion. Dual Dragon Roar. This attack was more than 5 times stronger than the previous Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. The golden-crowned young man widened his eyes. By the time he reacted, the roar was already in front of him. Bush, bush, bush. The golden-crowned young man was instantly engulfed. His body was incinerated, leaving nothing behind. He did not expect that he would be killed by a kid at the 3rd level of the void-breaking realm before he could even see the treasure. If he had a choice, he would choose not to make an enemy out of Yi Xian and stay away from him. Unfortunately, it was too late. The golden-crowned young man's body turned into nothingness, but he left 3 things behind. 1 was an interspatial ring, 1 was a weapon, and the last was the golden crown on his head. This golden crown is indeed a heaven-defying artifact. It's able to defend against soul attacks. No wonder that brat was able to block my eye of the heart so many times. Yi Xian swallowed the golden crown and his cultivation increased slightly. Things like this could also be exchanged in the shop. Then, he began to count the golden-crowned young man's belongings. Ding! The host has made a breakthrough. The host is currently at the 4th level of the fragmentation stage. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. He's already at the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm, so the old tree will probably be able to break through soon as well. Yi Xian thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he had taken the old tree as his 3rd treasure. As long as his cultivation level increased, the effect of the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body would also increase, and the effect of his blood on the old tree would also increase. To put it simply, the old tree could almost keep up with him, and sometimes even surpass him. Because of that, he was able to raise his cultivation base very quickly. If he had taken ordinary heaven-reaching beasts as his beasts, it would have been too difficult for him to raise his cultivation base. That was why he had only taken 3 beasts so far. There were still 3 left. I've avenged my humiliation, let's hurry. Yi Xian looked into the distance, and his figure flashed. At this time, more than an hour had passed since the earth split open. Those with lower cultivation levels might still be on their way, but those with higher cultivation levels might have already arrived. After breaking through, it was even easier for Yi Xian to deal with the geocentric flame demon. Soon, he saw several martial artists at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm. Beneath his feet was the place where the old tree had set up the giant wood protection barrier. It was also Luolua's seclusion spot. At this time, this place had already become a magma hell. The bottom was full of magma, and it stretched as far as the eye could see. There were already many people in the air. In addition to the martial artists at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm, there were also many at the 4th or 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. In fact, Yi Xian even sensed a super powerhouse who was suspected to be at the 7th stage of the fragmentation realm. They came so quickly. Yi Xian thought to himself. But what he didn't expect was that he would actually come to Luolua's seclusion spot. Could it be that the reason why the treasure-seeking ruler spun crazily just now wasn't because of Luoluo, but because this place was originally a treasure location? Yi Xian suddenly thought of this question. Luolua's breakthrough earlier had stirred up the heaven and earth origin chi, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that perhaps because Luoluo was breaking through, the treasure buried deep underground formed a miraculous structure, causing this treasure to be unearthed. He just didn't know what kind of treasure it was. Last time, there was a mountain giant that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. It had a broken Tier 5 divine artifact on its body. This time, there's actually lava. This seems to be even deeper than the ancient battlefield. Yeah, I also have a feeling that this time is no small matter. Maybe it's not a treasure that's unearthed, but the birth of a powerful divine artifact. The geocentric flame demons in this area have already been wiped out. I don't know if new ones will appear. Let's watch from afar first. A few treasure-seeking sect disciples whispered to each other. Although the ground cracked and large amounts of magma gushed out, it seemed like the treasure hadn't appeared yet because the heaven and earth essence chi hadn't dispersed yet. There was a 7th stage fragmentation realm expert present. He wasn't from treasure-seeking sect or Million Treasure City, but from a family clan established in the wilderness. With his realm, his spiritual consciousness couldn't penetrate the magma, so he was also waiting. With his realm, as long as the treasure appeared, he could immediately snatch it. No one present could stop him. The spiritual consciousness of the surrounding people couldn't penetrate the magma either, but Yi Xian's eye of revelation could. There's actually a large number of geocentric flame demons hidden underground? Yi Xian was shocked. He saw a large number of geocentric flame demons in the huge underground cavern that was gushing out magma continuously. There were at least a few hundred of them. Most importantly, there seemed to be 6th and 7th stage fragmentation realm experts among these geocentric flame demons. Retreat first, let the others be cannon fodder. Yi Xian subconsciously swallowed his saliva. If this group of geocentric flame demons suddenly charged out, the dozens of people present would probably be instantly surrounded and killed. However, this group of geocentric flame demons seemed to be waiting for something. They only moved in the magma and didn't have any intention of charging out. In this magma ocean, my dark shadow steps can't be used. I can only use the shadow of the Wind Rider Dragon. It's better to be cautious. For safety's sake, Yi Xian temporarily retreated to the back and let the others be cannon fodder. If there was danger, he could react in time and escape. The surrounding people all waited cautiously. In addition, more people came one after another. In less than half an hour, more than 100 people had gathered. Chapter 1334. Ding! The Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. He is currently at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. A system notification suddenly rang. The old tree is restrained by the geocentric flame demon. His combat strength is probably not as good as Wei Zhentian's. I should let him continue cultivating first. Yi Xian thought in his heart. At this time, he was thinking that if he took away the universe rings of everyone present, he could at least break through to the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. Wei Zhentian could even reach the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. However, what he needed most at this time was cannon fodder, so he endured. After all, there were still a few 6th level and a 7th level fragmentation realm martial artists. Time slowly passed. When around 150 people had gathered, the magma springs suddenly erupted into a pillar of magma that soared into the sky. Careful, don't get hit by the magma. A martial artist shouted loudly. Even if he did not warn them, the people around him understood. The magma below could easily cut through the flesh of a 5th level fragmentation realm martial artist, and this pillar of magma that soared into the sky was even hotter. Even a 6th level fragmentation realm martial artist did not dare to be careless. Back off. Away from it. Chapter 1335. No one knew if the eternal earthcore fire was left behind from the great battle thousands of years ago, or if it had always been hidden underground. But generally speaking, this mysterious fire was very precious. If I get it and devour it, my cultivation level might increase by a few levels. Yi Xian licked his dry lips, and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. He must get this mysterious fire. This mysterious fire seems to be the eternal earthcore fire that's ranked 93rd on the mysterious fire list. At this time, another person shouted. The eternal earthcore fire was usually born underground. After some time, the eternal earthcore fire could give birth to geocentric flame demons. In other words, the geocentric flame demons and the flame demon overlord were all born from the eternal earthcore fire. When the surrounding people heard the name Eternal Earthcore Fire, they also showed a greedy look. Nirvana realm experts could use the mysterious fire to refine their physique, but fragmentation realm experts couldn't. They would be instantly burned by the mysterious fire. However, some mysterious fires had special effects. For example, the eternal earthcore fire could prolong one's life as long as one cultivated beside it. Even the light of the fire could heal one's internal injuries. It was said that if a Nirvana realm expert merged with the eternal earthcore fire, he could increase his lifespan by at least 50 years. If he took it out, he could even buy the entire Million Treasure City. Gosh, the treasure unearthed this time is probably the most precious one since the establishment of the Million Treasure Alliance. Don't say that. The more precious something is, the more troublesome it is. This isn't something we can get our hands on. Yes, even Nirvana realm experts would lower themselves to snatch it. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. If people know that there is such a treasure, they will definitely die without a burial place. Although they said so, they all had an urge in their hearts. Who didn't want to get such a treasure? Who didn't want to soar to the sky? Not to mention them, even Yi Xian was tempted. This thing, I must get it. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and made a plan in his heart. However, to get the eternal earthcore fire, he had to kill the geocentric flame demons and the flame demon overlord first. At this time, another group of people just happened to flash over from afar. It was the Million Treasure City team that had arrived late, and the person in the lead was also at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm. Eternal earthcore fire? The middle-aged man leading the Million Treasure City team cried out in surprise. The Million Treasure City was a trading center, and there were all sorts of things inside. He, who often dealt with treasures, naturally recognized it with a single glance. The two of you, let's kill this fire devil overlord first. We'll talk about the spoils later. He was the 7th level of the fragmentation realm martial artist who had arrived first. For you, the leader of the treasure-seeking sect questioned. Northwest, Tuoba Yi of the Toba family. The green-clothed elder replied. Bei Lu belongs to the Million Treasure City's City Lord Manor. The middle-aged man also reported his background. Elder of the treasure-seeking sect, Feng Qi. The elder leading the treasure-seeking sect also introduced himself. There were two major powers in the Thousand Treasures Alliance's territory, the treasure-seeking sect and the Thousand Treasures City. In addition, there were some independent families. Coincidentally, the Tuoba family did not belong to the treasure-seeking sect, nor did they belong to the 10,000 Treasure City. If that was the case, they could only cooperate. Taking advantage of the fact that the Fire Devil Overlord had not completely climbed up, the three of them quickly discussed countermeasures. This Fire Devil Overlord's strength was not to be underestimated. Those who could harm it were at least at the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. At this moment, there were only a dozen 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artists and 3 7th-level fragmentation realm martial artists. As for the others, they were of no help at all. This Fire Devil Overlord is about to come out completely. Inform the others immediately. Feng Qi of the treasure-seeking sect shouted. This Fire Devil Overlord was not to be underestimated. Even if the three of them joined forces, they only had a 10 to 20% chance of defeating it. After all, there were so many geocentric flame demons around. The key was that they did not have anything specially used to collect exotic flames. If they put it into their interspatial rings, they were afraid that their interspatial rings and hands would be burned to ashes before they could enter. However, they had to deal with this Fire Devil Overlord first. Woo woo woo. Amidst a roar, the Fire Devil Overlord finally successfully climbed to the ground. When the three parties were discussing earlier, they were also cleaning up the geocentric flame demons. At this moment, there were only a little more than 200 geocentric flame demons left. Forget it. Let's go first. The others will clean up the geocentric flame demons. Feng Qi of the treasure-seeking sect began to attack as soon as he finished speaking. Although this Fire Devil Overlord looked very terrifying, there were still some people who did not care about their lives and joined forces to deal with the geocentric flame demons in an attempt to collect some geocentric cores. Yi Xian was the same. This Fire Devil Overlord is stronger than the three of us. Even if the three of us join forces, we might not be able to fight it. I'd better clean up the geocentric flame demons first. Yi Xian focused on the geocentric flame demons first. After all, the Fire Devil Overlord was not so easy to kill. Even if it was killed, someone else would get it. At that time, he would reap the benefits. It was indeed difficult for him to deal with a 7th-level fragmentation realm martial artist now. However, after this battle, it would not be certain because someone might die. Killing intent explosion. Cyclone slash. Yi Xian was also quickly cleaning up the geocentric flame demons. At the same time, he was the only one who dared to challenge a few geocentric flame demons alone. This Cyclone Slash was a middle-grade fragmentation realm martial artist that he copied from the people around him. This Cyclone Slash was similar to the scar-faced assassin's whirlwind clouds. After striking the geocentric flame demons, countless wind blades would be released. It was very effective against the geocentric flame demons. If they were to compare the number of kills, Yi Xian's kill count was probably second only to that green-clothed old man, Tuoba Yi. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be noticed by others. Where did this kid come from? He can actually kill a 5th-level geocentric flame demon so easily. He can even fight a 6th-level geocentric flame demon. The three fragmentation realm martial artists all noticed Yi Xian. However, they did not have time to think because the geocentric flame demons had already arrived. Puff, puff, puff. The Fire Devil Overlord directly blasted towards the green-clothed old man, Tuoba Yi. If he was hit, Tuoba Yi would be severely injured even if he did not die. Fortunately, Tuoba Yi's strength was not bad and was not hit by this attack. On the other side, treasure-hunting sects Elder Feng Qi and Million Treasure City's City Lord Residences Bei Lu were attacking the Fire Devil Overlord from the back. Their attacks could injure the Fire Devil Overlord, but the Fire Devil Overlord had the eternal core fire in his body. His injuries were instantly healed. Not good. It is indeed like this. When Tuoba Yi and the other two saw this, their faces changed drastically. Chapter 1336. If the Fire Devil Monarch's injuries couldn't recover, they still had a chance. But if the Fire Devil Monarch's injuries were constantly recovering, then they wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Hold him back and wait for reinforcements. Tuoba Yi yelled. This Fire Devil Monarch had a mysterious flame on him, so it was imaginable how precious it was. What they had to do now was to hold back the Fire Devil Monarch and prevent Lament from going back underground. But who knew when reinforcements would arrive? What if it was an hour or two? Wouldn't they be in trouble? We can't fight him head-on. Let's retreat. Feng Qi yelled and swiftly retreated with his men. So did Bei Lu from the Myriad Treasure City's City Lord estate. Now, it was Tuoba Yi challenging the Fire Devil Monarch alone. You two motherf asterisk curs. Tuoba Yi couldn't help cursing out loud. They had agreed to join forces earlier, but now, after seeing the Fire Devil Monarch's strength, they actually turned around and left. This way, he would become a thorn in the Fire Devil Monarch's side. Let's go! Tuoba Yi's expression changed as he immediately turned around and left. The surrounding 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artists also retreated when they saw the situation. The Fire Devil Monarch launched another attack, but this time, his target wasn't Tuoba Yi, but those 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artists. Bam! The Fire Devil Monarch blasted out a punch, and suddenly, a huge fireball smashed towards the 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artists. The latter couldn't dodge in time and was hit head-on. That extremely high temperature directly incinerated him, leaving behind only a hard universe ring and weapon. Instant kill. A 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artist was instantly killed. This greatly reduced the morale of the surrounding people. They all wanted to kill the Fire Devil Monarch, but they didn't have the strength. If this punch hit those 3 people, it would probably be able to instantly kill them. This Fire Devil Monarch's strength has already reached the 8th level of the fragmentation realm. Yi Xian gulped his saliva and then flung the Skyquake sword at the Fire Devil Monarch. Of course, he was not sending Wei Zhentian to his death. Instead, he was going to seize the universe ring of that 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artist. After all, Wei Zhentian was immortal. Even if he was killed by the Fire Devil Monarch, he could still be reborn. The heaven-shocking sword tore through the air and successfully obtained the universe ring. But on his way back, a 6th-level fragmentation realm geocentric flame demon suddenly appeared and smashed Wei Zhentian into pieces with a single punch. The universe ring also fell from the sky. However, this distance happened to be within the range of Yi Xian. Eyes of Myriad. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He used his all-creation's force to drag the ring of cosmos and then moved it towards him. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is currently at the 6th stage of the fragmentation stage. A system notification sounded. At the same time, Yi Xian was also targeted by the 6th stage fragmentation stage geocentric flame devil. Killing intent explosion. Cyclone slash. Yi Xian took out his heaven-shocking sword again and slashed down. An ordinary slash pierced through the air and entered the geocentric flame devil's body. The geocentric flame devil's body began to dissipate. This was the effect of the sword energy erupting inside its body. Yi Xian only needed 2 or 3 slashes to deal with a 5th-level fragmentation realm geocentric flame devil. But against a 6th-level fragmentation realm geocentric flame devil, he would need at least 7 to 8 slashes. Fortunately, there were no other geocentric flame devils nearby. Yi Xian could fight this 6th-level fragmentation realm geocentric flame devil alone. Killing intent explosion. Cyclone slash. Yi Xian attacked as he retreated. Although he was in the air, he had the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon and the eyes of Myriad. His speed in the air was not much slower than a 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artist. These geocentric flame devils were very stupid and were quickly kited to death. Bang! The 6th-level fragmentation realm geocentric flame devil exploded and left behind a geocentric core. Yi Xian hurriedly put away this geocentric core and glanced at it. The fire devil monarch was chasing after the group of humans. While he was killing monsters, another 2 6th-level fragmentation realm martial artists had died. In that case, the 2 interspatial rings would belong to him. However, the people around also had their eyes on these 2 universe rings. When Yi Xian used the eyes of Myriad to hook the 2 universe rings, an unfriendly shout suddenly came from not far away. "Boy, get out of my way!" Yi Xian turned around and saw a bald man flying towards him. From the looks of it, he wanted to snatch the 2 universe rings. "You don't have the right to take what I want." Yi Xian did not say anything and directly pulled out his sword and slashed. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon swept out. Cyclone slash. The other party also slashed with his sword. It turned out that this person was the one who Yi Xian had secretly learned the fragmentation divine power. Now, he was here to ask Yi Xian for a lesson. The cyclone slash sank into the golden flame dragon and immediately caused a violent explosion inside. Unfortunately, it was not able to disperse the golden flame dragon in one hit. Yi Xian's attack was slightly better. How is this possible? The bald man was shocked. He was at the 6th level of the fragmentation realm, and Yi Xian was only at the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. How could he lose in terms of attack power? He immediately slashed with his sword again. This time, he dispersed the golden flame dragon. However, after the golden flame dragon, there was another attack that he neglected. Eye of Destruction. Rip. The bald man's head was directly cut off and sent flying. The disintegration effect also disintegrated his chin. In the blink of an eye, only half of his head was left. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After Yi Xian heard the system notification, he used the power of all creations to drag the corpse over. This time, he obtained 3 6th-level fragmentation realm interspatial rings. What a profit! When Yi Xian put away the 3 interspatial rings, although he did not hear the system notification, his aura skyrocketed. It seems that I can break through to the 5th level of the fragmentation realm after another 2 rings. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he secretly calculated in his heart. As long as he broke through to the 5th level of the fragmentation realm, he would be qualified to fight with the fire demon monarch. He would also be qualified to snatch the eternal earth core fire from the others. This eternal earth core fire can be used to refine Wei Zhentian, increase the growth rate of the old tree, and increase Mai and Lualua's lifespan. This is killing 4 birds with 1 stone. If I can devour it, it can even help me break through several times. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's figure flashed as he continued to kill the geocentric flame demons. At the same time, he was also paying attention to whether anyone else had fallen so that he could collect the corpses. Tuoba Yi, who was targeted by the fire demon monarch, had a decent movement technique and was able to avoid the fire demon monarch's attack. Other than some of his hair and clothes being burned by the scorching aura, he did not have any obvious injuries. However, at this moment... Woo. Chapter 1337. Tuoba Yi frowned. This was a good opportunity to attack, but the Fire Devil Sovereign had the eternal Earth Core fire. Hence, he felt that it was better to use this opportunity to distance himself from the Fire Devil Sovereign. What is the Fire Devil Sovereign doing? In the distance, Yi Xian used his Eye of Revelation and discovered that there were some changes in the Fire Devil Sovereign's body. The Fire Devil Sovereign originally had 1 core of the earth, but at this moment, the Fire Devil Sovereign suddenly condensed 3 cores of the earth. Bang! Suddenly, the Fire Devil Sovereign's body exploded. The 3 cores of the earth were ejected and fell into the magma. Soon after, 3 geocentric flame demons appeared. Although they were not as big as the Flame Demon Sovereign, they were still half as tall. Core Flame Demons at the 7th level of the Fragmentation Realm. After the Fire Devil Sovereign split into 3 Core Flame Demons, His body had indeed shrunk a little. However, under the effect of the eternal earth core fire, his body began to recover bit by bit. This is troublesome. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. Originally, only this Fire Devil Sovereign was a threat to him. Now that the Fire Devil Sovereign suddenly split into 3 core flame demons, it was even more troublesome to deal with. Most importantly, this Fire Devil Sovereign could still rely on the eternal earth core fire to recover. If he was given some time to recover to his peak, he might split again. It seemed like he had to get something to suppress the Fire Devil Sovereign's recovery. While Yi Xian was pondering, the 3 core flame demons had already rushed out and attacked the nearest target. One Fire Devil Sovereign was already frightening enough. Now that there were 3 core flame demons at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm, the others were scared witless and did not dare to turn around to leave. Yi Xian looked at the core flame demons and raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he found something that could restrain them. Frozen Sky Pill. It allows the user to possess ice attribute True Qi. It has a 50% restraining effect on fire attribute. When he saw this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Although the effect of the Frozen Heaven Pill only lasted for an hour and could only be used once a day, it was enough. However, this Frozen Heaven Pill was also divided into levels. Yi Xian was currently at the 4th level of the fragmentation stage, and was about to break through to the 5th level of the fragmentation stage. Thus, he had to wait until he broke through to exchange for it. If he broke through while the effects were still in effect, then it would lose its effect. Before this, he had used the Super Devouring Crystal to exchange for an Ice Element Shattering Divine ability. Skyfrost Fist, a mid-tier fragmentation divine ability. Without hesitation, Yi Xian exchanged for it and started learning. Apart from that, he also exchanged for a pair of gloves, a high-grade level 4 elemental divine weapon. Now, everything was ready. All that was left was cultivation. Once he broke through to the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm, his damage to the geocentric flame devil would increase greatly. Right at this moment, "Kid, hand over those interspatial rings." Suddenly, a low shout entered Yi Xian's ears. Without even turning his head, he knew that 2 martial practitioners at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm were charging towards him. "There's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell instead. Perfect timing." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he turned around to attack. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Skyfrost Fist. A golden flame dragon and an extreme ice fist blasted towards the 2 martial practitioners at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm respectively. These 2 had seen Yi Xian obtain 3 interspatial rings from afar, and then saw Yi Xian kill a martial practitioner at the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm, so they teamed up to snatch them. However, they did not know that they had kicked an iron plate. Bang! Bang! Both of them were unable to block the attack and were sent flying by Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian added an Eye of Destruction behind the Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Rip! Another head was thrown into the air. What? The other person was shocked. One of them was killed in just one move. How was this possible? However, in Yi Xian's eyes, he was also a dead man. Yi Xian turned into a stream of light and put away the corpse. After his aura skyrocketed, he rushed towards the other person. Killing Intent Explosion. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Destruction. Yi Xian did not need to use his left fist at all. The faint Eye of Destruction was enough to kill him. After the second person died, he rushed over again. In his estimation, he could break through to the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm as long as he devoured this interspatial ring. At this time, a geocentric flame demon at the 7th stage of the fragmentation realm suddenly rushed towards him. Yi Xian quickly put the interspatial ring into his bag. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. The system notification finally sounded. After breaking through, Yi Xian's physique and true qi strength had a qualitative leap. However, he did not immediately exchange for the freezing sky pill. Instead, he broke through the void and left. The void door closed, and the geocentric flame demon at the 7th stage of the fragmentation realm missed. Yi Xian actually had the ability to kill it, but he did not want to do so now because there were others around. What he wanted now was to let the fire demon monarch and the other geocentric flame demons drive these humans away. When there was no one else, he would attack. One-on-one. Yes, one-on-one. 1-on-4. He had left an eye of the void somewhere else, so he did not go far. He hurried for a while and arrived at the previous place. At this time, there was no one there. He did not know if the remaining people were all dead or had escaped. With the eye of revelation, Yi Xian observed the fire demon monarch and the 3/4 stage geocentric flame demons from afar. Then he circled around the 4 flame fiends, but did not find anyone else. Then it was time for him. Ding! Freezing sky pill successfully exchanged. The system notification sounded. The freezing sky pill at the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm cost him 4/5 of the super devouring crystal. However, as long as he could kill the 3 geocentric flame demons and the fire demon monarch, it was worth it. Eye of Glory close. Yi Xian closed the Eye of Glory and consumed the freezing sky pill. Instantly, the true qi in his body turned blue. Not only that, but his entire body also changed. Even his hair turned sky blue and was very dazzling. His body also emitted traces of cold air as if he had walked out of an ice field. Come! Yi Xian's eyes suddenly shot out a ray of light. However, he was not stupid enough to rush over. He still had to use some tricks. Wei Zhentian, go and lure one over. Chapter 1338. Wei Zhentian trembled in dissatisfaction. Yi Xian always used it as bait, which made it unhappy. Do you still want the core of the earth? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Hearing about the core of the earth, Wei Zhentian flew toward the nearest geocentric flame demon without hesitation. The geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm was successfully attracted. Then, Wei Zhentian quickly retreated. Boom! However, due to the difference in their realms, Wei Zhentian was instantly smashed into pieces by a flaming fist. Then, Wei Zhentian moved again and lured the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm over. The effect of the frozen sky pill only lasted for an hour. In order to lure the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm, Yi Xian spent a full 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm finally left. Yi Xian estimated that the battle here would not attract the attention of the flame demon monarch. Killing intent explosion. Sky Frost Fist. When the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm approached, Yi Xian directly attacked. A blue fist shadow pierced through the air and ruthlessly smashed the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm. Instantly, the extremely cold air invaded its body. Kacha! Kacha! With a few crisp sounds, the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm was suddenly frozen into ice. However, the surrounding flames continued to burn, and the ice began to melt again. It's so powerful! Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The frozen sky pill, Sky Frost Fist, and a divine artifact that increased the attack power of the ice attribute actually caused such damage in one punch. This was directly out of Yi Xian's expectations. He estimated that it would only take 3 punches to kill a 7th level geocentric flame demon. Killing intent explosion. Sky Frost Fist. Yi Xian attacked again. The fist shadow whizzed out and once again hit the geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm. Before the ice could melt, another large piece of ice was formed. The geocentric flame demon's flames were frozen, and even its movement speed decreased greatly. At this time, Yi Xian circulated his true qi once again and threw a punch. This punch accurately, this punch directly froze the geocentric flame demon. Following that, Yi Xian casually struck it and shattered it. The core of the earth also fell into Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian took flame demon at the 7th level. Was Yi Shui only? Yi Xian only took a few seconds. Was Yi Sky if it weren't for the fact that the Skyfrost Fist consumed a lot of energy and couldn't be used consecutively within a short period of time, he would have been able to insta-kill Wang Chong if he used both fists simultaneously. I didn't expect the Frozen Heaven pill to be so useful. It seems like I don't need to lure them one by one. Was Yi but Yi demon but it. However, this Frozen Sky pill only increased the power of flame demons by 50%. Without this effect, it would not be so powerful. Yi Xian gathered his courage and rushed toward the Flame Demon Monarch. Of course, before he fought with this Flame Demon Monarch, he had to deal with the other two geocentric flame demons. "Hey, dummy, come and beat me!" Yi Xian shouted at a geocentric flame demon at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm. Although this geocentric flame demon might not understand, Yi Xian's tone still made its hatred soar. This geocentric flame demon immediately turned around and charged toward Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid of it. However, when this geocentric flame demon moved, the flame demon monarch suddenly turned around. F***ck. Yi Xian's body trembled as he jumped in fright. However, this flame demon monarch only glanced at him and turned around again. In this flame demon monarch's opinion, this 5th level fragmentation realm brat would definitely die at the hands of this geocentric flame demon, so it did not bother to attack. Not moving. Yi Xian scanned with his eye of revelation and found that this flame demon monarch was at the hole it came out from, absorbing the energy rising from the Earth's core. It seemed to be recovering. I see. Splitting is different from being injured. After splitting, the eternal geocentric flame cannot recover. Yi Xian immediately understood. Previously, he saw the flame demon monarch grow stronger after splitting. In fact, the flame demon monarch was already injured. This meant that this flame demon monarch was weaker than before. This was a good sign for Yi Xian. Since this was the case, it was even easier to deal with. Although this flame demon monarch did not move, the other geocentric flame demon pounced. Yi Xian, 1 against 2. So what if it's 1 against 2? Sky Frost Fist. Without another word, Yi Xian raised his hand and punched. At the same time, he kept retreating, keeping a distance from these two 7th level fragmentation realm geocentric flame demons. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. After taking 3 punches, the geocentric flame demon in front was completely frozen. Then, it was pierced by Wei Zhentian, turning into countless ice crystals that fell to the ground. Whoosh whoosh. At this time, the second geocentric flame demon rushed forward and threw a flaming fist at Yi Xian. Killing intent explosion. Sky Frost Fist. Yi Xian threw a punch and collided with the flaming fist, freezing the fireball. Then, it was directly shattered by Yi Xian's 10,000 mammoth power. Soon, this third geocentric flame demon was also dealt with by Yi Xian. One had to admit that this geocentric flame demon had 0 intelligence. Like the Walking Dead, it only knew how to attack and did not know how to dodge. However, the same could not be said for the fire demon monarch. When Yi Xian swallowed the 2 geocentric cores, he heard a system notification. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's expression also darkened. This was because the fire demon monarch had its eyes on him. This fire demon monarch was different from the other geocentric flame demons. It had its own thoughts. Now that it saw its doppelganger killed by Yi Xian, it could not help but let out a roar. Then, it stopped absorbing the energy rising from the geocentric flame demon monarch and charged toward Yi Xian. There's still more than 50 minutes. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. He gathered his true qi and threw a punch. This fire demon monarch had its own thoughts. Therefore, unlike the other geocentric flame demons, it would only attack within its attack range and would not use its attacks to block its opponent's attacks. Whoosh whoosh. It also threw a punch. A fireball collided with the Sky Frost Fist. However, this time, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. After all, this fire demon monarch was at the 8th level of the fragmentation realm. The fireball dispersed the Sky Frost Fist and then went straight for Yi Xian. Chapter 1339. This Flame Devil Emperor had split before. If it hadn't, it would be even more powerful. In just one exchange, Yi Xian felt a huge pressure. The Skyfrost Fist consumes too much true qi. I can't condense it quickly. It's a bit difficult to deal with this Flame Devil Emperor, Yi Xian thought to himself. He recalled Wei Zhentian and used it as a weapon. Killing Intent Explosion. Cyclone Slash. The execution speed of this move was 3 times faster than the Skyfrost Fist. In other words, the time it took to use the Skyfrost Fist once was enough to use the Cyclone Slash 3 times. In the current situation, the Cyclone Slash was more useful than the Skyfrost Fist. In any case, the Frozen Sky Pills effect was to change True Qi to the Ice attribute. It wasn't mandatory to use it with the Skyfrost Fist. He had to be careful when fighting the 8th stage of the Fragmentation Realm Flame Devil Emperor. Although Yi Xian's speed in the sky was comparable to a 7th stage Fragmentation Realm martial artist, he could be consigned to eternal damnation if he wasn't careful. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to leave this sea of lava. As long as he was on land, his movement speed would increase explosively. No. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. There were other ways to use the power of all creations. Let's do it. Suddenly, Yi Xian directly used the power of all creations to mobilize the earth element in the heaven and earth origin qi. He began to condense a large bridge in the air. This bridge surrounded the Flame Devil Sovereign, and Yi Xian just happened to be able to move on it. Unfortunately, the Flame Devil Emperor seemed to have seen through Yi Xian's intentions. Its body suddenly exploded, instantly turning the floating bridge he had painstakingly created into ash. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to dodge the Flame Devil Emperor's fireballs and then use the Cyclone Slash to attack the Flame Devil Emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Cyclone Slashes entered the Flame Devil Emperor's body one after another. Although the Ice attribute True Qi caused damage to the Flame Devil Emperor, the Flame Devil Emperor had the Eternal Earth Core Fire, which could instantly heal the damage. What a tragedy! If I don't use Skyfrost Fist, the damage I receive will never exceed my recovery speed. Yi Xian was somewhat hesitant. After all, he was only one person. But now, Luoluo was in seclusion in the planting space. The old tree was restrained by flames. Although he had Megatron, it didn't have much effect. After an hour, he might not be able to kill this Flame Devil Sovereign. Looks like I have no choice but to lure this Flame Devil Overlord onto the ground and finish it off with the Skyfrost Fist. Yi Xian made a plan in his mind. He only hoped that no one would disturb him during this hour. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It can be exchanged for a low-grade Heavenly Flame Lantern. The Heavenly Flame Lantern can be used to collect heavenly flames that are ranked lower than 80. This Eternal Earth Core Flame is ranked 93rd on the Heavenly Flame ranking, so it should be enough to collect it. Even if someone else came and killed this Flame Devil Sovereign, they probably wouldn't be able to obtain the Eternal Earth Core Flame. Yi Xian thought as he attracted the Flame Devil Sovereign's attention. Although he was the only living person here, he still had to plan first. He couldn't wait for others to arrive. However, what he was worried about came as soon as he thought about it. 2 figures had already swept over from the horizon. Their speed had already surpassed Yi Xian's. 8th level of the Fragmentation Realm? Yi Xian's figure trembled as he cursed in his heart. What he was afraid of really happened. He was just wondering if there would be 8th level Fragmentation Realm experts coming to snatch the Flame Devil Sovereign. Now, they really did come. Moreover, there were 2 of them. 2 8th level Fragmentation Realm experts. They seemed to be from Million Treasure City. Yi Xian glanced over. There were 2 major forces in the Million Treasure Alliance. One was Million Treasure City, and the other was called Treasure Seeking Sect. It was said that these 2 forces each had a 9th level Fragmentation Realm expert. And 8th level Fragmentation Realm experts were almost the top existences in these 2 forces. Yi Xian didn't expect them to come so quickly. These 2 white-haired old men looked somewhat similar. They seemed to be brothers. They were the 2 ancestors of Million Treasure City's Bei family, Bei Xing and Bei Chong. Big brother, it seems like someone is fighting with the Flame Devil Sovereign. Bei Chang looked into the distance and said in surprise. Could it be that the people from treasure-seeking sect arrived first? Bei Xing frowned. It can't be. This place is closer to our million treasure city. We immediately rushed over after receiving the report. Bei Chang said in disbelief. Let's go take a look first. No matter what, we must get this eternal earth core fire, Bei Xing said in a low voice. Yes, Father has been stuck at the 9th level of the fragmentation realm for 20 years. Now that his end is near, if he can successfully merge with this eternal earth core fire and break through to the nirvana realm, he can at least live for another 100 years. At that time, our Bei family will be even more powerful. As the two brothers talked, they got closer to the Flame Devil Sovereign. At the same time, they also saw the person fighting with the Flame Devil Sovereign. When they felt the person's aura, their expressions changed simultaneously in disbelief. This person who was fighting with the 8th level fragmentation realm Flame Devil Sovereign was actually only at the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. How could it be? In order to not expose his identity, he also used an appearance-changing mask to disguise himself as someone else. He glanced at the two and said in a hoarse voice, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" After hearing this, Bei Xing and Bei Chang were a little surprised. Sir, it seems a little difficult for you to fight this Flame Devil Sovereign alone. Bei Chang said with narrowed eyes. So what? Yi Xian asked in return. We're Bei Chang and Bei Lu from Million Treasure City. If you join forces with us and take down this Flame Devil Sovereign, you'll be rewarded, Bei Chang said. Rewarded? How much? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Bei Chang and Bei Xing looked at each other. They wondered if Yi Xian knew about the eternal earth core fire. However, if he didn't know, why did he fight with the Flame Devil Sovereign? Couldn't he just turn around and leave? Could it be because of the core of the earth that was at the 8th level of the fragmentation realm? Sir, this Flame Devil Sovereign appeared in our Million Treasure City territory, so we have the obligation to destroy it. If you can help us kill it, its core of the earth's core will be yours, Bei Xing said. Core of the earth? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment in his heart. It seemed that the two of them thought he didn't know about the eternal earth core fire. He was hesitating whether to scold them back. If he told them that he already knew about the eternal earth core fire, they might be on guard. After thinking about it, he decided not to expose himself. The core will be mine, but it can only be obtained after killing the Flame Devil Sovereign. I'm now risking my life to hold it back. Shouldn't the two of you do something? When the two of them heard Yi Xian's words, their eyes lit up. Chapter 1340. Big brother, this kid actually managed to hold back the Fire Devil Monarch. His strength is not to be underestimated. He might be a disciple of some major faction. Bei Chang reminded. Bei Xing naturally knew what Bei Chang meant. The former wanted to give more to Yi Xian to get closer to him. Sir, here are 50,000 medium-grade fragmentation pills. Take them as your reward. Bei Xing suddenly took out a big bag from his interspatial ring and sent it over with his all-creations force. 50,000 medium-grade fragmentation pills? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. 50,000 medium-grade fragmentation pills were equivalent to 5 million low-grade fragmentation pills. This was enough for a person to break through to the 7th level. However, this was not enough for Yi Xian to break through to the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. Not enough. Give me 50,000 more. Yi Xian immediately demanded an exorbitant price. What? The two brothers suspected that they had misheard. 5 million fragmentation pills for Yi Xian, and Yi Xian actually made a counteroffer. Was he not too greedy? Even 500 million fragmentation pills can't buy the eternal earth core fire. It's worth a mere 5 million fragmentation pills. Thinking of this, Bei Xing made up his mind and threw out another 50,000 mid-grade fragmentation pills. 100,000 medium-grade fragmentation pills were equivalent to 10 million low-grade fragmentation pills. These 10 million shattering pills, as the reward for Yi Xian's help, were enough to show the sincerity of these two people. However, these shattering pills paled in comparison to the heavenly flame. Even the 1,000 Beast Fire, which was ranked 100th on the exotic fire list, was worth more than 500 million fragmentation pills. Even the combined wealth of Million Treasure City and treasure-seeking sect would not be able to afford the Thousand Beast Fire, let alone the Eternal Earth Core Fire that was ranked 93rd. All right, deal. Yi Xian smirked. These 10 million fragmentation pills were enough for him to break through to the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. As long as he broke through, he would be able to kill the Fire Devil Monarch alone. At that time, even if Bei Xing and Bei Chang obtained the Eternal Earth Core Fire, he would be qualified to snatch it away. After Yi Xian obtained the 2 bags of fragmentation pills, he immediately swallowed them and instantly reached the peak of the 5th stage of the fragmentation realm. His strength skyrocketed. However, before the Flame Devil Monarch fell, he did not want to break through to the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. After sensing the change in Yi Xian's aura, Bei Xing and Bei Chang shuddered. They couldn't help but exclaim in their hearts, "What a guy!" He was actually hiding his strength. Yi Xian had swallowed a large amount of shattering pills to increase his cultivation. They thought that he was hiding his true strength, but now he had revealed it. "I've used up quite a bit of my Zhen Qi. Each of you can help me stall for time," Yi Xian said to the 2 brothers. "This will weaken the attack," Bei Chang said with a frown. "That's fine too. I'll continue to hold them off. You guys finish them off quickly." After some thought, Yi Xian decided not to reveal his combat strength. His mission was to avoid the attacks. The 2 brothers immediately joined the battle. The Eternal Earth Core Fire was a good thing. Even a Nirvana Realm powerhouse would not be able to resist fighting for it, let alone them. The 2 brothers also knew that they had to use water or ice attribute divine powers to deal with it. Coincidentally, they both knew a water pillar divine power that could be used to deal with the Flame Devil Monarch. Water pillar. Water pillar. After the 2 brothers joined the battle, they directly attacked. Although the water pillar divine powers were only inferior to the fragmentation divine powers, they were able to cause considerable damage to the Flame Devil Monarch because of their high cultivation level. Every time, the flowing water pillar condensed from the all creation's divine powers could effectively deal a heavy blow to the Flame Devil Monarch. In just a short period of time, the Flame Devil Monarch's flames had weakened by a lot. "Second brother, let's end this quickly," Bei Xing reminded him. They had made use of the geographical advantage to come here first. As long as they killed the Flame Devil Monarch, they could leave with the Eternal Earth Core Fire. However, if they did not finish off the Flame Devil Monarch before the treasure-seeking sect's experts arrived, they would most likely have to fight with the treasure-seeking sect's experts. Therefore, they had to end the battle quickly. Understood. Bei Chang nodded. He was not stingy with his true qi as he madly attacked. One after another, the water pillars bombarded the Flame Devil Monarch, causing it great pain. After 2 rounds of attacks, the hatred of the 2 brothers was higher than that of Yi Xian. "Not good, it has its eyes on me." Bei Chang's expression changed as he became extremely alert when he saw the Flame Devil Monarch turn around. He had become the opponent's target. Seeing this, Yi Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he did not need to be on tenterhooks to avoid the attacks anymore. Bei Chang was too arrogant and attracted the Flame Devil Monarch's attention. This matter could not be blamed on him. Cyclone Slash. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also quickly attacked. He did not want to kill the Flame Devil Monarch before the treasure-seeking sect's team arrived. If that happened, his chances of obtaining the Eternal Earth Core Fire would be lower. The Flame Devil Monarch had the Eternal Earth Core Fire in its body, so its injuries would heal quickly. However, under the attacks of the 3, it was unable to make up for the losses. In less than 5 seconds, the Flame Devil Monarch's body shrunk to a height of more than 30 meters. Yi Xian estimated that in another 5 seconds, the Flame Devil Monarch would be killed. If the Flame Devil Monarch did not split, it could be considered to have reached the 8th stage of the fragmentation realm. However, it had split, so its strength was weakened by at least 20%. As a result, it was now in danger. Bei Xing and Bei Chang saw that the Flame Devil Monarch was weakened and immediately attacked with all their might. 3 seconds later, the Flame Devil Monarch was only 20 meters tall. At this moment, its attack strength was about the same as Yi Xian's Cyclone Slash. "It's about time." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quietly approached the Flame Devil Monarch. The two brothers did the same. When the Flame Devil Monarch died, they wanted to snatch the eternal Earth Core fire with the power of all creations immediately. At that time, they would directly drag the eternal Earth Core fire back to Million Treasure City. However, they definitely did not expect that Yi Xian already knew about the eternal Earth Core fire. At this moment, Yi Xian used the Eye of Revelation and discovered that some people came over. They were the 3 7th stage fragmentation realm martial artists who escaped earlier. Not good. That's Feng Qi from the treasure-seeking sect. Let's end this quickly, Bei Xing said with a guilty conscience. Although their cultivation bases were higher than Feng Qi's, Feng Qi had most likely informed the treasure-seeking sect's experts. At that time, Feng Qi could directly inform the treasure-seeking sect's experts of their direction, and they would be easily caught. Big brother, I'll go deal with them, Bei Chang said in a low voice. He meant to kill Feng Qi and Tuobai. Chapter 1341. Don't bother about them. Attack with all your might and leave immediately, Bei Xing replied. Right now, the Fire Devil Overlord was about to be defeated by them. This wasn't surprising at all. They would kill the Fire Devil Overlord first before dealing with Feng Qi and Tuobai. Water Elemental Pillar. Water Elemental Pillar. The two brothers continued to attack. Finally, the Fire Devil Overlord was on the verge of death and let out a mournful howl. Woo! Right at this moment, a blue fist shadow suddenly blasted on the Fire Devil Overlord. The Fire Devil Overlord's body crumbled from this attack and exploded. What? Quickly dodge. Bei Xing was startled. Who was the one who threw out the last punch? The attack power wasn't any weaker than them? However, they didn't have time to care so much as they frantically dodged the exploding flames. Relying on the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian locked onto the eternal Earth Core fire's position. At the same time, he used his manifestation force to wrap around the eternal Earth Core fire. However, what shocked him was that the eternal Earth Core fire actually burned away his 10,000 mammoth force. Once the Fire Devil Overlord died, the eternal Earth Core fire wouldn't float and naturally fell straight down. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed as he hurriedly turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Those flames along the way were ignored by him, and some even penetrated his body. These injuries were just child's play to him. He just needed to protect his eyes. My cultivation realm is too low. This mysterious flame even burned away my manifestation force. Fortunately, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The orange eternal Earth Core fire was right in front of him. The closer he got to the eternal Earth Core fire, the higher the temperature. Yi Xian was still 1,000 meters away from the eternal Earth Core fire, but he could already feel his skin melting. Yi Xian withstood the high temperature and took out a simple lantern from the devouring space. This was the low-grade mysterious flame lantern that he exchanged for. It was able to absorb mysterious flames that were ranked 80 and below. Absorb for me. Yi Xian threw the mysterious flame lantern in his hand and used his manifestation force to send it over. Following which, the eternal Earth Core fire flew over like a magnet and was absorbed by the mysterious flame lantern. Success. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes widened. His entire body seemed to be glowing and full of vigor. At this moment, the two brothers from Million Treasure City also discovered Yi Xian. They would never have thought that what Yi Xian had obtained was not the core of the Flame Devil Sovereign, but the eternal Earth Core fire. This brat knew about the eternal Earth Core flame from the very beginning. Bei Xing and Bei Chang reacted immediately, but they didn't have time to think too much. They immediately attacked. Shio! Shio! The two sword rays slashed out at the same time, attacking Yi Xian. Goodbye. Yi Xian laughed and kept the strange flame lantern into the devouring space. Then, his eyes flashed and he entered the void gate. Huff huff. Two streaks of sword radiance pierced through the air, but the void gate had already closed, and the building was empty. The two brothers were stunned. No matter how they thought about it, they never expected such an ending. Not only did Yi Xian know about the eternal Earth Core fire, but he also hid his strength. His true strength was actually at the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. Even the two of them, who were at the 8th level of the fragmentation realm, couldn't sense it. Most importantly, Yi Xian actually used the strange flame lantern. Even Million Treasure City didn't have such a thing. Damn it. Find it. We must find it. Bei Xing reacted and cursed angrily. The eternal earth core fire was extremely precious. Even Nirvana realm experts would fight for it. It was also their father's hope of breaking through to the Nirvana realm. Now, the eternal earth core fire was taken away right under their noses. The two of them were so angry that they wanted to massacre a city to vent their anger. Just as Bei Xing and Bei Chang were enraged, Yi Xian had already broken through the void and left Million Treasure Alliance's territory. At this moment, he was near the Hu clan. The eternal earth core fire, ranked 93rd on the strange flame list. In a mountain range, Yi Xian was holding the strange flame lantern that contained the eternal earth core fire. He couldn't help but laugh. Beside him were two figures. Heavens, this old man can actually see a strange flame in this life. I can die without regrets. The old tree was extremely surprised. Old tree, is the eternal earth core fire useful to you? Yi Xian asked while holding the strange flame lantern. Yes, the eternal earth core fire was formed underground. Even its light is useful to me. The old tree nodded. The eternal earth core fire was a very practical strange flame. Its light could temper one's physique and promote the growth of plants. It could even be used to forge weapons. There were many other effects. Yi Xian was really lucky to be able to obtain the eternal earth core fire this time. Alright, I'll half open the strange flame lantern first to test its effect. Yi Xian nodded and said. He gently touched the strange flame lantern. Then the entire lantern suddenly opened and the flame spread out. However, the current flame was probably only 1/10 of the previous flame. This was because Yi Xian had only opened 1/10 of the strange flame lantern. The remaining 90% of the flame was blocked by a thin layer of cloth outside the strange flame lantern. This is the eternal earth core fire. It's so comfortable. This old man feels like he's going to heaven. Old tree couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt that the blood in his body that had yet to be refined was starting to be absorbed faster. Not only that, Yi Xian also felt that his body was undergoing some changes. The strange flame's light could temper one's physique and heal some hidden injuries. However, Yi Xian originally had the divine tree of life's bloodline. Naturally, he wouldn't have any hidden injuries. At the same time, he saw that his lifespan was slowly increasing on the panel. If he stayed beside the strange flame all the time, his lifespan would increase instead of decreasing. After all, this flame was only 1/10 of the original flame. Of course, the strange flame's effect would become weaker as time passed. With my current physique, I can't even get close to the eternal earth core fire, let alone fuse with it. I heard that if someone was able to fuse with the eternal earth core fire, their lifespan would increase by at least 50 years. Yi Xian thought in his heart. When he first obtained the eternal earth core fire, he tried to devour it using a special method. However, it was notified that unable to devour. Even normal devouring wouldn't work, so he gave up. Old tree, I'll leave the eternal earth core fire to you first. I'll keep it in the planting space. When my physique reaches a certain level, I'll slowly open it, Yi Xian said to Old Tree. No problem, this old man will take good care of it. Old Tree nodded. Then Yi Xian threw the strange flame lantern into the planting space. He also kept the old tree and Megatron inside. Chapter 1342. Now, Bei Xing and Bei Chang are probably looking for me everywhere. I have to change my appearance and go to Wanbao City to investigate. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed again. He was too happy to obtain the eternal earth core fire. At the same time, he wanted to avoid any accidents, so he left immediately. Otherwise, he would have fought with Bei Xing and Bei Chang. However, before he left, he used his mind's eye to control Bei Lu, who was watching the battle from afar. Bei Lu is at the 7th level of the fragmentation realm, and his surname is Bei. He probably has some influence in the Bei family. It shouldn't be a problem to ask him about the mysterious underworld duo demons. Yi Xian thought to himself and continued on his way. When he entered Wanbao Alliance, he was only at the 3rd level of the fragmentation realm. Now that he was at the 6th level of the fragmentation realm, he estimated that he could reach Wanbao City in 2 hours at most if he used shadow steps. After obtaining the Eternal Earth Core Fire, he had heard 2 system notifications in the past 2 hours. Ding! Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. Ding! Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. She is currently at the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. Luo Luo had already broken through to the 4th level of the fragmentation realm when she mutated. She was at the peak of the 4th level of the fragmentation realm. She went into seclusion to break through to the 5th level of the fragmentation realm. After the old tree obtained the Eternal Earth Core Fire, the speed at which it refined Yi Xian's blood increased by several times. It was normal for it to break through. As for Wei Zhentian, it was constantly being tempered by the Eternal Earth Core Fire. Although it was still at the 6th level of the fragmentation realm, it was tougher than before. With Yi Xian's strength, he didn't need to take a detour. After entering Wanbao Alliance, he headed straight for Wanbao City. During this time, he didn't encounter the 2 patriarchs of Wanbao City's City Lord Mansion. However, he hoped to meet them again because with his strength, he didn't need to be afraid of them. 2 hours later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Wanbao City. Previously, when he had entered the Void Gate, he had taken control of North Flow and given him orders through space. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He saw that Bei Lu was already waiting in front of Wanbao City's city gate. Immediately, North Flow flew over at high speed. "Greetings, Master," North Flow said respectfully. "What's your relationship with those 2 8th-stage fragmentation realm martial artists?" Yi Xian went straight to the point. "Of the 2 people just now, one is my grandfather, the other is my eldest grandfather," Bei Lu answered directly. "Grandfather? First grandfather?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood. Bei Lu was Bei Chang's grandson, while Bei Xing was Bei Chang's eldest brother. Thus, he was Bei Lu's eldest grandfather. "All right, then let me ask you, where are they now?" Yi Xian continued to ask. "Just now, after Master left, the treasure-seeking sex team arrived. Right now, they're searching that area. They asked me to come back and report to them. At the same time, they're also looking for Master." Bei Lu replied. The Eternal Earth Core Fire had already been collected by him. Now that he had changed his appearance, the other party would definitely not expect him to come to the Million Treasure City. Since that was the case, it was time to get down to business. "Then let me ask you again. Have you seen this Fox Clansman? He's around the 4th stage of the fragmentation realm." Yi Xian took out a portrait. It was Hu Lai's father, Hu Tai. "No, I haven't." Bei Lu shook his head. "What about them?" Yi Xian took out another 2 portraits. They were the siblings, Nailin Bing and Nailin Jia. This time, Bei Lu nodded and said, "These 2 appeared in my city lord's mansion before. I don't know if they're still there now." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows. If the Xianming duo demons were still in the city lord's mansion, that would be great. He could finally fulfill his promise to Mo Shui. "All right, bring me to the city lord's mansion," Yi Xian said after he took out the items in Bei Lu's interspatial ring. "Yes." Bei Lu nodded and immediately brought Yi Xian into the Million Treasure City. Along the way, Yi Xian asked Bei Lu about the city lord's mansion, such as how many experts were in the city lord's mansion. "There's another 9th-stage fragmentation realm expert." After hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but narrow his eyes. With his current realm, he did not need to be afraid of 9th-stage fragmentation realm experts. If he could not beat them, he could still run away. As long as he broke through again, killing 9th-stage fragmentation realm experts would be a piece of cake. Soon, Bei Lu brought Yi Xian to the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Million Treasure City was Bei Lu's cousin, who was also at the 7th stage of the fragmentation realm. Before Yi Xian entered the city lord's mansion, he felt waves of powerful auras. "That's strange. There's only one 8th-stage fragmentation realm expert in the city lord's mansion. Where's your 9th-stage fragmentation realm ancestor?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. The ancestor should know about the eternal earth core fire. Maybe he went out to search for it. Bei Lu replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly. That's right. This time, the eternal earth core fire appeared. It was normal for him to go out personally. However, the most important thing was that Yi Xian did not find Nalan Bing and Nalan Jie's auras. That's strange. Are they not in the city lord's mansion and have already left? Yi Xian asked around. Master, I'll ask my third grandfather. Bei Lu said. The third grandfather he mentioned was the city lord of Million Treasure City, Bei Feng's grandfather. He was also the only 8th stage fragmentation realm expert in the Bei family. Go! Yi Xian nodded. After Bei Lu left, he strolled around the city lord's mansion alone. Although he said that he was strolling, there were still a few 7th stage fragmentation realm experts in the city lord's mansion. He was going to make some extra money. Almost all the experts in the city lord's mansion had been sent out to search. There were less than 1/5 of the experts in the city lord's mansion. Yi Xian only controlled 3 7th stage fragmentation realm experts. Then, he returned to Bei Lu's residence. Master, my third grandfather said that the ancestor personally escorted the 2 people away. Bei Lu said. Ancestor? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were a few ancestors in the Bei family, but the most senior was the first city lord of Million Treasure City, Bei Yang. Bei Yang was at the 9th stage of the fragmentation realm. He was the father of Bei Xing, Bei Chang, and Bei Lu's third grandfather. That's strange. Tomorrow is great-grandfather's death anniversary. Why would he leave? Bei Lu said in astonishment. He did not know about the Xianming duo demons, so it was understandable. Then, he suddenly took out a piece of paper from his universe ring and handed it to Yi Xian. He said, Third grandfather gave this to me. According to my great-grandfather, it was left behind by an expert, but no one in the Bei family noticed anything. A piece of paper? Yi Xian took the piece of paper and looked at it. He did not find anything, but he scanned it with his eye of revelation and found a trace of strange energy left on it. This energy was not true qi. Chapter 1343. A will of charm was left on this piece of paper. Luo exclaimed in shock after seeing this. Will of charm. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard this. He had heard of the will of death and will of reincarnation, and now there was the will of charm. The will of charm is a very clever way to use the eye of charm. After the user leaves a trace of the will of charm on this piece of paper, if someone sees this piece of paper, they will complete a certain mission. Luo replied. After seeing it, they will complete a mission. Is this another type of charm? Yi Xian asked with a frown. Yes, but it's only effective once. Luo nodded and replied, I reckon that a Fox Clan expert issued these pieces of paper with the will of charm, and then began to escort the Xianming duo to the higher-ups. I see. This Fox Clan expert should be related to the Xianming duo in their past life. But why didn't he come personally? How did this piece of paper appear? Yi Xian asked curiously. Maybe it's because the Xianming duo had too many enemies in their past life. If they were discovered, they would die, so this Fox Clan expert couldn't appear. As for these pieces of paper, I don't know. After all, the opponent is a rebirth realm expert. There are many methods that we can't understand. My inherited memories haven't been fully unlocked yet, Luo said helplessly. Yi Xian fell silent after hearing this. He reckoned that this Fox Clan expert had some sort of connection with the underworld. Since the Xianming duo left first, he naturally had to continue chasing after them. However, before that, he had to find out where the Bei clan's ancestor, Bei Yang, went. Third grandfather didn't tell me where my great-grandfather went. Right now, he's personally cleaning my great-grandfather's tomb, Bei Lu said. Bring me there. Yi Xian said with a serious expression. Bei Lu's third grandfather was an expert at the 8th level of the fragmentation realm. However, as long as Bei Lu launched a sneak attack, Yi Xian would be able to control him. At that time, Yi Xian would know where the Bei clan's ancestor, Bei Yang, had sent the mysterious underworld twin fiends. After that, Bei Lu brought Yi Xian to his great-grandfather's tomb. This tomb was under the city lord's manor of Million Treasure City. However, Only members of the Bei family could enter the tomb. Yi Xian followed Bei Lu into the tomb. This tomb was very big, because there was not only one person buried here, but all the Bei family members who had died in battle were buried here. Bei Lu led Yi Xian deeper into the tomb and finally arrived in front of a large tomb. Third grandfather. Bei Lu shouted respectfully. Why are you here again? Don't you know I'm busy? An old voice came from inside. Third grandpa, I have something important to report. Bei Lu shouted. As soon as he said that, the door to the tomb opened with a bang. Bei Lu led Yi Xian into the tomb. There was only a gray-robed old man in the tomb. He was sweeping the floor with a broom. He was Bei Lu's third grandfather, Bei Sheng. Although Bei Sheng could use his all-creation strength to clean the tomb, he wanted to remember his mother, so he cleaned it himself. When he saw Yi Xian behind Bei Lu, he was furious and said, "You brat, why did you bring an outsider into the tomb? Have you forgotten the ancestral rules set by your great-grandfather? Only members of the Bei family could enter this tomb. Outsiders were not allowed. For so many years, no one had broken the rule. Today, Bei Lu actually brought an outsider in. What was he doing? Third grandfather, please calm down." Bei Lu took a big stride forward and whispered a few words in Bei Sheng's ear. Bei Sheng's expression changed immediately. He cried out in surprise, "What? News of the eternal earth core fire?" "Yes, third grandfather. He knows the location of the eternal earth core fire." Bei Lu nodded. Ta-da! Bei Sheng turned into a gust of wind and arrived in front of Yi Xian in an instant. He said, "Do you really know the location of the eternal earth core fire?" Just now, he wanted to kill Yi Xian, but when he heard that Yi Xian knew the location of the eternal earth core fire, he immediately changed his attitude. It was obvious that the eternal earth core fire was more important at this moment. After all, rules were set by humans. It was not a big deal to break them occasionally. "Yes, I know." Yi Xian nodded and said solemnly, "Where is the eternal earth core fire? As long as you tell me, I'll reward you handsomely." Bei Sheng said excitedly. Not to mention that the eternal earth core fire could be used for Bei Yang's breakthrough, they could also use it to increase their lifespan. Naturally, he wanted to obtain it. Yi Xian glanced at Bei Lu and then took out something from the devouring space. This was the unusual flame lantern. "The eternal earth core fire that you're looking for is here," Yi Xian said slowly. What? Bei Sheng was shocked. He could feel the vitality of the flame and was completely speechless. The Bei family had sent out hundreds of experts to search, including 2 LV8 experts of the fragmentation realm. However, what they were looking for was right in front of Bei Sheng at this moment. However, just as Bei Sheng was shocked, Yi Xian and Bei Lu attacked at the same time. Eye of Glory. Sky Frost Fist. Yi Xian's hair suddenly turned golden. He directly punched Bei Sheng's abdomen. Instantly, the extremely cold air froze Bei Sheng's abdomen. Furthermore, the back of Bei Sheng's head was also hit by Bei Lu. He almost fainted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian hurriedly used his Eye of the Heart. Ding! Control failed. A system notification sounded. If he was from the Fox clan, Yi Xian would definitely not be able to control him. However, Bei Sheng was only a human who had lived for hundreds of years. Ding! Control succeeded. The Eye of the Heart specialized in attacking the flaws in one's soul. Coupled with the fact that Bei Sheng was ambushed and was too shocked, he was subdued by Yi Xian in just 2 tries. After controlling him, Yi Xian directly threw a blood bottle over and asked at the same time, "Where did your father, Bei Yang, bring those 2 people to?" "I'm not sure. My father didn't say. I only know that he went to the north." Bei Sheng shook his head. "You're not sure." Yi Xian wanted to faint. It wasn't easy for him to find this place. Was he going to lose track of the mysterious underworld duo again? "Give me the most complete map you have," Yi Xian said to Bei Sheng. "Yes." Bei Sheng didn't say anything else and took out the map. Yi Xian glanced at it and copied the map into his mind. There were indeed a few big forces in the north of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance. He didn't know where the ancestor of the Bei family, Bei Yang, went. "All right, let's not talk about this for now." Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and said, "Where's the Bei family's treasury?" Chapter 1344. Bei Xing naturally understood what Yi Xian meant and said, My Bei family just bought a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures a while ago for the Bei family's disciples and consecrators to cultivate. Furthermore, the real things are all with my two brothers and father. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Bei Xing was only a manager of the clan, and he had just broken through to the 8th tier of the fragmentation realm. Meanwhile, his older brothers, Bei Xing and Bei Chang, were the pillars of the clan. In other words, they were the people who were overseeing the clan. As such, they had to ensure their strength. Naturally, they would need a large amount of natural treasures. Then your father is in seclusion all year round? Yi Xian asked again. Yes. Apart from seclusion, my father would come to my mother's tomb to sit. It's the one inside. No one is allowed to enter except for my father. Bei Xing nodded. Is that so? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The one inside should be the tomb where Bei Xing's mother's body was kept. However, there was something fishy about Bei Yang not allowing anyone to enter. Don't come in. I'll go in and take a look. Yi Xian said and walked in. Bei Xing and Bei Lu were waiting outside. Bam! The stone door closed, and Yi Xian entered the last secret chamber of the Bei family. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. There were not many things in this secret chamber. There was a coffin in the innermost part, and there were many portraits of the tomb's owner hanging around it. There were also some books. Why are there books? Yi Xian walked over in surprise and glanced around. He was shocked by what he saw. Bei Yang and his wife are actually a pair of siblings? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Was the world in chaos? The Xianming duo were also siblings, both in his previous life and current life. Bei Yang and his wife, Bei Lin, were also siblings. They were married and had 3 children. However, what shocked Yi Xian even more was what happened next. Bei Yang, an outer disciple of the Yin Yang Temple. Bei Lin, an outer disciple of the Yin Yang Temple. Seeing this, Yi Xian was suddenly stunned. He had finally found a clue about the Yin Yang Sacred Hall that he had been searching for. Bei Yang and his wife, Bei Lin, had become outer sect disciples of the Yin Yang Sacred Hall 100 years ago due to their good aptitude. Furthermore, they had also successfully cultivated the Saint Yin Yang chant and merged into one. They were only 16 years old at the time. However, the 2 siblings violated the taboo of the Yin Yang Saint technique, so they suddenly disintegrated and were chased out of the Yin Yang Saint Palace. And the reason for their disintegration was that they had accidentally been poisoned by the aphrodisiac. These books were actually written by Bei Yang. They recorded what had happened in the past few years. This allowed Yi Xian to gain a basic understanding of the Yin Yang Temple. The Yin Yang people in the Yin Yang Temple would disintegrate as long as they violated a taboo. There were many ways to disintegrate, such as having sex with someone or thinking obscene things. The 2 siblings were accidentally poisoned by the aphrodisiac, which led to their disintegration. After that, they were unable to successfully reunite and were finally expelled from the sect. Of course, the most important thing was that the 2 siblings had poisoned themselves with the aphrodisiac. After being expelled from the Yin Yang Temple, they married and lived together. Then they established the Bei family. Even the 3 brothers, Bei Xing, Bei Chang, and Bei Sheng, probably didn't know that Bei Yang and Bei Lin were biological siblings. They would never have thought that their own mother was actually their own aunt. Too scary, the Yin Yang Temple is too scary. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. 2 years ago, adjudicator Song and Song Suijing were kidnapped by the Yin Yang Patriarch in the Eastern continent. Now that 2 years had passed, he didn't know how they were doing. Although Elder Tianshi said that if the Yin Yang Temple wanted to merge, their souls had to be on the same frequency. If 2 people resisted, it would generally not succeed. However, there were exceptions to everything. Yi Xian didn't want to see Song Suijing and adjudicator Song successfully fused and become Yin Yang people when he saw them. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Yin Yang Patriarch, I'll F***CKU. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse the Yin Yang Patriarch hundreds of times in his heart. If thoughts could kill, the Yin Yang Patriarch would have died 1 billion times over. However, the most precious thing here was a peculiar ability. Bewitching art. This was the name of this ability. However, it seemed to be an illusion ability. This is an illusion created by Bai Yang and Bai Lin. It's specially designed to deal with the Yin-Yang people of the Yin-Yang temple. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The bewitching art was an illusion that could cause the victim to fall into an erotic dream. This was an illusion created by Bai Yang and Bai Lin after they were expelled from the Yin-Yang temple. They originally wanted to use it to deal with the Yin-Yang temple, but due to their low cultivation level, they didn't try it out. However, this allowed Yi Xian to take advantage of it. Ding! The bewitching art has been copied successfully. Learn? Yes. Yi Xian immediately learned this illusion ability. He would be enemies with the Yin-Yang temple in the future, and it would come in handy when the time came. Ha Yin-Yang Patriarch, watch me destroy your Yin-Yang temple. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If the Yin-Yang people that had successfully fused disintegrated, they would not be able to fuse again. Yi Xian wanted to use this bewitching art to destroy the Yin-Yang temple. The bewitching art was related to the strength of one's soul. Yi Xian's soul was already stronger than others of the same cultivation level, so he might be able to disintegrate the Yin-Yang Patriarch in the future. That would be great. Yi Xian searched the secret room and only found 2 identity tokens, which belonged to Bai Yang and Bai Lin. Other than that, there was nothing else. I'm pretty lucky this time. I found a clue about the Yin-Yang temple and learned a way to deal with the Yin-Yang people. Once these Yin-Yang people disintegrate, their vitality will be greatly damaged and their battle strength will be reduced. This is very useful for me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Unfortunately, he did not find the location of the Yin-Yang temple. Moreover, this Yin-Yang temple seemed to be just a subsidiary temple, not the main temple. Yi Xian left Bai Lin's tomb and asked directly, Bai Sheng, do you know where your father came from to the Thousand Treasures Alliance? My father only said that he came from the north. I don't know where exactly. Bai Sheng shook his head. Then do you know your mother's name? Yi Xian asked again. Lin Lin. Bai Sheng replied. Hearing this name, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. It seemed that Bai Yang had concealed his wife's name to prevent others from gossiping. Now that Yi Xian had found a clue about the Yin-Yang temple, he should be able to find it if he headed north. However, the Yin-Yang temple was not a small faction. Bai Yang was already in the 9th stage of the fragmentation realm, but he could not use the bewitching art to take revenge. Yi Xian was now in the 6th stage of the fragmentation realm, so he had to improve his cultivation level.